And we're live here for day 2 of the NFL Draft Watch Party from 4for4.com, brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. Go to Underdog right now and sign up with the promo code 4for4 to receive $25. We are going to be here all night, once again, to cover rounds 2 and 3 of the draft, to talk about draft picks as they happen. We have Anthony Staggs here, Mike Woellert, John Paulsen, as we did last night. The first thing I want to talk about real quick, John, just because Jerick McKinnon signed with the Chiefs today, just real quick, does that impact anyone there? Like, do you think he supplants Darrell Williams as the handcuff? Do you think he gets some change of pace work? What do you think?
It's sort of depends on where he's at physically, because he was a guy that when he went to San Francisco, I was pretty excited about him in maybe a lead back role in Kyle Shanahan's offense, and he just has not been able to stay healthy. And I think he stayed relatively healthy last year. Dual threat type guy, great out of the backfield as a receiver. He could sort of, if Clyde Edwards-Helaire were to miss time, he could kind of fill that role as a pass catcher. I mean, Darrell Williams is okay, but he's more of a pass blocker and, bigger body type guy. And they have Darwin Thompson still. Does it affect him? I think it's more of a depth situation. I think teams at this point are probably saying, okay, what if we lose our first 2 guys? What are we going to do? And that's McKinnon is just still out there. Wayne Gallman signed a deal fairly recently. Similar situation, I think. So I wouldn't. I'm not going to have him projected for too much. Probably 50 to 70 carries, maybe 10 to 15 catches in sort of a minor role there.
Sure. Do you think it affects Darrell Williams at all? Not that Darrell Williams is someone that we're drafting regularly, but I think he is people who some were drafting as a handcuff to Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
I mean, it certainly affects Williams more than it does Edwards-Helaire, I would say. And you just wonder if this is them trying to upgrade their RB2. I mean, that's a possibility. If they watched tape and thought that McKinnon was back, maybe they're trying to replace or at least limit Williams' work. So that's a possibility. I would be less inclined to draft him as a 0 RB, like late round guy, just because it's not as clear. But he's probably going to stay healthier than McKinnon. Yeah,
that's the thing. I hope he can stay healthy. That poor kid, like he just had a heck of a time since he left Minnesota. It's just been tough to watch. But day 2, Anthony put out his round 2 mock draft today on the site at 4for4.com. It's a great mock draft. I enjoy it because the first 5 picks are all the great players that we were talking about last night that we were surprised were still on the board. Walk us through those first few picks and why you think it's going to be a heavy defensive beginning to today, Anthony.
I think there are some defenders that flat out just fell in the draft yesterday. There's guys that have a little bit of question marks that are, starting to pop up today, whether it's medicals or things along those lines. We're starting to get some character concern issues for a guy like Christian Barmore. So it's a little bit concerning because we don't have 100% of the information on all these guys. But I think a guy who doesn't have any concerns at all is Trayvon Moehrig Woodard, who's universally the best safety in this draft. He can play middle of the field. He can come downhill. He's a playmaker on the football. I wouldn't be surprised to see him be the first pick off the board. But if not, I'd expect them to just maybe add another corner.
Or maybe another running back. Maybe Javonte Williams, maybe?
I mean, another third down running back. I think that's a little bit worrisome. But, the Jets, I think that there might be a big medical issue with Tevin Jenkins that we don't know about, the right tackle out of Oklahoma State. But that's something that we're going to need to watch transpire here. Because if I'm the Jets and I have the second pick here, I have to seriously consider this guy, because then I've got Becton, I've got Becton, I've got AVT from last night, and then I get myself a right tackle in Jenkins, and I feel like I have a really solid foundational young line in front of Zach Wilson, and that's an exciting thing. If Atlanta comes up here, they need defense now. The only thing crazy is they could be, if we talk about vacated touches and looks, they could be a great landing spot for a Javonte Williams. But I think they've got to go defense after taking a splurge, tight end pick at number 4 overall. And then, Barmore is a luxury pick by far by Miami. I don't even think they would consider it, but they would probably have the best front 3 in a 3-4 in football if they added Christian Barmore to Raekwon Davis and Christian Wilkins.
A lot of people expecting a breakout for Davis, just following the Miami blogs that I read. John, we've got a question from Periscope. How worried would you be about Devontae Adams? And I feel like perhaps this is just trolling you at this point, but how worried would you be about Devontae Adams should Aaron Rodgers move on?
He did pretty well, even with Brett Hundley at quarterback when he stepped in for a few games, if I remember correctly. I don't think that he's going – I mean, obviously his value is going to take a hit because he wouldn't be playing with arguably the greatest quarterback of all time, talent-wise. So, sure, I still think he'd be a top 12 guy. So I don't know that you're, looking to unload him. I think you just have to take the hit. Sure. And, in all likelihood – the way this is headed, it's just going to be the Packers. They don't panic. They're not panicking. Clearly last night, they're not even really worried about it based on what they did at the 29 pick.
It almost seemed pointed, right? It almost seemed like, how dare you try to put pressure on us?
I do think that there's probably a mentality that one player is not bigger than the franchise. And
ego, yeah.
I don't know that they're actively going out and trying to piss him off further, but I think that maybe they're not going to go out of their way to go off the board to find, to make him happier. So I just think that what's going to end up happening is that he's going to I guess if he's really dug in, he might retire, but they're not going to trade him. Mm-hmm. So unless there's a way for him to make their lives just completely miserable over the next couple months, and that's possible. I mean, just constantly grumbling and complaining. But I don't think I think he's mainly concerned with his legacy and winning another championship, and he's not real happy with the front office right now.
Sure.
Yeah, the Packers are doing a really good job of needling him and really being passive aggressive about the whole thing.
Well, I don't know if it's even intentional. I think it's they're just doing what they do, and they think that the cornerback was the best pick at 29. They didn't feel the need to move up 3 spots to get Rashad Bateman. That's the last time I'll say his name today. So I just think that they just are doing what they're doing, and it's happening. It looks like it from the outside. It certainly looks like they're not trying to appease them.
Those defensive prospects that we were talking about included the safety from TCU. What do you think of this safety class? Do you think there's an instant impact IDP player at the safety position this year?
As far as that goes, the DBs and safeties. I like Trevon Moore. I like Trevor Moehrig, but there's a couple of other guys that could go this tonight or tomorrow, and that's I really like Divine Diablo and Hamza Nasruddin. Those are 2 guys that I really like. And since there's no standout safety, really like a Jamal Adams or even a Landon Collins from a few years ago, or a guy like that from an IDP standpoint, you could almost wait till the 4th, 5th round of your rookie draft to look at to pull the trigger on one of these safeties or DBs.
Excellent. Yeah, I like Moehrig. I like the fact that he can kind of play that center fielder role, and I like the fact that he can tackle, which is you don't see so much the dual threat guys anymore. You kind of see the coverage guy, and then you kind of see the front guy, or perhaps that's kind of a traditional way of looking at the safety position. I kind of like Moehrig. I think that he can do both. I also like Holland from Oregon. Anthony, what do you think of Holland, Javon Holland from Oregon? Since I live in Portland, I'm just curious about what your thoughts are about my hometown guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's a hometown guy for you, but he's coached by a good friend of mine at Oregon, Kwame Agamemnon. He's a good friend of mine. He's the DB coach there.
Awesome.
I'm excited to see what he could do. He's a guy who can move around the defensive backfield. He can play a little bit of stand-up corner. He can play that free safety spot. They think he can bump over to the slot and play some coverage there. So I think he's a guy we need to look out in the second round. If he's around on day 3 or in round 3, I think it's going to be a steal for somebody. But I think he's going to go in this round.
And Brandon, real quick, the one thing that I really look for actually from my safeties is I want guys who are actually going to play up near the line of scrimmage. The ball, the free safeties are what you're going to look for, the more big play heavy leagues. But Trevor Moore last season, he played I think over about 150, 160 snaps free, but he played mostly up on the line. He played almost 200 box snaps and over 300 slot snaps. So I like the guys that are going to play the snaps up near the line of scrimmage that have the chance at the tackles. And also another thing that I noticed this morning and today on Zaven Collins, which makes me a little bit more relieved, is that it sounds like he's going to be manning. I don't know if I mentioned this last night. I'll mention it today for anybody who's new, is that Collins could be calling the plays, so he could be the green dot wearer, which is definitely good news for his IDB prospects. It sounds like Hicks is going to be again the odd man out, so it looks like it could be Simmons and Collins as that kind of those primary 2 linebackers on the field.
Excellent. So going back to your mock, Anthony, you talked about the Jets taking Tevin Jenkins at right tackle, which makes sense to rebuild that offensive line. If that happens, John, are you suddenly looking at Tevin Coleman since the Jets didn't invest in a running back the first couple days, or Michael Pirine, or are you still staying away from that situation?
Tevin Coleman could be interesting. I feel like they're going to add a running back one way, come hell or high water, but maybe not. They got the guard in the middle of the first round as well, so they're trying to rebuild that offensive line to help Zach Wilson. So if think like Myles Gaskin kind of dodged a bullet, Tevin Coleman dodged a bullet in terms of first round running backs possibly going to those teams. But we know how second, third, fourth round running backs have come in the last several years and have taken over as a starter in certain situations. So I don't think any of these guys are out of the woods, especially if somebody falls, and running backs have fallen. I think this class is not very good, according to all the experts, but who knows who might fall in this round or the next round to one of these teams.
So with Javonte Williams sitting there and the Jets, the Falcons, and the Dolphins, do you think that Myles Gaskin and Mike Davis and Tevin Coleman have started like a support group? Maybe they've got their own private stream going on that they're just hoping and just trying to like bribe the Jaguars into taking a third running back.
Yeah, I think all these guys are sort of in that same situation. Mike Davis and Tevin Coleman are more veterans. Myles Gaskin, I think this is going to be his second season. Was he a rookie last year?
He was a rookie 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Okay,
just didn't see the field.
Just didn't play. So they all know that they're not the highly touted, likely bell cows. I don't think that anybody was promised 20 touches a game. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure there was some talk like, if we don't get a running back early in this draft, we're comfortable with you as the starter. So I'm sure they're all sitting there on the couches, with their families, hoping for the best. I don't know if it's a support league-wide support group amongst these guys, but certainly, looking at these players, their fantasy values are hinging on what they do today. And maybe there's a fourth rounder or a fifth rounder that comes in and does something. But it's usually the first 3 rounds where you get your fantasy assets. And that actually prompted me to think of a question like after the first round, who is the rookie 101 in dynasty formats right now? Is it Najee Harris or is it?
I think it's going to be a toss-up between probably Harris and Chase, right?
And then what about Pitts? That's an interesting one too, with the tight end position the way it is. So I was talking with Kevin Zalukel, and he ran his model, and the Harris came in really high, and the receivers came in pretty high, and he was initially thinking Harris. I don't play much dynasty, but I've always heard or read that you want receivers because they last the longest. So Chase to me seems like the 101, but then Pitts there's an argument there given the level of the position.
There's some truth to that. Yeah, there's definitely some truth to the receiver. I think in this situation, Harris is so good and going to such a perceived good position. Like Steelers traditionally use a running back pretty heavily, and Harris is going there, is a perfect fit, catches the ball. So to me, I would consider Najee Harris to be the 1.01 with a bullet, like with a bullet point.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I would view it, unless you're in a super flex format or a 2-quarterback league, in which case I think you got to go Trevor Lawrence and then probably Zach Wilson, then maybe Harris, depending on your specific needs on your team. Pitts, I'm going to go probably top 4 if it's a tight end premium format. If it's not a tight end premium format, I'll probably let him go to the mid-late first round. That's kind of where I am dynasty-wise, just because you never know with tight ends, you know?
If it's tight end premium for me, I just take Kyle Pitts number 1 overall.
Yeah?
Like the positional scarcity of that tight end position and having that difference maker like Travis Kelce on your roster in tight end premium, I would gamble on it. I realize it is a bit of a stretch, but that's how I would play that if it's tight end premium. In a normal standard scoring PPR league, I still think I would go with Chase and then Najee Harris. But then I think 1-3 now is Kyle Pitts for me. ETN's going to drop for me, and there's just no ifs, ands, buts about it. I think he's probably 1-4, 1-5 because we didn't actually get a lot of chance yesterday to talk about Devonta Smith's fantasy projection and how many sheer targets he can see in that offense, because I think there's an outside chance that he could see the most targets of any rookie player playing in Philadelphia next year.
It's very possible if they decide to do more throwing with Jalen Hurts this year and they decide to air it out a little bit. Devonta Smith definitely has the ability to separate and the ability to be the guy who leads that team in targets. Now, I love the idea of Devonta Smith, and I would consider him a top 6 dynasty pick as well outside of Superflex leagues.
So 4for4 Fantasy Football asked, who are some winners and losers from round 1 in the chat? And I think everybody would agree that James Robinson, if you're talking about a veteran player, probably saw his value drop the most with that pick. Any others that jump out to you in terms of losers?
I think T. Higgins. I still like T. Higgins. I still think he's good, but before I thought maybe top 10 potential.
Nope, we got a Jaguars pick.
Right?
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's good. And now I kind of view him down in that like top 20 territory, potential-wise, like ceiling-wise.
Tyson Campbell, corner.
So
corner.
Another corner from Georgia coming off the board. If you were on Twitter all day, this is somebody who they said you could pretty much lock in. Unfortunately, it was after I published my mock, but here we are. He's a good player. He's got some warts, but he's another one of these lankier kids that's tall and fast. And now you add him to a backfield or a corner backfield with C.J. Henderson and Shaquille Griffin, and you've got something going. You've got your 3 deep at the position, and that's a big plus. I do think they could have used a safety more here, and maybe that's something they're going to look at later in the round. But adding a corner isn't a bad idea whenever you can.
Now, can he play the nickel? Is that a good spot for him, Mike?
I think they're probably going to have him play more outside. That's mostly what he played last season. I think the total slot snaps, if I recall correctly, for Campbell over his 3 seasons barely reached 70. So he's going to be primarily man-to-man on the outside. So he's definitely going to be more an outside guy.
So does that land Shaq Griffin in the slot, or does C.J. Henderson, the last year's first-round pick, does he end up that third cornerback?
Griffin will probably play more slot. It'll probably be Henderson and Campbell on the outside. So he'll come up on the line a little bit. He had 3 tackles for loss last season. Had 5 defended passes, only an interception, but he's got a pretty good radius about him. So I think he's going to be pretty solid.
Okay. So Jets on the clock. We're going to find out if Javonte Williams gets picked here, if they go tackle like Anthony thought maybe they should. Back to winners and losers from round one. I thought T. Higgins, like I said, I kind of viewed him in that top 10 potential ceiling. Now I kind of think top 20 potential ceiling with Jamar Chase there hogging up targets. Anybody else have a loser?
I think ETN's definitely a loser on that side as well. When we talk about James Robinson, I just think he could be, somewhat limited. I did see some things talked about by Urban Meyer trying to use him as a third down back, but also in the Percy Harvin role. So maybe he's going to play some slot snaps and get some of these jet sweeps, and they're going to play a little bit more two-back sets than we originally expect. But it's just he had a chance to go to a spot that was an absolute smash and, project for immediately 250 plus touches. And now you're immediately chopping off, 70 to 50 of those.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel the same way. I was kind of bullish on him. I was excited. I think he even went 1.01 in one of our early mocks, one of our early one quarterback mocks with the idea that he'd land somewhere like Atlanta or the Jets or something along those lines. But excited to see what happens in Jacksonville, see what that offense does. Excited to see how that affects Laviska Shenault, because Laviska Shenault was supposed to play that Percy Harvin role. So now we see what Urban Meyer wants to do with that situation. I'm really not sure. As far as winners are concerned, I'm going to reserve that until after today and go back to my 3 running backs that are in the support group and find out if any of those are still with their starting job. That's kind of where I'm. Anybody else have a winner that they want to go to?
Yeah, you're almost looking at teams that could have gone receiver and didn't, like Josh Reynolds for the Titans dodged a bullet. So his stock's up a little bit. We'll see what the Titans do at receiver the rest of the draft, but they were definitely a candidate for he who should not be named. So I think anywhere you look through the first round, there was teams that could have gone receiver and didn't, or running back and didn't. But like you said, you really have to reserve judgment on those guys until today's over, at least, as far as Gaskin, Coleman, Davis, and I'm sure there's another one that I'm forgetting.
I think in addition to that, guys like Rashad Perriman, Quintez Cephas, they're big winners after yesterday. And, we're going to get a Jets pick here that's speculated to be, potentially an edge rusher. I think that'll be a big pick for them after, going with Robert Saleh and spending a lot of money on the defensive line in free agency. So let's see how they end up.
Certainly, the Jets, they're about to take a pick. It looks like the pick is in. I'm excited to see what this develops. Mike, your feed is ahead of us, so as you see it, then I'd love to find out if this is Javonte, if this is the running back from North Carolina that we're looking for.
You mean they're not going to keep rolling with Frank Gore?
Frank Gore hasn't signed yet. I'm pretty sure he's going to end up somewhere where one of these rookies are, just to take away carries from what we
Elijah Moore. Elijah Moore.
Okay. All right. And you got Lavernius Coles announcing that pick. I like that.
Yeah.
I didn't expect them to go this way. Their pick seemed like it was another one that was just rumored to be locked in for Azeez Ojulari. But I sort of love it. We talked about him as going as high as 20 to Chicago, 22 to Tennessee. So they get a guy who had a massive target share last year for a team, that doesn't have any real established number one weapon. So I think they're going to do some spreading it around. He's got good vertical speed, but he is going to be limited to playing in the slot. So how that's going to mesh with Jamison Crowder, that's something I need to hear about from John.
Yeah, John, that was definitely going to be my question. How does this affect Jamison Crowder for you?
You're looking at the Jets, 6.3 vacated targets per game, so not a huge amount for him to come in, and they already signed Corey Davis.
And Keelan Cole, right?
And Keelan Cole. So targets are going to be at a premium there for the Jets. And certainly Jamison Crowder, always one of my favorite valued picks, always seems to outproduce his ADP. And I would say he's in a little bit of trouble. This is put him under the loser column just to have more nowadays to contend with in the slot.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to try and get Elijah Moore slot snaps from day one. You've got to try and get the ball in his hands, whether it's through screen passes, which is something he excelled at last year. Lane Kiffin drew up a lot of screens for this guy. So manufactured touches are going to be big for him. He's going to have the opportunity to run jet sweeps. So I see a big rushing aspect to his game.
Yep, Bears Hicks says Atlanta's trading. Yeah, Atlanta traded out from their spot.
Okay.
Traded to the Broncos.
Oh, I wonder if this is this doesn't seem like a quarterback spot to trade up for. I know our good friend Jen Eakins was talking about this being a day where maybe they go after one of those next tier quarterbacks, and maybe we see that, but we'll see how that works. But yeah, Falcons trade to the Broncos. Absolutely. I will say, I was looking this up as you were mentioning it, Staggs. The Jamison Crowder, 1 year left on his contract, and according to Over the Cap, they can save $10 million with only $1 million in dead money if they cut him. So
yeah,
that's concerning.
Well, if he gets cut, that could be great for his value because he'll be one of the premium receivers teams won't have to pay a premium for, and he can choose where he gets his targets from. Mm-hmm. So I'd sort of, like him, getting cut at this point over being in a crowded receiver group personally.
Mm-hmm. John, it looks like Tom,
Jeff.
our friend Tom has joined us to continue to troll you a little bit in the comments. Thank you for that, Tom. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Tom's a Packer fan, so he's probably feeling the same pain I am. And his, I think it looks like his way of dealing is to make jokes. So more power to him. More power to him.
That makes sense. And then Borderfist asked if we have dynasty teams in FFPC. I don't. I have a lot on MFL. And I have a lot on Sleeper, and I have a few old school on paper ones that are a lot of fun. But no, I don't have a dynasty team on FFPC. I do like FFPC though, and I do a lot of best ball over there.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. My dynasty's all on MFL because I play with a lot of people who are in the industry and just picked it up over the last couple of years on Twitter and stuff after being primarily a redraft guy. So it's interesting, seeing the Broncos move up here. I do think one of their biggest needs now is linebacker. If we talk about on the offensive line, are they also moving up for somebody on the interior of that offensive line? I doubt we're going to see a skill position player from them, but a linebacker also. Could they just be setting the market at quarterback? It'd be too risky for me, but anything could happen here.
Sure. We're joined by Ben Gretch from Establish the Run. Oh no! I'm sorry. From Stealing Signals and from Odds Checker US. Ben, you have my favorite Twitter handle. Your Twitter handle is yards per Gretch, which makes me very happy. I enjoy that very much. Thanks for joining us. How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me, guys. I'm always excited about day 2 of the draft. This will be a fun one for sure. There's a few guys that I'm really hoping we hear called today. But because if you don't get that day 2 capital, it can be pretty risky for some of these fringy kind of like Seth Williams.
Broncos went Javonte Williams.
Okay, excellent. Mike just said that the Broncos went with Javonte Williams, the running back. So
Williams.
Another head scratcher, huh?
Yeah, a little bit with Melvin Gordon already in there. Another rookie running back kind of bites the dust for fantasy value. Ben, instant reaction there as you jump on to what you think of Javonte Williams, the running back from North Carolina, landing in Denver.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, there's some Mike Boone hype this offseason. I was actually hoping maybe Royce Freeman would get a little bit of run in a backup competition, but that's an interesting landing spot. I mean, Melvin Gordon obviously is getting up there a little bit in age. Hasn't always been the picture of health throughout his career. Williams, we know, is a guy that broke PFF's record for their elusive rating. He's a guy that I think has pretty legitimate 3-down potential. Arguably, one of the best upside running backs in this class. Him and Etienne, I think, actually maybe have more fantasy upside appeal than Najee Harris, who doesn't really have that same type of dynamism. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting in this offense for sure.
Absolutely. John, what does that do to Melvin Gordon for you?
Yeah, I was looking at Gordon as one of the best values in these early drafts. He's going in like the 5th round, pick 60 in some of these early drafts, FFPC and Underdog. And I thought that was a tremendous value with Philip Lindsay moving on. Mike Boone coming in, it looked to me like it was going to be the primary backup role. They didn't pay him a ton of money. So I figured we'd look at Melvin Gordon for 17 to 20 touches per game and the 5th round cost. And I thought that was, extremely valuable there. Great value. So I'm shaking my head again. This is like the Jacksonville pick, James Robinson, Etienne coming in there and kind of submarining his value. And I think this is a similar situation. I think Gordon probably will still be the lead back, but certainly he's under pressure now when he wasn't prior to the pick.
Yeah, I was really excited about Mike Boone too. I mean, not like really excited, going out there, but he was a late round grab, kind of a 0 running back target for me, somebody I would kind of look at. We've got Pat Kerrane here as well. Pat, thank you so much for joining us. How you doing today?
Doing good. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah. Quickly, your reaction to Javonte Williams being drafted by the Broncos. Is that a surprise to you like it was to the rest of us?
Yeah, it's definitely an oof. I mean, it's, you want to get excited about these guys right away. It's going to be hard to be excited about him this year. But Melvin Gordon is a free agent after the year. So for dynasty purposes, I wouldn't get too down on him because, they just spent a high 2nd round pick on him. He's clearly going to be their lead back going forward. And, they'll probably be terrible this year and have a new rookie quarterback, and it'll be kind of a Trevor Lawrence restart situation. We might be pretty excited about the Broncos offense and their starting running back in 2022.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I'd like to see.
Or they get Aaron Rodgers.
Or they get Aaron Rodgers. Yeah.
So is that purposely trolling John? Did you come out here just to troll John?
No, I didn't come out here just to troll John. How are you holding up, John?
It's not great, but I'm used to it. Last year was a disaster, and we're off to a similar start. I mean, it's not quite as bad. At least we had a position of need, cornerback. But this whole Rodgers situation is dicey. It went from the Denver rumors went from, this is almost done, to Rappaport coming out and saying they shut, the Packers are not trading him, and they shut that down right away. Like they said no right away. Mm-hmm. So some of these, I don't know if the reporters are getting ahead of themselves or if there may be a trade in the works that might happen later in the summer. I know that if they trade him now, he's got 30-some million of dead cap. If they trade him after June 1st, it's more like 17 and this year and 16 next year, which sounds more manageable. So there might be something along those lines going on. But I think the fact that, the original rumor was that they drafted, was it Surtain at 10? That might be used as, a pick or a player to go to Green Bay for Rodgers, but then they turned around and drafted a cornerback at 29. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. So to me, I think the Packers are just going to wait this out and hope things die down. But I don't know if Rodgers is too far down the discontent road to come back and lead the team.
Yeah, I wonder. And we're going to talk about Javon Holland here shortly, who was just drafted by the Dolphins, the safety out of Oregon, who we talked about a little bit at the top of the broadcast. Since we've got Pat here, Pat, I did want to bring up, I brought up your statistical comparisons for Javonte Williams that you put out there to establish the run. You put out Kareem Hunt, Amir Abdullah, DeAndre Swift, and Zach Moss out there as statistical comparisons. That runs the gambit as far as guys that we're looking at for his comparisons statistically. Would you care to elaborate?
Yeah, so I'm trying to give people an idea of range of outcomes of what this guy could be. I mean, those guys are all pretty good prospects. Obviously, didn't all hit, but they're all guys who break a lot of tackles. I mean, he set the record in PFF's elusive rating. over his career. He set the forced missed tackles record. He set a record in rushing grade. I mean, he was really strong rusher, and he is really, really elusive, kind of like, Amir Abdullah was in college, but you could see it potentially not translating to the pros, or you could see it him being a really effective NFL running back. I wish he was a little bit faster. He ran like a 4.57. So you could have sort of a David Montgomery issue where, he's breaking tackles and then getting tackled. But I think he does have a ceiling. And, I'll probably talk myself into drafting him in rookie drafts because I think his price is going to come down now. And like I said, I think things could open up for him pretty quickly.
Sure, absolutely. So let's go. Miami took the safety Javon Holland. We have a question. Ryan Turner asked what Staggs is drinking. Staggs, what have you got?
I'm doing the Revolution Brewing Sour Pack. So right now I got Freedom of Press. So there's a couple different sours we're going with tonight. Now that it's starting to get a little warmer, the sour season's starting.
Nice.
I would like to point out with the Javonte Williams trade up, they moved right ahead of Miami at 3 or at 4, and then the Falcons were picking at 8. So I wonder if they kind of thought that was those were a couple teams where he might go, and they needed to move up and get ahead of those guys.
Mike Davis shares are looking real good right now,
and Myles Gaskin as well.
Yeah. My Myles Gaskin love and shares because I bought a lot of him last year as a Dolphins fan. I was very excited. I got him early. I'm very happy about this and very unexpected. We'll see what happens the rest of the day. Why do you think Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is still on the board, Anthony? He's one of my favorite players in this draft. I can't understand why all these teams that need a linebacker chose to pass him up.
I mean, I think we talked about it a little bit that teams don't know how to use these sort of hybrid linebackers, strong safeties the best yet. They're still trying to find that mix. And also there's something going on that some people are alluding to, but it hasn't really been shared. So there's something going on with his medicals is the latest word. So I'm going to be interested to see what that is. But we also had a big pick in Javon Holland here because he's going over Trayvon Moehrig, and who everybody felt was a virtual lock to be the best safety draft or the first safety drafted, and the numbers on getting Holland were huge. So that's a giant win if you were able to ship that ticket.
Mm-hmm. Ben, I wanted to go to you a little bit. I go to you mostly for betting advice because you're just awesome at it. So, from day one, what are some of the surprise things in the betting world that happened?
It was actually a fairly chalky day, I think. I mean, there were definitely some good numbers that people got early on before movement in the market, but a lot of what ended up happening in the top 10 was sort of expected. I mean, I'm sure. I didn't see the final number, but I'm sure like Fields to the Bears or some of those types of tickets where I had a Fields to Carolina ticket I thought was at a good number at plus 1,600 that, there was certainly some speculation after Fields went through that Carolina-Denver range that it maybe was a mistake for Fields to not have made it through that range. But a lot of the early stuff ended up going as sort of expected in the top 10, which was pretty interesting, I thought.
Sure. It definitely was a little more chalk early on than I expected it to go. We didn't get that sixth quarterback like some people were hoping. So I know the 5.5 was the line for quarterbacks taken. I know a lot of people were taking the over, and we ended up right there. The Philadelphia Eagles just took a center, Landon Dickerson, which we'll talk about here in a minute.
And Bengals made a trade.
And the Bengals
traded to the Patriots.
To the Patriots. The Patriots are moving up. That's interesting.
Patriots are on the clock. And
they took a D tackle, it looks like. Christian Barmore.
Oh, okay. That's been the next. Okay, so the Patriots took the defensive tackle. That makes sense. That's a nice fit there. Ben, I wanted to talk about your picks for this for today so far. Did you kind of have a new slate to work with today?
Yeah, I don't have anything big going for today. I'm more excited from the fantasy side, just looking at these landing spots. One thing I was thinking about though, we were just talking about Denver, the trade up, and John was emphasizing the trade up. It seems like they really wanted to get Williams. It's another win now move, so to speak, without having the quarterback position. You know, they have this really good roster that needs a quarterback, and it's another move that's like, we're going to push in for the short term. It just everything. And John pointed out their pick of a cornerback in the top 10, and then that not aligning with Green Bay taking a cornerback later. You know, first that there was the idea that maybe they were going to trade Surtain to the Packers in some type of a deal for Rodgers. But whatever is going on with Denver, it seems to me that they're making a pretty big bet on being able to acquire Aaron Rodgers, or else it's going to look really bad that they didn't take Justin Fields and try to, you know, fix the QB position, which is their biggest, you know, need position by far on a really good roster. They seem to be really pushing in on this bet. I think it's very interesting.
John, echoing John's sentiments, echoing a lot of sentiments from the last day or so. Anthony, so Eagles get a center, Landon Dickerson from Alabama. What does that do for the Eagles' offensive line?
I mean, it's a big improvement. He could play any of the three interior spots. So we'll see where he ends up slotting in. He is one of the better centers. The problem is he's coming off ACL tear in the college football playoffs. Without that, he was an expected first-round pick. So now we've got some things to look at. But I think it's good for Miles Sanders if he does get that pivot spot. But you know, Philly's always sort of put out a pretty capable offensive line, and I think they're putting a lot of pieces.
Barmore.
Putting a lot of pieces in place.
Pats go Barmore.
Okay, so Barmore, that's somebody that you had going to the Dolphins, that luxury pick that you talked about, Anthony, earlier. I kind of like that. I think that fits the Patriots a lot. What do you think about Barmore there in New England? Does he fit that defense?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the guys the Patriots have lost over the last couple of years on that defensive line. They've really got no one of note. The strength is really from the Patriots on the edge and at the linebackers, and then they do have a pretty good defensive backfield. So getting some interior pressure from Christian Barmore is good. The reason he apparently slipped out of the first round is character issues, but you know, Bill Belichick and Nick Saban are always shooting the shit, so he'll have a better read on that than anybody.
John, with everything, with all of them, all those players coming back to New England that opted out last year, and then them making some additions, they brought back some familiar faces. They made some big additions to defense, and then you know this selection here. Do you think the Patriots could catapult back up into that elite fantasy defense territory?
I like the Patriots defense just about every year as a value. They were kind of chalk or high ADP a couple of years in a row, but they've typically been in that 10 to 12 range. And I'll produce it. They don't always have the talent that you know people fall in love with, or pass rush or whatever. But with Brady was there especially, the other team is always in a bad spot, was forcing stuff, taking a lot of pass attempts, and that leads to sacks and interceptions, etc. I think this is a year where they might bounce back, given Belichick's ability to coach up the defense, and then maybe some improvement at the quarterback position and at the receiver position because they did invest quite a bit in their pass catchers.
Sure. So Pat, looking at running backs, since I read your stuff at Establish the Run a lot, you kind of profiled a lot of running backs. Who are you kind of looking for now that those top three guys are off the board?
Kenny Gainwell is my next guy. I really like him. His pass catching profile is pretty off the charts, and he's not tiny. He's 201 pounds. He's fast. So I think he can bring that skill set to the NFL in a really nice way for fantasy, and then also get enough of kind of a rotational role to where, you know, maybe 2-3 years from now, he's kind of an Aaron Jones type.
Panthers traded to the Bears. Bears are on the clock. Picks in.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he's the most interesting. There's some other guys that are kind of interesting too. Trey Sermon's pretty interesting. Ramondre Stevenson, I think, is really interesting.
Okay.
So yeah, those guys would probably be the next three for me. But Gainwell would be in kind of his own tier. And then yeah, Michael Carter's another guy that kind of belongs in that next tier after Gainwell, I think.
Yeah. So Gainwell, how does he compare to Antonio Gibson? Because that's what people say a lot. You know, he's the third Memphis back in subsequent years to get this kind of versatile playmaker kind of label. We had Darrell Henderson a couple years ago, and then last year Gibson. So you get a lot of those like easy comparisons that people talk about him where he stacks up against Gibson. What do you think?
Well, I mean, he's a lot smaller than Gibson. So the idea that he's going to be able to be kind of a 3-down workhorse, he's just not, I don't think. I mean, maybe he puts on a little bit of weight and he's able to be a lead running back, but he's probably more of the Alvin Kamara, Aaron Jones, Austin Eckler type. But that can be quite valuable for fantasy. The thing I do like about him in comparison to Gibson is that one of the reasons we didn't see a ton of Gibson at Memphis is because they were playing Kenny Gainwell instead.
Mm-hmm.
So, they really liked him, and he was extremely efficient. So, getting playing time, making a ton of plays, there's a lot to like. He's just not probably as high a ceiling running back because he is a bit on the smaller side.
Sure. And Anthony, the Bears just took Tevin Jenkins, as Michael alluded to, Oklahoma State tackle. You were talking about him a lot. Finally, he goes off the board here early in the second round. What do you think he does for the Bears?
I mean, the Bears were likely to start Jermaine Ifedi at right tackle if they didn't make a move here. Tevin Jenkins was mocked all over to the Bears in the first round. So getting him here and a trade up at 39 is a big move for them. The only problem is you had a trade up in the first round. You got to trade up in the second round. So you're now going to be devoid of some future assets and some assets, in the rest of this draft. So that's a little bit worrisome. But if you look at hitting needs, Chicago has done that, and with both their picks, I don't think you can write anything bad about it. And the draft grades are going to come out, and they're all going to be glowing. Now they just need to actually put it on the football field and see what happens. So I love the fit. He could be an impact right tackle for them because the right tackle spot was going to be horrendous. Now that's at least upgraded, or has a chance to be upgraded.
Sure. And our friend Tom asked what we think of Montgomery after these first two Bears picks. We got Justin Fields coming in. Obviously, Andy Dalton is still a factor there, and then adding a right tackle. John, does this affect where you have David Montgomery?
Yeah, anytime there's a first, second, even third round offensive lineman, it's an improvement for that team's offensive line in general and just the outlook for that player. I also will look at the free agency and what I compile everything by dollars. So dollars in, dollars out for offensive lines and for the defensive side of the ball to see what the team's invested in this offseason. I haven't done that yet for offensive line or defense, but that typically illuminates the net in and out from free agency standpoint. And then now with offensive line, I'm adding first, second, third round offensive linemen to that equation as well to kind of give everybody for an overview as to how much better or worse the offensive line should be. And then obviously I'll just hit up Justin Edwards anytime I have an offensive line question because I don't have all these depth charts memorized.
I do the same thing. I pester our friend Justin quite a bit. It's what I do. As I mentioned at the top of the hour, we're sponsored today by Underdog Fantasy. Go to 4for4.com/underdog. Sign up with the promo code 4for4 to receive $25. Looking at Underdog best ball ADP right now, Javonte Williams was going 5th round. Like, that was where he was going. I think most people expected him to land in Miami, Atlanta, one of those spots. If Ben, if you're playing best ball formats right now, and Javonte Williams has been going in the 5th round, how much does that drop for you with this landing spot?
Well, I'm sure his ADP is going to fall. It will be interesting to see where it lands. I mean, to John's point, Melvin Gordon looked like an interesting, volume-based pick in maybe the 4th or 5th round, but he's probably going to fall as well. You kind of have to expect that both of these guys are going to wind up in this like 7th, 8th round range. We're going to have to obviously read the tea leaves a little bit. Gordon has a solid contract and is probably going to be very involved still, but this is a premium pick for a running back. I mean, it's a very good prospect. So I don't think that Williams is going to not play. I think you're going to probably see a 1-2 punch here. And Williams is the one that probably has the upside more, I would suspect, just with Gordon's health and age. There's a little bit more of a ceiling story that you can tell yourself on Williams. And again, if they have Aaron Rodgers, I'm just saying, if that happens, Aaron Rodgers. We got to kick Ben off the street. Aaron Rodgers running backs are always very productive in fantasy, so that would be a positive for both.
I I do have an edict from John where I'm supposed to mute anyone who mentions Aaron Rodgers with any team other than Green Bay. So.
Yeah, well, I want to plug one of my articles from a couple years ago. If a team trades up for an RB, is it more likely that he'll produce? And I did find that, and I look back all the way back to 2008, that running backs that were traded up for produced at a 31% higher than their no trade up counterparts. Now, that's mostly coming from the third round where it was a 54% jump, but in the second round it was a 4% jump. At first round, 14% jump, but obviously as you start to split this into smaller pies, you're getting into smaller and smaller sample sizes, so you just can't trust it necessarily. But in general, it does. The general consensus is that if a team trades up for a running back, it shows intent. It wasn't like the player fell to them like, all right, well, we'll take Melvin Gordon's successor. They went out and got him, and they must love him. So the fact that they did that indicates that he's going to play, probably more than a typical Melvin Gordon backup. And I would just say, just to put a bow on this, is that the Javonte Williams, Melvin Gordon arguments on Twitter are going to be insufferable because you're going to have everybody. You're going to have everybody who's just like team new guy, and then you're going to have I like the old boring guys, but this is definitely the writings on the wall here. Is why are they using this draft capital when they just spent this much money on Melvin Gordon?
I think one thing that makes it tough is you've got Melvin Gordon was getting the high value touches last year. It was Philip Lindsay who was getting kind of, to use Ben's stat, the trap touches, right? All the garbage between the 20s and not around the goal line, not the receptions. So we know that, maybe Javonte Williams could be in a similar situation. But the thing with Williams is that he's actually a really good receiver too. And you look at him and you think, man, this guy'd be awesome around the goal line. So there's going to be a lot of speculation, and whoever you're probably more biased towards to begin with is probably who you're going to project all those touches to. But it's going to be really tough for us to figure that out.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if their ADPs are similar and everybody's just arguing about them constantly all summer.
Yeah. You said you did that trade up. I thought that was really interesting. You said you did that a couple of years ago.
That was from 2019.
So last year we had Jonathan Taylor was a trade up, right? And
yeah.
I believe a couple other second rounders. So there might actually be some better data for the second rounders too, is all I was going to add. Was Akers a trade up as well?
I thought so.
I was just looking at it to see if there was anybody to add. And all I saw
was one of them, right?
Darrell Henderson and David Montgomery from 2019. I think, and then last year I think Taylor was the only one.
Okay.
That was a trade up. There was some. If you go to the wiki page for each draft, they show the trades next to the player names. But some of the trades are previously, earlier than the draft. They weren't on draft night, so you have to kind of filter those out because those teams had those picks and didn't trade up on draft night to go get those guys. So I think last year was just Taylor, and then the previous year is Montgomery and Henderson. And Henderson ended up not doing much at all, but Montgomery had a pretty good rookie year in terms of volume. So.
Sure. Blurry-faced Heathen chimes in, basically wondering if they're going to model this two-back system in Denver and Jacksonville that we're seeing in Cleveland find some success, where it really takes relief off the quarterback, off the passing game, allows two really good running backs come in there, basically share work and both be fantasy relevant. John, do you think that might be something that Jacksonville and Denver are thinking about, or do you think it's more of like a traditional, two-back system?
I think we've seen teams over the last, decade just move away from the bell cow. I think teams understand that the position gets injured a lot, and they've seen bell cows go down, and the team's just stuck with whatever backup they paid $2 million or $1.5 million to at the start of the year to carry the load. So I think teams are starting to try to build more depth at that position so they can maybe utilize players and where they have the advantage and situationally, and that's what some teams are doing. And we're even seeing it in Green Bay where they're going to spend $13 million on Aaron Jones, yet they used second round draft capital on AJ Dillon now to be the backup and to be the 1-2 punch. So I think there's like a whole school of thought where they just keep him fresher. Certainly in Green Bay, they're trying to limit Jones's hits and keep him fresh for playoff run. I do think that they think that he's the best player there and a gamer for them, but they don't. He's not going to be a guy that's going to be able to handle 350 touches. And I think we're starting to run into some of the same situations around the league where they're just not going to give these guys that much work.
Sure. And Pat, I want to hear your take on this, but first I want to talk about we're a couple picks behind now. The Falcons came in, took the safety from UCF, Richie Grant, and then the Lions took the Washington defensive tackle Levi Onwuzurike, which I'm sure Mike can correct me on that. But we'll start. Anthony, what do you think of these last two defensive picks after kind of a run on offensive players?
I mean, Richie Grant showed up at the Senior Bowl. They asked him to basically move from safety to corner. He did that. A lot of people liked his one-on-one ability, but he's going to be a pretty good safety for a team that, after losing Keanu Neal, really didn't have any impact players there. Basically, that Atlanta defense is completely barren. They have maybe 1-2 players you can really count on. So you're trying to add depth and just playmakers anywhere you can. So I think any picks that they're spending on the defensive side of the ball is better than none right now. Mm-hmm. So that's my thoughts on Richie Grant.
And Mike, you've talked about liking those safeties that play in the box. Sounds like this guy's a little more versatile than that. Do you think Richie Grant should be on fantasy radars?
Oh, I think so. He's going to come in, and I think he should start right away. I mean, there's nobody off the top of my head. I don't know if Eric Rowe is still on the team. I know they took like Brandon Jones in the 6th or 7th round last year, but really solid all around. He played more, he had about 50%, 40% run at free safety, a little over 200 snaps at free, 236 in the box, played some slot, played a little bit on the defensive line, but he's a hawk. And I think has had 9 interceptions. No, that was, that was Holland. I got Holland and Grant mixed up. But Grant is going to come in and be the Keanu Neal replacement. But when quarterbacks threw in his direction, I think he had like a 30 quarterback rating. So he definitely has upside to make some big plays.
Sure. And then before we get to the defensive tackle, let's talk about Sam Sherman's question. He brought up, he said, favorite landing spots for the top receivers remaining on the board. We've got De'Ami Brown, the deep threat from UNC, Terrace Marshall, and Rondale Moore. My favorite spot for all those guys is Green Bay. The Packers, they could use a receiver, especially Terrace Marshall. I feel like Terrace Marshall would do a great job kicking outside, provide that physical outside presence. De'Ami Brown probably is the guy I least want with Green Bay because I feel like he's repetitive to Marcus Valdes-Scantling and the guys that they've already got down there. I think he can come in and run down the field and drop the ball just as well as MVS can. And then Rondale Moore will fit anywhere. Rondale Moore will fit absolutely anywhere because he's a freak. He's just insane. So, Staggs, where would you stack these best remaining receivers? And if somebody is missing, then please say it. So,
I mean, I'd like to see Marshall go in a place where he can get a lot of targets. So, the Lions who just picked there would have been a prime spot for Marshall, but he also seems to be falling because of some medical questions. You look at Rondale Moore, he needs to go to a team where they're going to manufacture him touches. He can play in the slot. So, can Tennessee do that now with moving A.J. Brown around the formation a little bit more? Can, maybe Chicago as a replacement to Anthony Miller? Rondale Moore's got a lot of outs here, and I just want to watch the world burn. So let's just see De'Ami Brown go to the Chiefs because this is just how I live my life.
Why not? Pat, any thoughts on the remaining receivers on the board, where you'd like to see them go, or do you have a favorite player and landing spot that's still on the board?
I really like Rondale Moore to the Bills.
Ooh,
I think as a long-term replacement for Beasley, playing out of the slot, and they play a lot of 4 wide. And he's got speed. So, he'd be pretty interesting in those sets with Davis and Diggs and whoever else they want to throw out, whether it's Beasley or Emmanuel Sanders or whatever. But, yeah, I think he'd be great. I think they're a creative team, obviously a very, very pass-heavy team. He can get some work out of the backfield. I mean, if they're looking to kind of add some explosive plays from the backfield, feeling like, we've got these make you miss guys in Zach Moss and Devin Singletary who don't then follow it up with a, explosive run. He could do that too. He could be kind of like a little bit of a third down kind of hybrid guy too. So anyway, I think that's the most fun. The Bills are obviously a very exciting offense.
Can he rap? That's the important thing, because if you're replacing Cole Beasley, you have to be able to rap. So I'm assuming you've all listened to Cole Beasley's The Autobiography rap album. It's the best.
I haven't gotten around to that.
The fact that it exists is one of the few joys I enjoy in life. It's just my favorite thing in the world that Cole Beasley has a rap album called The Autobiography. Ben, any favorite matchups for the remaining receivers and landing spots?
You guys named several that I like. I think Tennessee is a really good one to slide in next to A.J. Brown, who is, just a true alpha, but you don't have Corey Davis anymore. You don't have John Smith. You don't even have Adam Humphries. There's a lot of available opportunity there for a lot of these guys to kind of step in. They don't have to be the number one right away, but they will have plenty of opportunity. The other one that I don't think anyone mentioned that I like is the Saints. There's a little bit of pessimism about Michael Thomas, especially if Jameis starts, though. Like, we know Jameis can support two different receivers. He's going to chunk it around. They're going to probably trail. He's going to turn the ball over every now and then. It's a great, obviously, passing atmosphere in a dome. That's a landing spot for several of these guys that I would really like to see as the number two there.
And Ben, you clearly didn't hear that Jameis Winston got LASIK since the last time he was starting quarterback.
He's going to turn the ball around. He's going to turn the ball over every now and then. Is the nicest thing I've ever heard anyone say about Jameis Winston. I love it. John, any favorite spots for any of the remaining guys outside of Green Bay? Obviously, you're hoping.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. And now I'm like, it's like the 5 stages of grief. So you start off with he who shall not be named. Initials RB for the guys that jumped on. Didn't know if you heard.
Yeah, I wasn't able to watch last night because we were doing a stream, but
I was praying, and I got my heart set on Rashad Bateman at 29, and he dropped all the way to 27. The Packers didn't make a move. I was despondent, and of course they don't draft a receiver at 29, and I don't know if my favorite player is going to still, play for the team. He might be playing for Denver, as Ben mentioned, countless times.
I like Bateman, so I'm with you on that.
Oh, I love Bateman. So I thought that would solve all the problems. That was happening.
Sorry.
Trevon Morgan, the safety from TCU, just went to the Raiders, which we will talk to both Anthony and Mike about that in just a moment. Feel free to finish your point on receivers, John.
I'm really interested now in Terrace Marshall because I think I saw a couple of tweets, and I don't remember who it was, that were really fired up about Marshall in the first round. And I think now he's got some injury questions, and I wonder if the Packers will even go down that road, or if they feel confident enough in his health to maybe, because they do not have a tendency to draft small receivers, so I don't know if Rondale Moore is even on their board, or any other slot receivers. I think they typically get some guys in the 6'2" to 6 or the 6 to 6'3" range. We're talking about the Packers again, but I want to see these. I want to see these guys go where there's targets available. I want Tennessee to get somebody, from a fantasy standpoint, because I think we, as fantasy analysts, want to have like the most points scored or something. We love guys going places where there's a great fit or there's targets available, and a lot of times it doesn't happen that way, and they end up either the offense regresses or somebody else steps up. So it's been, since that Elijah Moore pick, there has not been a receiver, which is, I believe, so it's been a little stretch here, and there's, now we've got, 18 picks till the Packers, so we'll see.
What were your thoughts on Bateman going to the Ravens?
Well, I don't like it because they're so run heavy. Now they might be indicating, like the Bills did, that they want to throw the ball more. They signed or they traded for Diggs and they signed Beasley, and that was, between those two things, you're really indicating that you're going to throw the ball more. I don't know that the Ravens are ever going to just shelve the running game like the Bills have for the most part. I don't really love it as a spot for him just due to that volume. And you do have Mark Andrews there, who is going to gobble up a lot of targets. Marquise Brown as well. So I just don't know that the pie is big enough. He may just, they used a first round pick on him, so that usually results in 120 targets. I don't know if it's going to happen in Baltimore, but I think he's just a fantastic player. Maybe landed in kind of a so-so spot.
Yeah, I love the draft capital, so I'm kind of talking myself into the spot, and I love him as a prospect. I think he's an incredible prospect.
Thanks for mentioning that.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, Pat. I saw a screenshot of you like leaning back with your feet up, and you were like in disbelief when something happened last night on your stream. What were you reacting to there?
It wasn't originally a bit. I kind of played it up, but this chair actually like goes back if you lean. So I did that accidentally because I was genuinely so shocked that the Giants took Kadarius Toney. That blew me away.
We had a good time with that pick.
Yeah,
that was a strange one.
Yeah,
we were all a bit stunned. Yeah,
he'd be a questionable pick in round 3, in my opinion. I don't think he's a strong wide receiver prospect whatsoever. He's probably most interesting to me is if he switches to running back. Now you've got Saquon there, so that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it seems like an odd pick to us too as well. As we're waiting on the Cowboys pick, which I think is in
Kelvin Joseph
the Cowboys
corner.
take.
Kelvin Joseph corner.
Okay.
And sorry, I was laughing because Drew Pearson went on this tirade and just chanted all these names. And then we announced the pick. He said, with the second pick of the 44th round. And I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, my God. For the 44th round?
I saw him walk up there, and he still hasn't stopped talking for me yet. So I know he was giving a diatribe, man. We've had a couple picks on the defensive side of the ball and on the offensive line. So to recap, the Lions went with Levi Onwuzurike. Then the Dolphins, after moving Robert Hunt over to right guard, drafted Liam Eichenberg, tackle out of Notre Dame. I think that's a great spot where he could potentially step in to that right tackle spot right away, or him and Hunt can battle it out because Eichenberg's got the arm length issue at 32 inches, and people are going to talk about that. Then after that, the Raiders stopped the slide of Trayvon Moehrig, and now you're going to have a pair of safeties there, and him and Jonathan Abrams, and you got Gus Bradley coaching, so everybody's going to draw parallels to Legion of Boom, even though you're spending lots of high picks on very, very questionable corners. But and then you got the Cowboys here who didn't get their corner yesterday, drafting Kelvin Joseph, who is another guy who lit up the stopwatch at Kentucky. So it's been a little bit of a flurry here. Mike, what do you think from the IDP perspective?
Well, in terms of Moehrig, that puts a kibosh on Jonathan Abram being my DB1 because I was all set to slot him as my DB1 because I was figuring Abram was going to be Gus Bradley's Derwin James, and now you got Trayvon Moehrig, who also now could fit in that role because Moehrig is extremely versatile. Again, another multifaceted safety. He had 172 free safety snaps, almost 200 in the box, over 300 in the slot. So that definitely puts a kibosh on my Abram being the DB1. I think Moehrig probably slots as the DB or it's the safety 2 behind Richie Grant, maybe Javon Holland, just because of the landing spot. I really like both of the landing spots for Grant and Holland. Holland is really good ball hawk and also can play right up near the line of scrimmage, and I think he's going to have a chance for tackles also. So it looks like I might be ranking them Grant 1A, Holland 1B, and then Moehrig probably safety 2.
Yeah, so the Jaguars just took Walker Little. Sam Sherman thought that they would take Pat Fryermuth, with an interesting spelling, but Pat Fryermuth, the tight end from Penn State, they decided to go.
That ship chasing bit, Pete Overzet mispronounced his name so badly that he literally said Pat Wilhelmuth.
I love it. So Sam here, I thought Sam would be correct here. I thought Fryermuth would go in this spot. Instead, the Jags go with the tackle Walker Little from Stanford. And Dustin gives us some love. So thank you, Dustin. He says 4 for 4 has done a great job for him for the past 4 years. We really, really appreciate that. Sam thinks that the Chargers are a great fit for one of the pass catchers. What do you think of the Chargers adding somebody if that were to happen, John? Would that affect your the way you view Mike Williams?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a good spot because of the quarterback situation there. Mike Williams has not produced what we, every year he's kind of a sleeper and just hasn't put it together. He's been getting injured. He's just so good on the contested catches, but he just doesn't get the volume consistently. in that offense, and they were running Tyron Johnson and Jalen Guyton ahead of him at times last year, and so the snaps weren't consistent. So yeah, if they went out and got a second round receiver and spent that sort of draft capital, Hunter Henry gone, but replaced with Jared Cook. Remember when it was Donald Parham's season? That was like 3 days.
That's a fun couple of days.
No, that's a good spot. I mean, Sam's right. It's kind of that wide receiver 2 role is up for grabs there, and they seem like they do like Johnson and Guyton, and they do have KJ Hill as well, so they may not feel like it's a big need.
Guyton ran a ton of routes. A ton of routes. Didn't
somebody call it the Guyton wind sprint?
Oh, I love it.
The wind sprint exercise regime. A lot of empty air yards or whatever.
Not even air yards because he wasn't even getting targeted.
Empty routes.
Empty routes, yeah.
I love that Mike Williams 1 year had like 47 yards and 30 touchdowns, and the next year had like 1,000 yards and 3 touchdowns. It was the weirdest flip I'd ever seen.
If you could ever put the yardage and the touchdowns together in one season, he's finishing in the top 15.
Right? Just baffling to me. Ben, what do you think of that Chargers situation? Like, would you want to see them add a pass catcher?
I want to see someone add a pass catcher. I mean, we're still waiting. We knew a lot of offensive linemen and some DBs might go, but that's been the whole talk of the second round. We got obviously Elijah Moore and Javonte Williams right at the top of the round, but we haven't had an offensive skill position player in 10 plus picks, which is kind of
on that note, because you were asking, you were excited about the fantasy implications of the second round of the draft, right? So on that note, normally I'm writing up player blurbs for all the skill position players, and I sit here and I actively root for tackles, defensive tackles, so I don't have to do that much work, and it all can go to Brandon on Saturday when he does the final 3 rounds, 4, 5, 6, or 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 rounds. But we have had a stretch here. It wasn't since 2003 where we had an offensive skill player. So
yeah.
You have seemed pretty upbeat, so that explains it.
On a live stream, I'd love to have this stuff to talk about, but I don't want to write up blurbs right now. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm curious, John, while we have you, because we jumped on right after this pick, but Elijah Moore, what were your thoughts on that? I mean, Jameson Crowder last year of his deal, I don't think he has a lot of guaranteed money. Like, they could feasibly move him, but
they were talking about cutting him early in the offseason.
Okay, they're talking about cutting. Interesting. I'm curious what your initial thoughts were on Moore.
Yeah, I think Crowder has always been one of my favorite late round picks. He just always outproduced, he's like the Larry Fitzgerald, where he outproduces his ADP every year, except for that 1 year that you drafted him on my recommendation. But Elijah Moore, I think, will eat into Crowder's work if Crowder remains. But if they cut him, all of a sudden he's a pretty interesting free agent to just add to your offense, because he always produces. I mean, he's been good for a while, and I don't know that he's that old. So, but it's certainly bad for him. I mean,
what
Corey
if he goes
Davis
to Carolina? He can reconnect with Darnold.
Yeah.
It's hard to make these connections sometimes. Like, why would he go to Carolina? Oh, Darnold's there.
Yeah, you can just pepper him with targets as they always.
And
do.
they and the Broncos passed on Fields yesterday, which was pretty insane when you think about the quarterback needs that they both have. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get that at all.
So I got something. I found a little something on Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Okay.
So I did a quick search, and Matt Miller at NFL Draft Scout. Looks like he's one of the ESPN's draft analysts. So at NFL Draft Scout, want to make sure I give the proper credit. Why is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah dropping? His answer, now that the tweet has gone away, thank you very much, Twitter. Hold on.
I love Twitter and hate Twitter. It's my favorite dichotomy in my life.
So why is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah still on the board? I reached out to a few scouts. Here were the replies. Scheme fit is really hard. There were no linebacker coaches at his pro day. He's 214 pounds. Mental lapses, not fast. His tape is fun, but does not translate.
Oh, interesting. I mean, he's a playmaker. It's just interesting to see that. What do you think of that, Anthony?
We don't have
Oh,
Anthony.
Anthony's not. That's right. We don't have Anthony at this moment. That's fine. Never mind. I'm shocked because he's such a playmaker. I tend to look at guys like that. Like I was a fan of Tyrann Mathieu, and just kind of tend to be a fan of guys who are playmakers and can do stuff like that. Howie Time says Tommy Tremble's going to sell jerseys because of that. He's the tight end. He's a blocking tight end, so we'll see. We'll see how that works out. Tom is still talking Packers. John wants Nico Collins there. He's a big target. A lot of people like Nico Collins. I think he's a Michigan kid, if I remember right. Be happy to see him there. But let's see here.
Here's another tweet. I found another tweet about JOK.
Okay.
This one was from Adam Schefter 2 minutes ago. He continues to fall. Told teams he would be willing to sit out games to protest social injustices and support Black Lives Matter protests, regardless how big of a game.
Okay.
So he's being blackballed. This is a Colin Kaepernick situation.
That is, yeah, that's kind of that seems to be a little bit of it too.
Did we talk about the Bengals drafting a tackle, or do we not know? Did we talk about that?
Yeah, we haven't talked about that quite yet. We do know that the Bengals drafted a tackle, Jackson Carman from Clemson. I'm not Justin Edwards and don't have the Jackson Carman intel. I'm a little deep on my tackle knowledge, but it's good to see them finally going after a tackle after it seemed like a long day yesterday of them not taking Penei Sewell. Ben, what do you think about the Bengals building around Joe Burrow, adding a big play receiver, and then now a tackle in the second round?
Oh, I'm excited about it. I mean, we don't yet really know for sure what we have in Burrow. I mean, I think there's still sort of a range. He was pretty good early on last year. Obviously got hurt right away towards ACL. There is some, lower side, just maybe mid-level starter potential as a passer, but we know what he did in college, right? We know he had this ridiculous record-breaking season, but also didn't do much before that. So the track record wasn't incredibly long. What he does have now, though, is, in my opinion, the best three receiver group in the NFL. I mean, we talked about this a little bit on the stream last night. The guys brought up Dallas, which is, very comparable and obviously a very strong one as well. And Atlanta, now that they have Pitts, if you consider him sort of a receiver, is also incredible. But I don't think the Bengals really have a weakness there. I think T. Higgins is very, very good. He was pacing very well until Burrow went down, right alongside Lamb and Justin Jefferson. Lamb also lost his quarterback, obviously, last year. Jamar Chase is one of the best receiver prospects we've seen in several years from an analytical perspective. And Tyler Boyd never really gets the credit he deserves, but he's always been productive, often played with poor quarterbacks in his career. Was very productive in college, not great immediately in the NFL level, but has been steadily very productive throughout his multi-year career now. So that's a really, really strong three receiver group, in my opinion. And now, yeah, you're going to add a little bit of offensive line depth in this deep class. Like, the Bengals offense could be really fun. They could be Dallas North pretty quick.
Yeah, and Burrow was QB 14 before his injury. He went down in week 11. Through 10 weeks, he was the number 14 QB, which I think I had him in Scott Fishbowl in my 2 quarterback leagues. I thought he was a good value where he was being drafted, and I thought he produced, and now he's adding the top receiver in the draft. They don't really have a tight end to speak of at this point. And I think, Brandon, you said, I'm pointing at the wrong person. You said yesterday that the Sewell receiver in the second round equation versus drafting Chase in the first round and maybe whatever tackle they could get in the second round, they didn't see as big of a drop-off going into the second round, maybe as a drop-off at receiver. And that seems to be the equation that they're making. I mean, we make these same sort of determinations in fantasy when we're saying, what is the drop off from tight end to drafting somebody in the 7th round versus flip flopping it. Maybe that's the equation that they did, and they worked it out with receiver in the first and tackle in the second.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they absolutely did that. I would love to see what this team looks like with Penei Sewell and Terrace Marshall, personally, but but that's what I think. But yeah, that must be the case. The Bengals must have done that exact same calculation that you're talking about, looking at targets that they had at the tackle position. Pat, are you buying Joe Burrow going into this season? Is he somebody that you're going to look at based on these targets? And how worried are you about the knee?
I'm not that worried about the knee. I mean, he's mobile, but he's not heavily dependent on rushing. And I agree with Ben. I was one of the guys arguing for Dallas, but the point remains that this wide receiver set is incredible. And I'm really, really high on T. Higgins. I think he's a really strong second-year breakout candidate, even with Chase there. I think he's probably going to get pushed down quite a bit in his ADP. I'm going to be a buyer if that happens. But yeah, I mean, Chase is an incredible wide receiver prospect. I think, analytically, probably best wide receiver prospect since Amari Cooper. And now he's reuniting with Burrow. And I love that they took an offensive lineman in the second round. That was what we all thought they would do, but to see them follow through with that, I think that's going to potentially, allow them to actually take full advantage of these weapons. So yeah, Burrow's going to be pretty interesting. I'm more worried about Dak's health than Burrow coming off the injury, just given how gruesome the Dak injury was.
Yeah.
But obviously, hopefully he'll be 100% too.
That's my least favorite moment of football last year, was watching that Dak injury live. That was awful. Anthony, where does Jackson Carman, the tackle from Clemson that the Bengals drafted, where does he fall in your rankings, and how do you view him as a tackle prospect?
I mean, I thought he was going to end up as a guard, but he ended up at number 69 in my ranks.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting for
Nice.
I was waiting for the nice. Sorry, I guess I was a little fast. So I looking at it overall, I'm glad the Bengals traded back if they were going to reach a little bit on the prospect that they liked. They gained a little bit of additional assets there. So I've got no problem with it. He still could end up at guard, because if you look at, the Bengals now, they really like Jonah Williams at left tackle. They've added Riley Reif at right tackle, so maybe the interior of that line has a little bit more questions, but at least Carman provides them with some flexibility, whether he's a guard or a tackle. So I think it's a good fit, and I'm glad they traded back before sort of making a little bit of a reach.
Sure. And then just to catch up, the Chargers took Asante Samuel Jr., the nickel corner out of Florida State. Anthony, how do you think he fits in with that team? A team that has youth and talent at corner, but definitely doesn't have that steady hand that we're used to in there.
I mean, he's sort of an overhang slot player, so I think he's going to be, very effective. The question is how they're going to balance a couple of overhang defenders and him and Derwin James. So how are they going to sort of balance? The question is, can you really play? I mean, you've also got Chris Harris Jr., whose best play has been in the slot. So do you have a true outside corner who can hold up on an every down basis? I'm not 100% sold on, but if they let him play zone and let his eyes stay on the quarterback, he's going to be a playmaker just like his daddy was.
Sure. Mike, Asante Samuel Jr., somebody who might line up in the slot, might get some more tackles. Does he in those cornerback only leagues? Does he get, or in the separate cornerback IDP leagues? Does he draw attention? Oh, lost Mike. That's okay. I would say he probably does in cornerback separate leagues, but we'll see. Kind of in the same way that Trevon Diggs last year did for the Cowboys. He lined up all over the field. I could see Asante Samuel Jr. doing the same thing. Absolutely. So Howie Time says, does Billy Price get a shot on the Bengals offensive line? I kind of feel like maybe they're done with Billy Price, but does anybody else have a different opinion?
I mean, I think all three guard center spots are going to be open for competition. So Price still has a shot, but Hopkins coming back from an ACL injury, he's going to be there because he was the starter before he got injured. So I think it's going to be an open competition between Price, maybe Carman and Hopkins for me.
Sure. We also got a comment reaching from Jose Handal looking for the tweet about the protesting for JOK. Mike said that that's an Adam Schefter tweet. I haven't been able to find that right now. I'll keep looking, and if I spot it, then I'll share it. But that's where he said he got it, was from Adam Schefter.
I went to Schefter's page and I didn't see it. So
Rondale Moore to Arizona. I really, really like that.
Oh, man. Wow.
That's another team that's going to use 4 receivers spread wide. They'll use them in motion. Ooh, that's fun.
He's good, Andy Isabella.
But the problem is the horizontal raid jokes are going to continue. Like it's absolutely just going to get affirmed deeper by this. The horizontal raid still runs strong, but Rondale Moore does have some vertical stretch the field ability. The question is, are they going to scheme him up on some of these wheel routes from the slot and let him get deep? And that's something he really excelled at Purdue. Are they completely pulling the plug on another high draft pick though in Christian Kirk?
Yeah, his contract's up at the end of this year. According to Over the Cap, they could save $2.4 million by cutting him while only carrying $591,000 in dead money. I don't think they cut him, but it certainly seems to suggest that they're not expecting to spend big money to extend him next year. I love the Rondale Moore fit in that situation.
I think it's like Curtis Samuel, Corey Davis type thing where he might even have a decent season next year, but they'll probably just let him walk.
Mm-hmm.
I like that
John.
call that Rondale Moore's kind of Pat just kind of threw it out there, but good Andy Isabella. He might be good Christian Kirk too. I mean, he's what we wanted ideally in this offense.
So a couple things. The JOK tweet. I think Mike got.
I got hooked. You
got hooked. Yeah, it was not.
I got hooked big time. So my fault. My apologies. The NFL Draft Scout was real, but I think I merged or blurred a check mark, and I thought I saw check mark next to Schefter's name, and that was completely my fault.
You wouldn't be the first person to get to get fooled by Twitter. So it's.
I want everybody to stop and think about the type of person that just sits back and has fake accounts and just tweets out garbage during drafts to confuse people and to spread disinformation. I just think about the type of person that would be doing that. Rondale Moore in Arizona vacated targets there 10.4 per game, but they added AJ Green, so it's sort of a
come on,
what does Green have left? I mean, they obviously went out and got him, so they must think that he has something left, but there definitely is opportunity there with Fitzgerald. I think, did Fitzgerald retire, or is he still debating
I think he's technically a free agent still, but
oh, okay. So he's gone. Kirk has been okay. Isabella, great athlete, hasn't really capitalized yet. So they're obviously like what they saw in Moore and using a second-round pick, quite a bit of draft capital, a good spot for him with Murray.
I mean, without Dan Arnold now, are they going to go full college football spread? Are they going to go full 4 wide receiver set more than anybody in the NFL? I mean, well, they already did last year, but can they double that rate?
I don't know. They really like Max Williams, so Daryl Daniels.
They were playing a lot of Keyshawn Johnson on the outside last year, and so there's plenty of opportunity. Even with Green, well, I assume Green will run a lot of routes on the outside, but you could have Kirk and Moore out of the slot, Hopkins and Green on the outside. It's a pretty nice 4 wide receiver set.
Certainly good for Kyler Murray.
The thing is about Andy Isabella, those hands were so inconsistent. I feel like Rondale Moore may be there just to replace him in that offense. That might really be the intention there. Isabella just hasn't developed consistently the way that they wanted, and then Kirk leaving next year. I kind of love this for Kyler Murray is kind of what I love. I don't know that I'll be really seeking Rondale Moore or in fantasy leagues. Obviously rookie startups, I'm going to be looking at him, but I don't think I'll be looking at him and redrafting this. I just don't know if there's going to be enough targets to go around. But I love adding another playmaker with Kyle Murray. Forgive my distraction as my wife handed me another beer.
No, it's not. It's not so much a distraction as now we're just going to hear height jokes about everybody on the Cardinals. Like that's all we're going to get from now on. And somebody had to be shorter than Kyler Murray in the huddle. That's all I got.
Somebody had to be shorter than Kyler Murray.
Just
he's a monster, though.
I looked up more over at Reception Perception, and this is what Matt Harmon had to say. He goes, "What you really want to do with Moore is get him the ball as quickly as possible, flat screens and slants. He's like a bowling ball that's been lit on fire in the open field," which I thought was a good quote, so I pulled it. He compared him to Golden Tate with perhaps a bit more juice. So I thought that was an interesting comparison.
Yeah, I think it's a great landing spot for him because he's going to be playing out of the slot, which is where he needs to be. But I also think they, maybe they use him a little bit deeper than some other teams would have, in the same way we saw with Andy Isabella getting some deep shots out of the slot. And, his ADOT was really low. 1 year it was below 3 in college, but it wasn't always every single year super low. It was always below 10, but, but he could end up with like an ADOT of 8 or 9 in Arizona, where I think on a lot of teams, his ADOT would be like 1.5.
The Giants select Azeez Ojulari. This is huge for me because it was a team player pick. I had Azeez Ojulari going to the Giants at the 11th overall pick yesterday, but it still counts in some of these mock draft scoring systems. So we're taking it to the bank at 50.
Nice. So if they go Azeez Ojulari in the first round and Kadarius Toney in the second round, I like that better.
I think everybody does. It makes sense.
That's true.
Tell me a little bit. Ben, what did you? You didn't like the Kadarius Toney draft pick for the Giants. They went pass rusher here. Tell me what you don't like about Kadarius Toney. Is it just the fit, or is it the player as well?
Well, it's the player. I mean, I tend to look at it from an analytical perspective. Pat and I are going to look at things pretty similarly. You want to see early production at a young age. You want to see when you adjust for team volume, with stats like dominator rating or yards per team attempt, that a guy can be productive. Now, Toney was a high school quarterback, and his first 3 years at Florida, he was sort of like listed as a utility guy and playing different positions. He was running out of the backfield some, but like his production, even accounting for that, he didn't do anything. He didn't produce very many yards. As a senior, transitioned to more into a true wide receiver role. Still didn't hit what you would consider a breakout season, or really particularly close to it, even though he was a lot older and playing at an older age. And we'd like to see guys be younger. Early declares even is a really important analytical note for wide receivers. So like Rondale Moore, for example, had a higher percentage of produced yards as a true freshman, as a 19-year-old, or even maybe he was 18, right when he came on campus, than we ever saw from Toney in his entire college career. And then, Moore eventually is going pro at a younger age as well. So Moore looks like a guy who can, dominate volume, dominate targets, dominate production, which translates to the NFL level. That's what we want in fantasy. Toney looks like a guy who, he's athletic. He's somebody that we're projecting as a physical, talent, or somebody that can schematically do things interesting, create motion and all these things. But he's never going to really be particularly fantasy relevant without the ability to consistently draw targets and put up big yardage numbers. So
he's bad Cordero Patterson.
He's bad Cordero Patterson.
I mean, I don't know that he. Yeah, that's true. I don't know that he would have been drafted last year had he come out. He literally didn't have any production as an underclassman. He was somewhat efficient on his routes and stuff as an underclassman, but then he has a decent season. As Ben mentioned, though, it doesn't even hit the breakout threshold that we're looking for. And these senior prospects who never had a breakout season, even with first-round draft capital, have really bad track records. I mean, this is generally where you find your huge busts. So I don't think I'll own any of them.
Yeah, I mean, another guy who was similar last year was his teammate at Florida, Van Jefferson, was another 4-year guy, didn't have the production, goes in the second round. We didn't really hear a lot from him last year, and no one's really optimistic about him going forward, even though he was a second-round pick last year. These guys that aren't productive just tend to not be productive at the NFL level either.
We've got another pick coming up here from Washington. They were a team who got mocked Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah a lot in the first round.
They passed.
They passed again.
Offensive
tackle Samuel Cosme. Tackle from Texas, who, his athleticism jumps off the chart. He's a guy with a near perfect 10 RAS score, and he's a great athlete. The question is technique, because his kick set and his entire, pass blocking package is going to need to be reworked at the NFL level. But he's got, the length you look for. He's played a lot of snaps at both right and left tackle. So, overall, for a team who needed
Carolina traded to the Browns.
For a team that needed an offensive lineman, it's It looks good. Washington's having a pretty good draft here, even though a lot of people will say, well, Jamin Davis might have been a reach, but from a fantasy perspective, he's going to rack up those tackles behind that offensive line.
Good news for Antonio Gibson. Looks like this tackle is better in the run game right now than pass game. So
good. I just traded for Antonio Gibson in Dynasty. I think I paid a little bit too much, and I did it before the first round. So I was because Schrager had ETN mocked there, so I was like, I'm rolling the dice, baby.
Yeah, Carolina traded to Cleveland. Cleveland is on the clock.
Are you nervous, Mike?
Receiver.
Am I nervous? No, not really.
Eric Belair chimed in. He wanted Cosme to go to the Colts a lot. Yeah, it would have been nice for the Colts to grab an offensive lineman. I liked them going for the pass rusher last year. Is there an offensive lineman sitting there waiting for the Colts to grab if they want one, Anthony?
I mean, if they want to go on the interior of the offensive line, a guy like Creed Humphrey is going to go here soon. Or there's a lot more of these interior linemen that could go, like a guy like Wyatt Davis from Ohio State, Josh Myers from Ohio State. So we could start to see some of these guards come off the board. We did already see Aaron Banks come off the board a couple picks ago to the 49ers. So now is about the range when we're going to see some of these guards start to fly. But the Browns, are they going with a defensive tackle, or are they going with a guy in JOK that was also mocked there a little bit?
Yeah, and our friend Jeff Hicks seems to think that it's JOK. He might have a tipped pick resource for us, but we'll see. Would love that fit. The Browns need a linebacker. They're really good at the first level of the defense, at the third level of the defense. It would work really well to see them come out and get a good, solid linebacker like JOK.
At this point, I want to watch the world burn. You might as well draft another LSU wide receiver there, and let's just do the damn thing. Like, let's go. Sorry, John. My bad.
Go for Terrace Marshall. Why not? Why not? Yeah, good for Antonio Gibson. Antonio Gibson kind of has while we're talking about Washington, we haven't gotten to talk about Fitzmagic at all. There's not a lot of offensive players being drafted right now. Ben, what do you think of Washington bringing Fitzpatrick in, Antonio Gibson? It looks like they're building on the offensive line a little bit to help that offense out. Curtis Samuel comes in. Scott Turner calling plays. How are you feeling?
I absolutely love it. I called for Washington to trade for him when Miami made the decision to go with Tua during the season last year. And then before free agency, I actually had a tweet, and I was like, my favorite, or my dream free agent landing spot, or my favorite one would be Fitzpatrick to Washington. I thought it was just a really perfect fit. Washington didn't have a high pick. They weren't going to be able to get one of these top quarterbacks. They don't have a lot of options there. And I really wanted to see Fitzpatrick land somewhere where he could actually play and not have to be kind of the bridge quarterback. He's one of these quarterbacks that's been better. I think he's gotten a lot better as he's aged, even though he's so over the hill now, so old. There's, some of these dudes just get a lot better late in their career. Eventually, obviously, he's going to stop physically being able to do it. But I think he's a legitimately league average quarterback, and a fun one that will be aggressive. And he gets knocks for throwing picks, but I think he throws smart picks. He throws picks on third and longs. He throws picks when they're down and when his team's down. And you need to be aggressive and take shots in those types of situations. So he's a fun guy to have in the league. He's great for fantasy. His receivers are always productive because he's willing to push the ball down the field. I love it for Washington. I think they're going to be a fun team this year.
Yeah, I hope they take a wide receiver. That would be kind of fun.
Yeah. Take somebody else, one of these guys, like a Terrace Marshall would fit really well opposite Terry McLaurin.
Or Ben, our boy Seth Williams.
Williams
the contested catch. I mean, that's Seth Williams doesn't get separation. He's perfect for Fitzpatrick.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at this Browns pick. They're about to announce it. I'm curious what this ends up being. I like Fitzpatrick too in Washington, just solely because I haven't enjoyed a Washington press conference since Clinton Portis was there. So I feel like now that Fitzpatrick is there, we'll have maybe he could bring some of the old Clinton Portis characters back to the press conferences, or bring his own Fitzmagic to it. So I'm excited just to watch that.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's a fun one. Hopefully, we get the beard and the gold chain and a couple too many buttons down the chest this year.
I did kind of a deep dive on Ryan Fitzpatrick earlier this season. I didn't realize just how much time he spent with Chan Gailey. in his career, and then he really started opening it up. Obviously, he did well with the Jets with Chan Gailey and when he was throwing to Brandon Marshall, but really started to open it up and chuck it downfield when he got under Bruce Arians with Tampa. And it just seems like he brought that mentality to Miami with him. So I hope that's what he brings to Washington as well.
Me too. Well, that's a North Turner. Oh well, it obviously is. Yeah, because it's Scott Turner. So yeah, I mean that's a more vertical offense.
Yeah,
that'd be. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited for sure.
Mike, I'm going to let you announce what that pick just was that the Browns made.
Browns took Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Bam!
There's the guy we've been waiting for.
52 instead of 26.
So now I'm wondering if Mike, you're the one that tweeted that out about him and then broadcast it.
You might as well put a
on
face
the
mask.
feed in order to like spread this disinformation, get him to fall to the Browns. Like I'm putting on my tinfoil hat right now.
Yeah, you put a bong face mask on him and saw what happened. Changed the fate of 2 franchises forever.
Well,
yeah, Mike,
I've got it on
ESPN.
ESPN.
Noticed your joy there, Mike.
Yeah, they ESPN comped him to Levante David, and if he even has half the career of Levante David, I am going to be ecstatic.
I didn't know he was that small. You quote him at 214. Is he really 214?
Well, I mean, that's what one of the tweets said.
Yeah,
I mean, he's
It says
very
220. It says 221 on the ESPN page.
Yeah, he's
21. Not a big dude,
smallish.
But
No, he's small. Smallish. Wikipedia, his player profile that I just googled has him at 216, 6'1", so definitely smallish. So he's definitely kind of in the middle of a linebacker safety type player, but he's fast.
Sure.
Sideline to sideline, he's going to catch up to people. He's going to catch up to players. And although I love the pick, this is definitely from an IDP standpoint, kind of now an issue. Not an issue, but now you've got 3 potential 3-down guys, and the Joe Woods might be only playing 1 linebacker, maybe 2, and you've got Anthony Walker, you've got Jacob Phillips, who they drafted last season, and now JOK. So this is going to be a very interesting scheme going forward. But the kid, the playmaker, and he stood out to me. Like I said, the speed, his burst, everything. No wasted motion. I mean, he plays. He's a football player, so he's got good power. So I'm happy with it. I'm ecstatic. But yeah, from an IDP standpoint, this is going to be very, very interesting to see how things shake out, especially with their maybe 1, at least 2 linebacker scheme that they're going to be running.
Interesting. And Anthony, you had a first round grade on Owusu-Koramoah. What do you think of this landing spot and him falling this far? Do you think this is as good of a move for the Browns as Mike seems to think so?
I mean, yeah, I think he. The question is he going to play more of a safety role? And I think that's definitely a possibility with what they have going on there. You let John Johnson play the single high and let him play in the box, let him play a man on the line of scrimmage, let him play in the slot, let him play overhang, and good things happen. So there's a lot of people who had real high grades on him. So I'm going to be interested to see what the reason is. Some of the stuff coming out right now just says he's flat out not a linebacker, and a couple other things. So I'm interested.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was scheme fit. I think they were looking at what Arizona did with Isaiah Simmons, and I think they were just kind of scared off. And there was some size, there was some scheme fit issues, but I don't know. I mean, I don't claim to be an NFL coach. I don't claim to be a scout. But if someone can play football, they can play football. You should be able to slot them into somewhere to play and make plays.
Yeah, there's another guy who could play football that was just drafted in Dylan Radins of North Dakota State. You basically have to make up directly for that Isaiah Wilson mistake in the first round last year by taking this guy in the second round. No matter how you slice it, that looks like one of the worst picks of the first round last year.
He was so bad, Miami picked him up as like a no-risk move, and like a week later was like, nope, just got him.
I don't even want that 7th round pick anyways.
Yeah, Yeah, I hope that kid gets his head right, man, because it sounds like it's a motivation issue, and it sounds like it's an off the field issue with him. So, or coachability. So I hope he gets his head right. But yeah, absolutely. So what do you like about Radins?
I mean, he's got necessary length, and he killed it in the 3-cone. When you come from an FCS school, that's something you typically like. That's the profile that seems to work at tackle. He basically had a Packer-like offensive tackle profile.
And Terrace Marshall made it past the Titans. That was one spot where I thought maybe he might go. He's slipping. Yep. He continues to slip.
So Josh Reynolds continuing to gain steam here on day two. As you've been looking around and looking at best ball formats, looking at this offseason, Pat, are you starting to kind of pique your interest at Anthony Firkser or Josh Reynolds as the Titans go away from those positions?
I love Anthony Firkser as a play. I mean, he's cheap. He was really good last year in yards per route run. I think he can play. They clearly think he can play. They let go Jonnu, so available targets. It's all kind of there. And I like to keep my investments pretty cheap at tight end unless I'm going to take like Kittle, Kelsey, and go with the true studs. So kind of exactly what I'm looking for in a cheap tight end. I'll sprinkle in Reynolds in like some best ball drafts late, but I'm going to have a hard time drafting him in anything meaningful. I just don't think he's very good. Although, last year he had an 8 out of like 10, but he was the deep threat on that team. And it's like this weird role where he was not being, done a service by the design of the Rams offense and by the fit with Jared Goff. I think he does have some potential in a better system, and with more targets available now, less target competition overall. I guess I shouldn't say he has no chance of doing something.
But is AJ Brown just going to have the first 40% target share since Brandon Marshall? Because
it's going to be
I might bet on that. I think that's going to happen.
Firkser is going in like the 15th round at Underdog, and Reynolds currently going pick 199 at Underdog. So both are just dirt cheap. I think everybody's expecting the Titans to do something at receiver and tight end, and they're not.
I know. At this point, they have to do multiple things. Like Reynolds as truly a last round best ball pick. Like even if they draft someone today.
And there's a lot of slot guys. There's a lot of slot guys out there, so they might draft a slot guy, and he's still going to be the starter outside in that Corey Davis role.
Yep.
And then Firkser probably starting at tight end. So Reynolds is interesting to me. I don't know. It seems like one of these guys is just sort of overshadowed. Wasn't a big part of the offense. They tried to get Van Jefferson involved early last year, but Reynolds beat him out. And then you look, he's a guy that's
beat him out twice, really.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think you look at his yards per route run, and I don't think it's a great gauge for him because he's out there with Kupp and Woods and two pretty good tight ends. So there's a lot of target competition there. And Titans went out and got him. So who knows?
And Goff likes to throw to that slot. Like that spot where Kupp was on the field in those zone coverage, like without the press and in that spot, that's where Goff likes to throw the ball. So it made perfect sense.
Pick 199 is I have to pull up a calculator to figure out what round that is. It's 17th round.
I know our friend Jen Eakins, every best ball I'm in, she takes Josh Reynolds way late. Like it's just everything I've seen her in, she's all in on Josh Reynolds.
And certainly after the first 2 rounds of this, or their first 2 picks, it makes sense. They're not looking at outside receivers for sure. So
yeah, it's kind of a perfect best ball pick because he's a veteran. He's definitely going to run a ton of routes, like we said, even if they draft someone. And that's what you want to do with best ball and your late round picks. You want to add upside with those extra wide receivers. So,
so I'm just looking at I'm looking at his game logs, and so in any games where he got at least 8 targets last year, which was just a handful, but he had 4 for 52 and 1 on 8 targets against Chicago, 4 for 44 on 9 targets against the Dolphins. So he's a 4 for 4 guy.
Well, yeah, now I love him. So
8 for 94 on 10 targets against Seattle, and 6 for 65 on 10 targets against Seattle. So he loves playing against Seattle. But he has these. If you look at his game log, he has these moments where when somebody's injured, Cup's out. I think Woods has been pretty healthy, but all of a sudden his targets spike and he produces.
So the Colts here drafted Dayo Adenigbo from Vanderbilt, another edge player. They drafted edge and Kwity Paye on day one. So it looks like they're trying to revamp that pass rush, which is something that was sorely lacking. A lot of the tackles did come off the board before their pick, which is something else they could have been looking at here. The Steelers are turning in the card quick on this one, so I wonder if they're going for an interior lineman to help solidify the run game, and like a Creed Humphrey or a Quinn Miners from Wisconsin Whitewater. But I think a lot of these teams are just hitting need right now, and we've got some interesting things. But overall, the free fall seems to be from Terrence Marshall. So, Ben, Pat, what do you guys think if Marshall falls out of the second round? How is that going to affect your, modeling and what you think of him going forward?
I think for me, with the fact that we kind of know why he's falling, it's this medical issue that makes me a little bit more willing to bet on him, because it's not necessarily, now I don't know for a fact that he's falling due to the medicals, but it seems like probable that that's why it is. And if it's not based on an evaluation of him as a player and more about the medical, then I think, he could really outproduce his draft position, particularly early in his career. Maybe there are some issues that pop up later if these injuries really are a major concern, but I like him a lot as a prospect in general. And yeah, if he goes late second, early third, I'm still in.
Yeah, I agree. A little reminiscent. I don't know why Godwin's the one that I always think of, but Chris Godwin had a fall similar, and maybe because it was another guy that I liked as a prospect, and it was a little shocking to see him fall to the third. He was kind of a 1-2 turn option. It's kind of cherry picking because it worked out for Godwin, but if you like the player and he falls around, especially at a position like receiver, and it's not like he's getting out drafted by a lot of other receivers. We're just seeing a lot of teams focusing on the trenches in a class that was deep at the offensive line, and there goes Freiermuth to the Steelers. That's interesting. I thought they were going to pick offensive line. Yeah,
that's very interesting.
Yeah, that was one of the outside the box picks for the Steelers in the second round. A couple Steelers beat writers had that one, and they think he could be an impact in the run game as a blocker as well as in the pass game. We know what kind of athlete he is there, and the Penn State connection sort of running strong to the Steelers. So I think that's going to be interesting. I don't see a big fantasy potential right away, and maybe it just gives them an out on Ebron though.
Yeah, he's probably. Would you say he's the best dual threat tight end in this draft, like blocker / receiver?
Probably not. That's probably Tommy Tremble it's probably Tommy Tremble or Hunter Long, just because I think you want a guy who's an absolute impact blocker if that's what you're looking for. But he's got a lot of talent as a pass catcher.
Okay,
I would say as in a redraft standpoint, don't expect a whole lot with all the targets being gobbled up by Juju and Claypool and Deontay, and then they still have Ebron there. So this looks like a year where he's just going to learn and try to figure it out. And on top of all that, rookie tight ends just don't produce as a rule. The rare occasions where they do. So he's going to be probably the backup tight end for the Steelers this year.
Yeah, I'd be more apt to downgrade Eric Ebron a little bit. Not that I had him real high anyway, but I'd be more apt to downgrade him than I would be to lift up Freiermuth in redraft format. In Dynasty, I think Freiermuth is a solid second round pick, mid to late second round pick though. If you need a tight end, especially tight end premium leagues, I think this is a long term spot. Ebron's probably not long for the position. I think he can develop into that Heath Miller style producer. I don't see him as a Travis Kelce ceiling. I don't see him as one of those guys who's going to be a top 3 fantasy guy, but I think he could be a tight end 1, in that 6 to 12 range, year in, year out, once he develops and becomes a starter, maybe 2-3 years down the road.
Yeah, I had him kind of similar to Cole Kmet last year in terms
Mhm.
of like a fantasy prospect. But, Kmet's in a much better situation for targets. So it's going to be hard to get excited about drafting Firemouth in Dynasty for me.
Mhm.
Quick question: Seattle making this pick, or are they trading back?
Well, they got 20 seconds left, so I think they're probably making it.
It's
It's got to be an offensive lineman then, right?
yeah. I mean, it's got to be an alignment, but they also
Well,
talked about Antonio Brown. They obviously were trying some things with Josh Gordon over the last couple of years that haven't worked. Looks like the pick's in. I haven't seen what the pick is, but they made the pick. It is a sneaky wide receiver spot, is what I was saying.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think Seahawks like offensive linemen like the Packers like wide receivers. Sorry about that, John. It was just too easy.
So knowing Seattle, being in the Pacific Northwest, this will be somebody we all expect to go in the 4th round, who we won't hear from in 2 years, and then suddenly will be maybe good. So
I thought Schneider was known as like one of the top drafters out there.
Well, he's really good at moving down and getting more picks, and he's really
Okay.
good at he does kind of that Belichick quantity over quality approach, which works great. I mean, knowing that, you take as many dart throws as you can and you try to land one of them makes a lot of sense to me, and he
It's
hits
great
big.
because he shouldn't draft in the first round because he's
Yeah,
awful.
Yeah, he drafts defensive linemen in the first round, and they all stink.
He drafts like late round defensive linemen in the
Mhm.
first round. That's always
Yep.
the interesting
Yeah.
thing with him.
I mean, I think his reputation was in some ways earned, but they won the Super Bowl on the strength of a lot of players being on the rookie contracts at the same time. Russell Wilson, but also I think they had KJ Wright, Richard Sherman, Bobby Wagner, Earl Thomas. All these dudes were rookies at the same time. They hit on
Cam
a couple
Chancellor.
drafts in a row.
Uh-huh.
Cam Chancellor, another one. Hit on a couple drafts in a row, really built the team through the draft. But then since then, like you guys were saying, they've missed a lot of picks for a lot of years.
You always love that they say that the Seattle blueprints, and I'm like, the Seattle blueprint is you hit on Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. That's the
Right.
that's the Seattle blueprint. So you hit on a 3rd round quarterback, that puts you in a pretty good shape. Like that's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
They hit on a lot of mid-round picks during that
Yeah.
2012 to 15 stretch.
All those defenders except Thomas were later round guys.
Yep.
That I
Yeah.
understand.
If I could go
Or
back
not-
a few picks
Sure.
to Deo Odenigbo, yeah, I think he got lost because he played on Vanderbilt, and they had an 0-9 season. So I think he probably could have been a little bit higher on boards. I think if he played for like one of the Blue Bloods or one of the higher programs. But from what I saw, he's good. 8 tackles for loss in 2020, and I think he's going to be a problem for some centers and guards. And again, he's one of those guys that can get off the ball, get off the snap really quick. So I think another good spot for him from an IDP standpoint. There's still some pretty solid edge rushers, so I think they might have reached a bit, but I don't mind the spot for him at all.
I mean, they're scrolling through the best available here, and some of these names and how they're so high. Like, I just can't understand the two Atwell hype and the Dwayne Eskridge hype.
Mhm.
Like, it's eating me up inside seeing these guys' names like right now on day 2.
Atwell's sub 150.
Atwell.
You can't-
The Seahawks took Eskridge.
Oh, are you serious?
Oh no.
A 25-year-old converted corner, and you're gonna.
Oh,
Wow, dude. That's rough.
That's the pick.
Seahawks gonna Seahawk, bro. I got nothing for you. Like,
That's fantastic. Dude, take a lineman. Like, just take a lineman for Russell. That's unbelievable.
that's literally all he asked for. Like, oh my god.
That's so bad.
Eskridge is like a fringe prospect, right, Pat? Like
Fringe
is there
prospect. Yeah. I have him as like a 3rd round rookie pick, even with 2nd round draft capital. It's bad.
This is just
It's
such
bad.
a bad pick. It's such a Seattle pick, too.
I mean, obviously, like you like that he's tied to Russ now, but
The dude turns 30 by the time like his 2nd contract comes around. Like, that's just not how we do things. Like, how are we still doing shit like this?
I like Eskridge, but I liked him as like a speculative 5th round pick. That's what I liked him at. That's where I thought of him. Just because speed, he's just pure speed. So I like that idea. But yeah, in the 2nd round with good receivers still on the board, Oof.
He ran a 4.4 at 190. Like he's not Anthony Schwartz, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want a pure speed receiver, you should go with Anthony Schwartz.
Yeah, go with Schwartz.
Who's what, 20, still 20 at the time he's going to be drafted, and
And he ran a 4.27.
He's got a 4.27. He's an Olympics level sprinter. Yeah. Like we're talking different things here.
Such a terrible pick. I mean, there's actually good receivers left. Like you could have got Darius Marshall and you took Dwayne Eskridge.
Yeah.
What just happened?
Well, even guys like Nico Collins, I think is like I don't think Nico Collins is a great prospect, but like he's more interesting if you're. I mean, he ran a 4.45 and he's 215, and some people really like him, like some of the film guys. So if you're going to take like a shaky analytics guy, like there were better shaky analytics guys.
Right. Or just take Seth Williams.
Just take Seth Williams, absolutely.
Yeah, take Seth Williams.
Who else could they could have went Kylan Wallace from Oklahoma State, I think would have been a really good pick there as well. I mean, there's even if they didn't like Terrace Marshall's medicals, like there's a lot of options they could have.
Miami Brown, I mean, if he's a deep guy.
Yeah.
Or even Amon-Ra St. Brown, like somebody like that can play from the slot as a possession guy. Like they don't need the speed. It's not like they're lacking speed. Like an underneath guy, possession guy like St. Brown would work just fine. So yeah, I don't get it.
So from a fit standpoint or opportunity standpoint, there's 7.1 targets per game available in Seattle, but I think a lot of that's going to go to Gerald Everett. I mean, those are tight end targets with Paulsen retiring. So I don't know. It just seems like whatever, it sounds like you guys hate him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's bad David Moore.
So he's not good. And then
when a pick like this happens, I get more excited about drafting Gerald Everett. I move Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf up because he's probably gonna play in their 3 receiver sets, but he's not gonna earn targets. They're gonna have to throw to the other guys. It's actually good for the other pass catchers.
Freddie Swain Flyers.
So he's not good, and there really aren't targets available. So I would say he's an avoid.
Yeah.
In redraft.
I didn't expect them to even make that pick with only 3 total picks in the draft, man. Like
I know
to start that, and you got the Rams who don't have a lot of picks here, and I didn't think they were making a pick here either. But I guess when you lose, your top safety, there's still some guys on the board that look pretty good there. Corner is going to be a need for them, and some wide receiver depth wouldn't be the worst thing for them.
Mm-hmm.
They need offensive line help. It's like the deepest offensive line class in forever. Yep. And they take a UDFA wide receiver in the second round. Like,
it's just such a Seahawks pick.
It's Seattle. That's what it is. They do. I just like to say I called that. I'm just saying they took somebody. Ben, I know you've stayed much longer than we asked you to, and I appreciate you being willing to hang on. Any final thoughts before you go?
No, this is a blast. I mean, it was a real good time to come on and talk with you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go have some dinner with the fam. I'm a West Coaster, so it's getting to be about dinner time. So I'm gonna take off, but real good time to hang out with you guys and laugh at the Seahawks.
Thanks so much, Ben. Everybody follow Ben on Twitter at @yardspergretch, my favorite Twitter handle out there. And have a good one, Ben. Thanks again for stopping by.
Thanks, Ben.
See ya.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Ben. Later.
I'm going to jump off and have some dinner too, even though I'm an East Coaster and it's 9:00. But
thanks so much to you too, Pat. I really appreciate you coming on. Everybody, tell us where we can listen to you because you're always very entertaining.
Yes, Ship Chasing. We do that. Me and Ben do that with Pete Overzet every Wednesday night, and it's on YouTube. And we also do it as a podcast. And then Establish the Edge. I do with Mike Leone. We'll have a new episode of that next week, covering the draft. And then all my written stuff's at Establish the Run.
Awesome. Check out Establish the Run. It's a fantastic website. And thanks so much, Pat. I appreciate you joining us.
Are you kidding me?
Thank you guys.
Pat, you can't leave. Pat, you got to stay. They drafted Tutu Atwell.
Who did?
The Rams.
Oh my God!
Well, I'm going to bring Jen Eakins on, and we'll have Pat give his last.
Hold on, I got
149 pounds.
149 pounds at his medical recheck after being 155 pounds at his pro day. So
Oh my
the
God.
the Rams director of analytics followed me after I asked if they were trading down today, and I thought for sure they were trading down, and then they come out here and they draft Tutu Atwell. Like you got to be fucking kidding me, right? Like
They don't even need a slot guy. Like they have Cup. They signed Cup long term.
Yeah. Do they think it's Tavon Austin? Do you think that's possible?
Oof, yeah, you'd think they'd have they'd be scarred from that experience. Not wanting to double down.
Not
I mean,
looking to
he's bad.
recruit.
Tavon Austin.
Tavon Austin.
The thing about Tutu Atwell actually is he is like really productive. He does check like basically every box I'm looking for. It's just that 149 pounds is too small. I mean, he's a smaller version of Jakeem Grant. Like, I just don't see it. But he did everything I want a college wide receiver to do, really. So,
He was
I
super
shouldn't be
productive.
too harsh on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks so much again, Pat. I really appreciate
Yeah, thank you
joining us.
guys. That was a fun way to go out.
thanks, Pat. Man. See ya.
Take care. Jen Eakins, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you. Are you enjoying the draft?
I am enjoying the draft. Yes, I am.
Yeah, and as our resident Broncos aficionado, Javonte Williams joins that backfield. I know you were a Philip Lindsay stan. How do you feel about Javonte Williams joining this backfield that already includes Melvin Gordon?
I like it. I really do. I like it for real football. I mean, for fantasy, it's not fantastic, but I kind of like it. I mean, look, Lindsay left. I'm not a Mike Boone person. I know some of you are in this group. I wasn't too fired up about that. And I to be completely honest with you, I've never really been all about Melvin Gordon either. I mean, I think he was a good value before today in drafts, but I don't think that I think he's a free agent next year. So I don't think that, he's not a long-term guy here. So I think as far as real football goes, I think Javonte Williams is a good pick. I kind of felt it. As soon as they traded up, I was like, okay, they're not trading up for a quarterback here, obviously. So I feel like they're going to do something like that. I'm excited about it.
Mm-hmm. So, John, I've been targeting Van Jefferson late in drafts. The Rams now add Tutu Atwell to this, which you would think he's going to fill some sort of a role as a second rounder. Should I be worried now about all my Van Jefferson shares?
Absolutely, you should be worried. Anytime the second round draft capital is used on a receiver or running back, if their teams intend to use them, now you can hope that Van Jefferson's better and beats out Tutu Atwell in training camp and takes down that third role there, which does have some value because Everett moving on. You expect Higbee to pick up a couple targets, but there are some targets available there, especially across the middle of the field. But yeah, anytime there's competition for your value picks down at the end of the draft, it's not great. Like they're kind of signaling that they're not crazy about their receiver situation, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what it would seem like. And it seems strange with the big money they just gave Woods and Cup, because I would think maybe this is one of those situations where they're looking to the future. Like last year when they took Jefferson, I thought, well, Cup and Woods, their contracts are almost up, and then they extended them. So it's confusing to me why they went Atwell here. I feel like they had other needs they could have addressed. The Chiefs are about to make a pick, it looks like.
Yeah, they picked Nick Bolton.
Oh, Mike, please riff on that, because that's exciting. The hard-hitting linebacker from Missouri.
Yeah, I said Willie Gay was going to be their best linebacker, but I think Nick Bolton now all of a sudden becomes one of their best linebackers now. That was a position they really struggled with last season. I mean, they were using Anthony Hitchens. And honestly, I don't even remember the others because that's how bad they were. So I really like the pick for Casey here with Bolton. Very physical. He can play again. He's another one of those. He can play football. He's a disruptor, makes plays on the line of scrimmage. You're not going to want to go across the middle on this guy because he is going to lay you out. He's got really good vision. He's not going to miss the simple plays. He's going to run downhill. He's stout, and he can diagnose plays. So I think he's going to be I think he has a chance to be an immediate player right off the bat. I like the pick.
I really thought Bolton was going to be a fit for the Broncos. Now that we have Jen here, getting a linebacker that can just move downhill. With Josie Jewell is currently slated as a starter. I would like that, but he stays in the division, and I really like him. The question is, can he cover anybody? Because he's a downhill mover and a thumper. Is he going to come off the field, on third downs and be a sub or a non-sub linebacker?
Yep.
Since we have Jen here, Broncos question number one for me is, what did you think about them passing on Justin Fields and drafting a cornerback at 9 or 10?
Yeah, I wasn't thrilled about it at all, but I kind of saw it coming. I mean, as you guys were talking about last night as I was watching you, it's Fangio, and he's going to go defense, even if it's not really the right move. And listen, I like Patrick Surtain. I grew up watching his dad. I'm a fan, but I was pretty excited when Fields fell. I was like, please do the right thing. As I talked about the other day on TMAP when we were talking about this. I've watched this ridiculous Bronco quarterback carousel for the last couple decades unfold, and it's been ugly. Watching the Trevor Siemian, Paxton Lynch training camp competition, I feel like that's exactly what we have. The Teddy Lock, training camp competition, we have that again. And as Bronco, in this town, it's so frustrating to see the same patterns repeat. And they got rid of Elway in that GM role. They brought in Peyton, thinking that was going to, I don't know. It was frustrating. Obviously, time will tell. If Fields, is a franchise quarterback, then obviously it was a huge mistake. I personally would have liked to have seen it happen. I'm okay with who they got. I do like him, and I feel like, that corner used to be a huge thing in Denver. The no-fly zone. It was, and over the years, it's kind of, disintegrated to a point where they needed corners, and I get that. But I don't know how you pass on Fields there. It's tough.
And what was going through your mind when these multiple Bronco reporters were talking about Rodgers to the Broncos as a done deal or nearly done deal?
I was pretty psyched, as you could probably imagine. Probably the opposite of you. When Mark Schlereth, who is, obviously he played here for a long time. He is on the radio here, at the major sports station here in town, and if he's reporting it, you kind of think it's a done deal. And then it was like, okay, so then it, that kind of quieted down. And then when Fields fell and then they didn't take him, it was like, okay, maybe they're still going to work out a deal for him. And then all of a sudden, Mike Kliss today backtracked the whole time saying, oh, Fields was never on their radar. They were never going to take him. It's always been Teddy and Locke. They want Teddy to develop Locke. And it's just like, come on. I mean, I'm just tired of hearing that. And I don't know. I mean, look, maybe there still is something happening with Rodgers, but it doesn't appear as such. It's frustrating.
I would like to see a graph of our emotions as yesterday went on, like from about 10 a.m. Pacific on. I mean, it was see how things were transpiring, because I got a lot more relaxed.
I'm sure you did. And for me, it was a brief 20-minute period where it was like, oh my God, it was a very similar feeling when the rumors about Peyton Manning was coming, and you're like, no. And I remember exactly where I was in my car when they announced that Peyton Manning signed here. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. That's really happening. And then, it was that similar kind of euphoria, like it's really, it's happening again. And then it just the rug got pulled over, and then they didn't get Fields. And then it's like, it's just double rug pulled.
And we joke, but this is such a great spot for a quarterback. There are so many fancy points that are going to be wasted next year if this is what the quarterback situation is in Denver. You have just receiver after receiver after receiver available in that offense, and you got Cortland Sutton coming back, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Noah Fant, and Tim Patrick. It might be the best fourth receiver, fifth receiver.
You got Alberto too, who's kind of just sitting there, and it's just like it's all going to get wasted with Teddy, and I don't know. I just don't. I'm not a fan of Locke. I was a fan of him in the beginning, and I was a fan of him after that first season. Like, okay, let's give him a little bit. And then last year, he just didn't show anything that really excited anyone, from a real or fantasy perspective. So,
I mean, at least with Locke, you had some highs. I think you had, his highs were high, but his lows were among the lowest in the league.
Yeah, he had a couple good
Terrence
comebacks.
Marshall of Carolina.
Oh.
Ooh.
Sorry, John, but sort of love that for the Panthers after losing Curtis Samuel. Reunited with Joe Brady. There's a lot of things you could tie these guys together.
You got Darnold, though. That's
I mean, but they had Teddy Bridgewater, so it's not like we're talking.
No, it's
we're
true.
not,
you're
we're
right.
not talking he's going to change a passing projection all that
Hold on.
much.
Teddy Bridgewater was better than Sam Darnold last year, though. He was better than Sam Darnold last year.
Yes, but Teddy Bridgewater isn't near the prospect now that Sam Darnold still is.
But Darnold had mono, or was that the year before?
I think that was the year before.
Darnold is mono.
I can't exactly. I don't remember. Yeah.
I don't know. I think people do hard on Teddy Bridgewater. I don't think Teddy Bridgewater is good. Like, I'm not like he's a great quarterback, but I don't think he's a bad quarterback.
No, I thought he was exactly league average.
Yeah, that's how I view him, right?
Now, listen, when they made that trade, I was cool with it because I thought, okay, they're going to draft. And listen, they probably still will draft a quarterback coming up here. They may take your boy Kellen Mond, Brandon. So, we're kind of, that may happen. But
I will be very excited.
I was okay with the Teddy trade, but if that, I wasn't okay with if that's, if they're rolling with, the Teddy Lock, competition in training camp and that's it, then I'm not excited about that.
The Teddy Lock sounds like a new safe.
Right?
That is just marketed out, and somebody says the Teddy Lock. There's no breaking in this.
As seen on TV.
Like. No, honestly, if Teddy wins that competition, I kind of like it for Jerry Jeudy. I kind of like it for Cortland Sutton. Teddy's accurate, and those guys can run after the catch, and those guys, Jeudy runs good routes. I'm not saying I'd be as excited as I would be if they got Aaron Rodgers, but I think it's an upgrade for those skill position players. And I think maybe there's a little bit of a discount happening for those Denver receivers because people think Teddy Bridgewater is garbage when really he's fine. That's,
I mean, I'm sort of different because I think you like Jerry Jeudy a little bit more with Teddy Bridgewater, but you like Cortland Sutton a little bit more with YOLO Ball Drew Lock.
That's fair.
So
that's fair.
I think each guy has their aspects. And, with this improved defense, can you just get Jameis Winston 2019? Just let him have the offense. Let him do whatever they want because their defense is going to be good. Let him fail and, see what happens because there could be some fantasy points coming out of that. But you also now have two running backs and it's a little bit more complicated. But, John, what do you think of Terrace Marshall ending up over there in Carolina?
Well, this is great for Sam Darnold. We're talking about great receiving cores. Joe Burrow's got one, and now I think Darnold has one of the best ones in the league. DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, and Terrace Marshall, just across the board, solid options. I don't know that it's a great spot for Marshall, coming in as the third option, probably at best right now. But there were 12.8 vacated targets per game. Curtis Samuel left, was the primary driver of that. So there's some room. But Bridgewater was very, very much focused on his three receivers, didn't throw to the tight end much. We don't know if Darnold will be quite the same or if he's going to spread the ball. Obviously, you got Christian McCaffrey coming back, who's going to require 7 targets or whatever per game. So fantasy wise, I don't know. It's a great spot for Marshall, but it's Darnold starting to look appealing as maybe he might be in that streaming conversation as a low end QB too.
Yeah, I've been taking him in best ball super late because he's there, and it's like you can get a super easy stack of him, Robbie A. I took a stack the other day. I had the one pick, and I ended up with him, Robbie A, Christian McCaffrey. It's like, look, if it pans out a couple weeks. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But they're super cheap.
Yeah, Robbie Anderson, ADP 74 right now on Underdog. You got to think, I wonder with Terrace Marshall if people will start to drop him a little bit, even if it's just a round or two. But I would buy that discount on Robbie Anderson.
Yeah, and I think people will start to back off a little bit because, Darnold has this horrific stigma. Nobody, everyone hates Darnold for some reason. And so I think he will probably drop a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And Marshall was going pick 172, so he wasn't really
not too relevant.
15th round. Imagine if he had gone to the Packers. I just tweeted. This is where I get excited about Terrace Marshall too, because I figured the Panthers would not draft him.
So this is your fault. You tweeted, and then he got picked. That's what happened.
If I had any sort of impact on what anybody did, it would be fantastic to learn that, be able to capitalize on it. But my friend Pat Fitzmaurice, right before Rondale Moore got picked, was like, "Oh, if we get Rondale Moore or Terrace Marshall, I'm gonna love it. So now we're stuck here, 4 or 5 picks away. Who could they draft? 2 picks away.
Do you want an offensive lineman? Because you could still, on the high side here, you could get Creed Humphrey, who can slot in right away as a starting center for you.
Yeah.
So that would be a very Packer-esque pick, and it would actually probably hit their biggest need on the offensive line.
Okay.
So I don't think you'd be too upset with that. You still do have Diami Brown, wide receiver from North Carolina, but we did talk about how that's a little bit of redundant to maybe MVS and sort of how his skill set is down the field, vertical, catch and or not catch down the field. And then, is there a tackle maybe, or could they go maybe a linebacker like Jabril Cox from LSU? I do think there's, and there also is, defensive tackle Davion Nixon from Iowa.
I mean, they have problems at linebacker. I thought if you look at their linebacking core, it's not great. I think their best linebacker was a guy who was kind of a part-timer and was like a late round pick. I can't forget his name. I think Kirksey walked. So I know that there's need there. With Lindsley gone, though, I mean, center makes sense. If there's a good one on the board, sign me up, I guess.
There's 2 good ones. You might take the kid out of Wisconsin, Whitewater. He might get to stay in state. And if there's a guy who's going to enjoy living in Green Bay, I think it's Quinn Myers.
Talk to me about Anthony Schwartz.
Oh, you want to talk about Anthony Schwartz?
Yeah.
No, Anthony Schwartz is a 20-year-old receiver with 4.27 speed and can stretch the field vertically, but also he's got a little bit of juice. Like if you hand him the ball off on some of these Jets sweeps, he's got a little more of that horizontal shuffle that some of these pure speed players don't have. He's got some shakes and he's got some bakes. So he's a dynamic threat in here. And if he ended up on Green Bay, it'd be a big boost for his fantasy value. And I don't see how it'd be bad for Green Bay.
He is a slot guy, but he's 6 feet, 186 pounds, and he's the fastest guy in college. Right?
Yeah, with him, he just didn't really run a route tree in college. Like he just ran downfield. That's pretty much what
I don't think he runs a route tree in the NFL either, and I don't.
Yeah, right.
You think the Bills? Oh, sorry. I was just to say, you guys think the Bills are going to take a running back here and crush everybody? Remember we were talking about that, Brandon?
I think the 3 running backs that would crush everyone are gone. Like I think at this point, anyone else that they take would probably hurt one of the Bills running backs.
Right. I got you.
But we'll have like a whole off season of who's it going to be, who's going to be crushed by this, and then figure it out later. John, I would say, like, my opinion, I don't know if Staggs feels this way or not. I think they should go offensive line here because I don't see a big difference between the next receiver on the board and whoever's going to be their next round. Like that's what I think. So if they could take one of those 2 centers that Center brought up or that Staggs brought up, then that's what I would do, just because I think the talent level is there.
And I do wonder if even Marshall was even on their radar because he went a few picks ahead of them. They have 2 4th-round picks, 2 5th-round picks, 2 6th-round picks. So they did have the capital to move up and chose not to. So I bet you they don't even go receiver and they're drafting a center or something. I mean, as long as they draft a need, I'm okay. It's when they draft a quarterback in the 1st round and they trade up to get him and piss off your Hall of Fame quarterback who now wants to lead the team. That's when I start to get upset.
So what number are you on right now, John? On 0 to 10, where are you?
Oh, I think I'm off the scale, despondent. Yeah, I mean, it's not great. Defensive end Carlos Basham just went to the Bills.
Okay.
So Wyman Wellman said, as a Saints fan, very bored with their draft. Wanted them to make a splash, was probably hoping for some sort of a quarterback or something along those lines. Mentions that they would have liked Davis Mills or Terrace Marshall. What do you think, Staggs? Do you think they've made the right picks there? They're really focused on the defensive side of the ball. So what do you think about the Saints? Do you think a quarterback may still be in store for them?
I mean, we haven't seen any quarterback go here in the 2nd round. So all the guys we talked about being the 6th quarterback off the board is still going to be available in the 3rd round here. That's because there's a reason that they're still available on the 3rd round. They're not great prospects. Like, they're developmental at best, and developmental quarterbacks who are drafted in the late rounds really don't work at the NFL level.
Yeah, except Kellen Mond is going to be going to the Hall of Fame probably by year 3, and I accept your apology. So.
I mean, sure, because Kellen Mond's best statistical profile might be like Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Like,
careful. I'm just saying, careful.
I mean, but if you draft Kellen Mond and you end up with Dak Prescott, I don't think you're mad. Mm-hmm. I think you're walking home with money in your pocket. So, like, that's maybe his best high-end comp. But on the other side here, the Saints, I think they've taken 2 players that are a little bit of reaches, but people talked about how they were rising up draft boards. But you get Werner, who's a linebacker who can really, really move. You get Turner, who's a big, fast defensive. So they took a center, just not one of the guys I thought was a top. So they took Josh Myers out of Ohio State, but he is right there. I thought he was 20 picks worse than Creed Humphrey, but Creed seems to be falling.
Yeah. At least they hit a position of need, which is nice. Josh Myers coming in there to hit a position of need for Green Bay. John, how do you feel? Just to check now that Green Bay's made a selection.
The guys at receiver are off the board that I wanted. So you guys are talking to me and other guys. So receiver. So you're telling me there's yesterday you told me there's good guys going to be available in the 2nd, Brandon, and now there's going to be good guys available in the 3rd. And then on Saturday, you'll be texting me saying, "Oh, there's good guys available in the 7th."
That's what I'll say. Yeah, I'll say.
And I appreciate it because I probably you asked where I'm at on scale of 1 to 10. I said despondent, but I'm really in the bargaining stage right now.
Okay.
Of grief.
The new Green Bay guy I want is Amari Rogers, the Clemson receiver. That's
what Pat Fitzmaurice also said. Amari Rogers.
Oh, interesting.
I think that's what he said. Regarding the center, though, it would be a great time to have Chris Raybon on because I think he did a study where a good center, when you add a good center to an offensive line, it really brings the whole offensive line together and can really improve the unit as a whole. It might be something that we should talk with Justin Edwards about, but especially since my Packers took a center, and I would love to hear anything positive about drafting a center. But they lost to Corey Linsley to the Chargers. He was great. I mean, but he's over 30, so I think that they tend to, once players get over 30, unless they're elite, they don't re-up them. And so this is not shocking. We thought maybe that Elgin Jenkins might move to center, but this allows them to use him at guard, right, Anthony?
Elgin Jenkins is a near all pro at guard. Yeah. So why mess with something that works? And
so this is a plus for Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones from a fantasy standpoint, I would think.
The pivot is absolutely the most important spot, especially for any of these teams that try to get outside the tackles in the run game. And that's where they like to try to get Aaron Jones. So I love having a steady center, and I still think there's some real good ones on the board here for a couple teams. I wonder if the Chiefs are even still in the market for an offensive line after spending a lot of salary cap dollars on them. Yep, and Creed Humphrey comes off the board to the Kansas City Chiefs. As we talk about it, he's a 3rd-team All-American. He's played 3 years at center for the squad. So now that they're drafted back-to-back, you're always going to have this direct comparison with 2 MVP-level quarterbacks, 2 of the best offenses, which one's better. And I got to tell you, you're going to find out because they're both going to get to play.
For sure, and I wonder what the thinking was for the Packers going with Myers over Humphrey. I mean, ESPN has them 1-2 Humphrey Myers, but the score on them is 81 versus 70, so it wasn't like a close evaluation for ESPN.
Yep.
I remember, I love all the center talk here. I remember I watched like a profile that Jeff Saturday, when he was a free agent late in his career, there was a profile of Jeff Saturday's free agency, and it showed like the PowerPoint his agent showed other teams, and it was like Colts record with Jeff Saturday, and it was showing how prominent they were, and it was like how many playoff victories and how many Super Bowl appearances and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, I love that he's attributing all of the Colts' success under the Peyton Manning years to Jeff Saturday. It makes me very happy.
Get you paid, Jeff. Get you paid.
Right?
You do you.
Go get that back.
I think center is really important, and it's not just because the Packers took a center in the second round of the draft. I think center is hugely important.
Oh, I don't disagree. I just thought it was funny.
I am totally just grasping at straws here in terms of like what we're doing and what we're trying to do. But I think this is probably a more pro Aaron Rodgers pick than the cornerback. But the cornerback was also in need, so they're at least drafting for need this year.
They're hitting needs. Yeah, they're hitting guys that should play this year.
This is a big improvement from last year when they were not drafting for need.
Listen, center is very important. I remember in my childhood, Dwight Stevenson was like the big center for the Dolphins, and I remember it was a big, everyone.
I like what you're saying. Thanks for coming on. I think center is a huge pick here. Hopefully, Aaron's watching.
And I don't remember very many early drafted centers that bust. I don't remember a whole lot. I only remember the guys.
They legitimately have one of the highest hit rates.
Yeah.
The most recently highly drafted center that really hasn't maybe lived up to draft capital is what Tyler. I can't say that guy's last name.
The Cowboys. Yeah,
the Cowboys center. So that's the one who's worrisome. But usually these guys hit at like an 80% rate. Mm-hmm. So it should be an instant contributor for you. And then you got that going for you.
And then John, you can always for the after the draft is over, there's plenty of undrafted free agents that are going to be really good. You know how Brandon's been pushing it every day. Plenty of undrafted guys that are really good.
They don't draft a receiver for the second straight draft.
Right.
Yeah.
Brandon will be telling me about 5 undrafted free agents.
Yep. That's right. And then they'll pick them up at that final 53 cut down. There's always someone there. There's always somebody gets cut. Always works out well. Howie Time agrees with you. By the way, kicking Jenkins to guard, drafting the center upgrades 2 positions is echoes Staggs' thoughts right there.
The one thing I do have to say, John, is at least we are roasting other teams for bad wide receiver selections in the second round, because that's knocking everybody else down.
That's true.
Because between Tutu and Dwayne Eskridge, I strongly feel that these guys are overdrafted. The only person I've ever seen that like them is Mel Kiper Jr., and I don't know how that happens, and if it's just people giving him information from inside the league that they like them more than us. But man, it's those wide receivers are tough. But I didn't get to talk about Tutu a lot because one thing they did miss in that offense is Brandon Cooks, and trading him away drastically changed their offense because he was their vertical field stretcher who could also run across the formation. You've got Woods, you've got Kupp, you've got Higbee, and they're all really 10 to 15 yard and in targets. And Josh Reynolds wasn't getting it done as the high A-dot weapons. Now you're going to have Tutu as the high A-dot weapon. So I'm interested to see how that works out. But it probably means sub 80 targets in a rookie season for a second round pick. It's going to be a boomer bust. So sorry for going back to Tutu. But
No, I think I remember yesterday I mentioned Tutu Atwell might get taken today, and you said that GM should get fired.
I mean,
look, you guys know
it
Stafford
sounds like you still think that.
I just got followed by the manager of analytics at the Rams, so don't do this to me.
No, the Rams are great. They're making great decisions, and you love Tutu Atwell. That's how it works. Yeah.
What were you gonna say, John?
No, I was just going to say, Stafford can throw the ball much longer than Goff, so I think it'll be interesting to kind of see what happens there. That was all.
Yeah.
I was just looking at PFF's grades on the Packers line, and I would expect Lucas Patrick to start at the other guard spot. So you got Jenkins and Patrick at guard. You got this Myers at center, Bakhtiari ahead of schedule at tackle, and probably Billy Turner at right tackle. Right. So that's not bad. That's not a bad unit.
Mike's having
coming
internet
around.
issues. That's why
coming around. Let's go.
Let's
go.
Until Rodgers retires, and then we have
Yeah.
to talk you off the ledge.
And the Jordan Love.
We didn't talk about the Bills taking defensive end Carlos Basham Jr. from Wake Forest. What do you think of that pick? And the Bills really hitting the defensive line so far in the first 2 rounds.
I mean, besides 33-year-old Jerry Hughes, who they've been trying to replace for years unsuccessfully, their edge depth was crap. And to beat Patrick Mahomes, you need guys who can rush the passer. So you're trying to be a Super Bowl level team. You need guys who can get get after the passer. Basham was my number 42 ranked player in this draft. So I think they got a major value there. He can rush from the inside and outside the tackle. And that's something that Russo can also do. So it looks like they're building some versatility as well as edge rushing presence. So if I'm looking at it, the Bills are killing the draft, and people keep talking about how they don't have a running back yet, and I don't care.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with adding pass rushers to your team. Like we've seen teams win with that strategy for years. It just doesn't get old. We're joined by George Kritikos at RotoHack on Twitter. Hi, George. Thanks so much for joining us.
Hello, everybody.
Georgie,
Hey,
how you
George.
doing?
How we doing? Everyone's going business casual today.
I'm sporting an awesome Underdog shirt, which I enjoy because it's the type of cotton that it form fits without really form fitting and showing my form. So that makes me happy because
The athletic fits.
Yeah. I like the athletic fit. I like the way that works because if I get like the Walmart or Target fit, right, then it's just like a box.
Mm-hmm.
And if I get like the really athletic fit, like the Under
The
Armour
slim fit, yeah.
it doesn't look good. The slim fit,
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see me in a slim fit. So this like nice athletic fit, it drapes just right. It's black. It's a perfect shirt. So
Yeah, it's black. I was gonna say they sent me a yellow one. So
I'm waiting for my Underdog swag. I want some.
Not my color.
I'd be lying, John, if I didn't cross my fingers when I opened the package, hoping it was black.
We just had a major pick here.
Okay.
Kyle, Kyle Trask. Trask.
Ooh.
Kyle Trask went to the Buccaneers with the 32nd or 64th overall pick, and you look at this and you look at the makeup of their weapons and how they plan to get things done vertically down the field. And you look at Kyle Trask's strengths and they line up. He's not going to have to play right away. He's a big, tall guy who could push the ball vertically down the field. So that's something, they found attractive. And I think it's, a developmental quarterback who has a little bit of upside, and we're not going to have to find out for a few years, hopefully.
I think it's refreshing that a team that just won the Super Bowl returned all their starters, decided to take a luxury pick at the end of the second round, as opposed to instead of trading up in the first round drafting a quarterback.
George, I want to get your take here in just a minute, but I do want to ask Jen a question from the comments section. Our friend Tom, with the Dolphins' weapons, who's a good grab at a round you like in 12-team redraft? Anyone on the Dolphins you'll be targeting there? They've got Will Fuller, Jalen Waddle, and obviously Devontae Parker to go with Tua and Myles Gaskin.
Yeah, in redraft, I mean, it's tough because there's not, the ADP redraft hasn't really happened yet. But I would think that, honestly, all of the Dolphins' weapons, besides Gesicki, are pretty affordable or will be pretty affordable. I think people don't really trust Tua quite yet. Not really sure what's going to happen there. I personally, Waddle, I don't know. Waddle's interesting. I'm excited to see him and Fuller. I think Parker is probably going to be a little overpriced for my liking in redraft. Not sure yet, but I don't really love him in general. I don't think that he's kind of the stud that everyone wanted him to be. So I'd say probably Fuller or Waddle will probably both be guys that I would consider taking in redraft.
And Gaskin available in the 8th round in Underdog. You got to think after those top 3 running backs,
for sure.
He's going to go up, right?
Yeah, I was just, for some reason, thinking wideouts or pass catchers. But yeah, Gaskin. Yeah, if they don't draft a running back, which, like you said, at this point in the draft, a running back is not really going to make a huge difference. So I think it's probably pretty safe to grab Gaskin. He may actually go up a little bit.
He might
ADP.
jump, yeah.
Yeah, now that they haven't taken a significant fantasy relevant guy there.
Yeah, John, before we end today and we find out exactly all of Miami's picks, I'll be asking you that same question as where Gaskin goes. But first, George, last pick of the second round, Kyle Trask going to the Bucks. A good long-term dynasty prospect, but obviously nothing this year. What does that do for how you viewed Trask before the draft versus how you'll view him after today?
Yeah, I mean, it's good because they've had this gap after losing Jameis Winston, so it's nice to see that they're, finally getting another quarterback to replace him, since they had such trouble since then.
Yeah.
But no, I think that I think he's pretty clearly going to probably be that sixth quarterback, after kind of the five that went in the first. I think it's going to be hard to, barring maybe Kellen Mond going somewhere that has a more immediate need. But I do think that he probably is going to sit potentially in the second round of Superflex rookie drafts in a lot of cases. It is a pretty deep class, so it's going to be a little tough for him to break in there. But I do think there's a good chance that he could be in that range and could be a pretty decent option, especially in those deeper dynasty leagues.
If you've got a taxi squad, then he's a good candidate for it.
Yeah, or he's like that QB, back end QB3, probably maybe even a QB4, for dynasty super flex leagues. I mean, you're definitely not wanting to rely on him for a little while.
Sure.
And even then, you probably don't want to.
But last night I mentioned my rookie quarterback model. And if Trask were to play this year, he would be projected for about 10 yards of rushing per game. So he's definitely more of a Tom Brady than a Konami type quarterback, and not particularly his completion percentage was decent, 68%, but that's actually not real good for college. He's more of my model is showing him under 60% completion as a rookie, but that number is not as dependable as the rushing yard expectation.
Part of that is just his style, right? And Anthony, you probably know Trask better than me, so correct me if I'm wrong, but he's kind of an aggressive downfield chucker. Like he's accurate. I mean, he can throw. That doesn't. I'm not trying to say that he's like a Derek Anderson who just chucks it downfield, but he's aggressive. Like he'll go for it. That's something he's not afraid when he gets in a shootout to really target players downfield and really go after it. So that's why maybe his completion percentage might dip a bit.
I don't hate the Derek Anderson comp. Like he's a straight up DGAF passer. He doesn't care. All he wants to do is push the ball down the field.
Yeah.
Can I quickly defend myself against Sal here right now? Because he said he thought I hated Gaskin. I don't hate Gaskin. I was just cool if the Dolphins drafted Javonte Williams. I would have liked that. But, I mean, if Gaskin is the lead back, then obviously I don't hate him, and I'm cool with drafting him. So I just wanted to kind of defend that. I'm not anti-Myles Gaskin. I just would have been okay if they brought in someone else.
I don't know, Jen. I heard you say some pretty nasty things about Myles Gaskin and his family. I think you owe Myles Gaskin an apology. That's what I think.
So you said Gaskin's going in the 8th round right now?
In Underdog formats, early 8th round is where he's going in. That's his ADP in Underdog formats right now.
I feel like he's already risen to the 6th, maybe even the 5th. Just by avoiding landmines here in the first couple rounds. I mean, I don't know who's going to end up there. They've got a pick coming up at some point, 18th pick in this draft. So in this round. So is there anybody at the running back position now that I know that
the answer is always Chris Carson.
No, in the rookie ranks, Kenneth Gainwell I know is a really good receiving.
Yeah, so there's interesting running backs available, but there's nobody who, when they get drafted, you're like they're being drafted to be the RB1. Like there's none of those guys left. So
I think the only guy who has some workhorse type mentality is Trey Sermon, and that's about it. And I expect him to come off the board at some point in this 3rd round.
So if he lands in a really good spot, I mean, if he goes to the Jets or something,
Trey Sermon could have the biggest fantasy jump of any player in the draft if he lands with Atlanta, the Jets, maybe Miami. I think Miami would still use a little bit of RBBC. But yeah, he could have the single biggest fantasy increase. Ooh, Kellen Mond.
Oh, there he is, Brandon.
I love it because he gets a chance to sit for a year, right? Like there's no expectations for him to come in and be a franchise savior. and he's going to have a good supporting cast around him. I think that's a great environment for the legendary Hall of Famer Kellen Mond.
He's got a lot of weapons there, eventually.
Absolutely. George, before we talk Kellen Mond, and then I'll let you go into Kellen Mond after that. Sal calls you out, says you love Kenny Gainwell. Do you think we're wrong when we say there's not another running back who, when they're drafted, you'll be like, yeah, that's an RB1 right away?
I mean, I think that's the sarcastic font, if I can read that correctly. I think I've been pretty low on him compared to the others, but I do think that his receiving ability would be a huge hit to Gaskin's upside if that's where he ended up. I mean, that's definitely kind of his calling card. And I do agree with Staggs on Sermon. I think he's kind of that one running back with a chance to make that jump. And I think even if he went to Miami, even if he wasn't the 1A, he's probably like the 1B and maybe does more of the goal line work and, potentially get some of those hot hand type of games. So I think there's still a few landmines out there for Gaskin, but I don't think that it's anyone where I'd say his value just completely tanks.
Sure. Not like what was expected. I mean, definitely the expectation was that Javonte Williams, Travis Etienne, one of those guys is going to be a Dolphin. I feel like that was the expectation. So that's interesting. Getting us caught up real quick, and then I'm going to ask you about Kellen Mond, George. Andre Cisco, the safety, went to the Jaguars top of the third round. Anthony, what's your thoughts on Cisco from Syracuse?
I think I would have rather gone with the other guy from Syracuse, Melanafu, but I would have just gone Trayvon Moehrig and Melanafu rather than who'd they go in the second, top of the second. His name's escaping me. Tyson Campbell.
From Georgia.
Yeah, I would have rather gone that way than Tyson Campbell and Andre Cisco, but that's just me. And it looks like that would have been an option for them. So, Cisco is a guy who can move. He can make tackles in space. But right now, we've had some moves because Kellen Mond went off the board, and Davis Mills is apparently going to have a chance to have a lot of starts this season in Houston.
Yeah, that's really interesting. If he winds up in Houston, is that pick official yet? I know we have Jeff Hicks who's been tipping
Teddy Lockett.
He's put it there.
Teddy Lockett.
Teddy Lockett.
I was going to say, while George is here, maybe we should talk kickers because I know how much he loves them. I'm ready to talk rookie kickers whenever you guys are.
I just appreciate that there's all this optimism for me being on the show by bringing up all my favorite topics. So I do appreciate that. I come off as being just a very positive person based on these topics of conversation. So
I will say, in your defense, George, I do the day 3 draft update where I'm frantically updating the fantasy impact, which is honestly, I'm kind of useless because the fantasy impact on day 3 is always probably nothing, but but it's fun. I did just officially nix kickers from that article as of
Brandon.
I just
so
don't have that
disappointed
much.
in you.
I just don't have that much to say about kickers. It's always rookie kickers. It's always I guess this is a competition. We'll see in July. Like that's all.
Yeah, but the thing is, unlike tight ends, rookie kickers actually are fantasy relevant.
But Brandon's looking for draft capital with his kickers. He wants day 1 or day 2 kickers.
They are. Well, I was going to say,
those
but
day 3 kickers.
Yeah.
Listen, last year Tyler Bass and Rodrigo Blankenship both were legit fantasy kickers.
It's true.
And they were both rookies from day 1 too, not just like week 10 and on.
Very true, but honestly, day 3 kickers don't always make the roster. So I'd rather talk about those guys in July and August than in May. He's saving
it for his training camp position battles articles.
Exactly.
Yes.
There we go.
that's the clickbait article.
Yeah. So let's talk, George, while we've got you here. Dynasty impact, rookie drafts. How are you looking at Kellen Mond with the Vikings and Davis Mills with the Texans now that we have 3 quarterbacks within just a few picks?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exciting that all these quarterbacks came off. I think it's always good when there's a strong, rookie quarterback class and then add in kind of the draft capital into it. I think it just makes the format much more exciting, which I'm sure Sal's listening in the background to that as I say it. But I think with Mond, it's a good landing spot, obviously, with the Vikings. You guys kind of mentioned the weapons and Cousins, potentially maybe being there for a year, and he does need a lot of development. I think his passing ability is still a work in progress, especially like to the outside, to the sidelines, outside the hashes. I think there's a lot of opportunity for him to improve as a passer, but I think there's a ton of upside if that does work out for him.
I think I saw my favorite thing I saw.
It's gonna be great.
I saw some sort of tweet that said Kellen Mond is the Rorschach test of quarterbacks, where you show Kellen Mond tape to someone and everyone will see whatever they want to see in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true. I think that, some people are trying to jump to like the Mahomes comparisons with him, and that's not what he is. That's not that type of quarterback. And Davis Mills is interesting too. I think obviously with all the Deshaun Watson drama this offseason, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. I'd be surprised if they handed him the reins if, let's say, for whatever reason, Watson wasn't available to play week 1.
I don't think he will be. It's not looking. I mean, it's pretty ugly, right? I mean,
yeah, it seems that way. I don't want to speculate because I don't know.
Well,
but...
who is the back? Who's the backup?
Tyrod
there?
Taylor's there. Yeah,
oh, that's right.
Taylor's there.
I always want to say Matt Schaub, and I know it's not, but it just like
it'll always be Matt Schaub.
Right? It is, even though it's not.
Anthony Davis Mills couldn't get a more different type of quarterback from Deshaun Watson and Tyrod Taylor, right?
I mean, he's got some athleticism, but he's probably, if you plugged him into John's little model there, he'd be a guy who comes out of 10 rushing yards a game. He's not overly impressive as an athlete, but he ran a nice 40 times, so that's going to look good. But overall, he's the biggest unknown in this draft. He started fewer games than Trey Lance. He started fewer games than Mitch Trubisky in college. No matter who you name, like I can't find a prospect. I didn't do deep research into this, but I perused a little bit for quarterbacks drafted on day 1 or day 2, and I couldn't find anybody with less starts than Davis Mills has.
Well, and I think with Mills, you think about the 3 situations between the Bucs, the Vikings, and the Texans, and I mean that is by far the worst of the 3 when you just think about the supporting cast, right? Like if all 3 of these guys had to get thrown in their rookie year, I'd be the most terrified for Davis Mills, and it wouldn't be particularly close when you think about production and what it could do to him longer term if he struggles right away.
Dude, Atlanta just made a huge pick here of Jalen Mayfield. You look at some consensus big boards, he's in the top 50. You look at other mock draft sites, he would have been like 42 overall. He's a guy who could play guard or tackle. So this is a great pick for Atlanta. They got a guy with a lot of flexibility, who might be a luxury pick with all the other picks they've spent on offensive line in recent years. But, is there a defender who probably could have made more of an impact? Sure. Would I have loved that pick even more if it came from the Bengals right now at number 69?
Nice.
Sure.
Someone had to say
it. Every time it comes up, I'm stopping.
I think at 69, you want to flip it around. That's what you want to flip around the expectations, and you don't want to go exactly what everyone expects. That's what I think it takes.
I love that pick. Like, flipped expectations or not, Joseph Osai, a consensus first-team All-American from Texas, whether you think of him as an edge player or an outside linebacker, he's a dude dripping with athleticism. Osai, for me, is my 30th overall prospect. So this is
pick 69 is dripping. Okay, gotcha.
God, I didn't even tie them together.
Look, that
wasn't me.
I don't know what you're talking about, Anthony.
That wasn't even me. But yeah, I mean, he's got 30 tackles for loss in his career. He's got 5 forced fumbles. He's an impact player, man, who could just make tackles behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he's the guy was expected to go early today and lasting into early 3rd round. You got to consider that a value pick, which is nice. Do you think the Falcons, that Mayfield was that kind of thing? He was just the best player available on the board, and they thought, screw positional need. This guy's the best player. We have the highest grade on him. Let's take him. Do you think that's what motivated them?
I would have gone Osai over Mayfield if I were the Falcons.
Okay.
But,
I think they were thinking they just needed some bigger holes for those running backs of theirs to run through. So,
Yeah. Mike Davis. Another guy we're going to have to talk about the end of today, John, to see where Mike Davis lands if Atlanta doesn't add anybody. So right now, it's looking where Mike Davis, Tevin Coleman, Myles Gaskin, those three group support guys, they must have played the right game of Ouija, because so far their teams are definitely not doing what we all expected they would do.
Yeah, we do have Dolphins picking at 18 in this round. I'm just scrolling down here.
Bye, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Kind of bracing for another running back to go off the board, but I just would like to point out that my wife just got home with dinner. I ate it while you guys were chatting, and she asked who the Packers took, and I said they drafted a center, and she proceeded to hand me a beer. So find somebody that will understand you, like
to you,
my
John.
wife. My wife understands me.
Cheers to that.
What kind of beer, John?
It's a chronic amber ale out of Carlsbad. It's my
Nice.
go-to when I want a nice tasting but
Comfort
smooth
beer.
Comfort beer. I go to this one. I'm not an IPA guy. I can't do IPAs.
John, while you were gone, man, we had a little quarterback craziness. We got Kellen Mond. We talked about Trask while you were here, but then we also got Davis Mills. So overall, what are your thoughts?
Well, as a redraft guy, it doesn't seem like it matters.
Yeah.
Frankly, with who's going where, but I mean these are you start to evaluate players' long-term value, and this is good for Justin Jefferson. The Davis Mills pick is really interesting, given everything that's going on with Deshaun Watson. And I think George was the one that was talking about just the lack of weapons there at this point. For Houston, it's turned into a real dumpster fire. And they probably should just trade Brandon Cooks to the Packers. Just
why not?
Why not?
Do you have any veteran running backs for them to get back in return? Or
no vets. We could sign somebody. We could sign like Marshawn Lynch or something, and
Todd Gurley,
trade
sign him
to the Texans. Three quarterbacks in a row, or
pretty much 3 out of 4 picks, I think. Jen, I wanted to ask you real quick. Houston, a year ago probably wasn't thinking they'd be spending a day 2 pick on a quarterback. Deshaun Watson, obviously, there's a lot going on even before the public. Assault accusations that have come out. Even before that happened, he was demanding a trade, and people were wondering if he was going out of town. Do you think that taking a quarterback here means Houston is saying, yes, we are ready to turn the page? Or do you think maybe they should have tried to take somebody that could help them now, that could help that team? Because that team is very devoid of talent, as George said.
They are. I don't know what it's so frustrating because they had, there was a time period, right, where he wanted out and they could have made a really good deal at that time. And then everything happened with all these accusations, and now they're kind of screwed. And so I don't know, like we said, if they're okay with Tyrod, and then, their new rookie, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they were in a position to move up and get one of the top quarterbacks to actually have someone that would play now. But I think that they're kind of in a position they're screwed. And like you said, there's just not a lot of weapons there anyway. I mean, I think honestly, I would assume they've just kind of accepted the season as a wash. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do, because if Watson's a no-go, which it looks pretty ugly, but then again, we don't know because nothing's really happened yet. But and then they just don't have a ton of weapons anyway. They have a bunch of kind of middling, running backs. I mean, I like Phillip Lindsay and all, but at the same time, I don't know. That place it's interesting. I don't know what they're going to do, whether they're just going to kind of ride it out and kind of, suck for whoever, the whole suck for luck. I don't even know the whatever pun for the 2022, whatever's going to happen there. Maybe they're just going to kind of accept their fate and win 2 or 3 games and move on.
It felt like
Scowl for Howl.
There,
Is that what we got going? Are we starting that? That's what we're doing?
I think you may have just done it.
I mean, it feels like they were going to go and just wipe the board clean and create, just basically start from scratch, and that is certainly not the case now because they can't, and so it feels like they're just stuck in this purgatory where they're going to have to let this play out, and this could either become okay, great, things turn out okay, and they can potentially trade Deshaun Watson, or it turns really ugly and he's not going to play or loses a ton of value or whatever happens to him. And then it's like, oh, well, now they have to rebuild without the benefit of trading him and getting something back for him. And they're really, up a creek, for a long time. So I feel like they just, to your point, like they're just going to have to let this play out. They have nothing they can do right now. And I think
Davis Mills was the one quarterback that Matt Waldman had in his top 5. And I believe he bumped Wilson out.
Oh, really? He bumped Wilson
out. Maybe it was Mac Jones.
Okay.
But I remember Davis Mills being the guy that was his surprise, like number 3, number 4 guy on his board. So maybe the Texans are big Matt Waldman followers. But I think that if Deshaun Watson is not playing, is there anyone you would draft or want to have on your fantasy team from the Texans?
No.
Not in redraft.
A complete avoid. I mean, maybe if Mills looks really good, you might go Cooks.
Yeah.
Maybe, but
I'd throw a dart at Philip Lindsay in best ball, later, round whatever round he is. But
I just don't know how much they're going to be able to run.
I know.
It's just a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
So, I mean, usually when there's a dumpster fire, it's like there might be somebody in the pass catching ranks that's going to go for 60 for 900 and 6 touchdowns or something. But it's really going to be interesting to see how this plays out this offseason because this is their first pick. They didn't draft anyone. They didn't have a first round pick. They didn't have a second round pick. The first pick that they had a chance, they took the top quarterback, prospect on the board, I guess, to them anyway. And so it looks like they're preparing for the worst.
Yeah. Ryan Turner kicked in that it was Wilson who was out. It was Zach Wilson. Mac Jones was his QB3. Zach Wilson out of the top 5. That's an interesting perspective that I haven't seen around.
I want to get Raybon on with Waldman and have them duke it out because if you remember, Raybon was just Mac Jones or Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson. Just how amazing this guy is, and have him duke it out with Waldman. That'd be an interesting podcast.
Well, he's got an arm. I mean, that's the thing about Zach Wilson. The problem with Zach Wilson that I don't like is just watching him 2019, and you can say the same thing about Joe Burrow, but which I understand. But Zach Wilson 2019 looked like a fringe prospect, just like a big arm and nothing else. And then, has the good season last year and kind of catapults up boards. But you're right. Raybon was pounding the table for him. I want to get Raybon on T-Map so he can pound the table for Zach Wilson again. That's what I want to see him do.
Where are we at with the draft?
The last couple picks that have happened, we're still pretty early in the 3rd round, but the picks are coming a little faster. Tackle Brady Christensen from BYU went to the Panthers. Then we saw Aleem McNeil, the defensive tackle from NC State, go to the Lions. And then defensive tackle Milton Williams from Louisiana Tech just went to the Eagles. Staggs, you want to catch us up? Anything? Any comments on those last 3 picks?
I mean, Milton Williams is an interesting blend of size, speed, and going to, that squad. The Eagles are. I love that. Getting to play next to Fletcher Cox and, penetrate from the interior there. So I really like that fit. Aleem McNeil, I'm a little bit lower on. I don't really love that pick with the Lions, and then their last 2 picks have been at defensive tackle with Levi on. It's just not happening at this point anymore. Levi O from Washington, man. Like it happened earlier in the show. It's just not happening anymore. Like,
I understand. I butchered it already, and I think that it's fair for us to leave my terrible pronunciation of his name as the standing point in this situation. And then we also had Aaron Robinson, the corner from the Giants, go. We've got corners, defensive players happening. The offensive tackle to the Panthers is interesting because that's definitely a spot that they could use some help with the blocking. John, what do you think of Christian McCaffrey coming back to the Panthers? Do you think this was a good idea for them to beef up that offensive front to help him and see if he can stay healthy this year?
I think you look at McCaffrey, number one pick last year, and he's already going number one this year, which I think is interesting. I don't know, a guy coming off of injury back at the 101 spot. I played fantasy for 20, 25 years. I don't remember that happening before. I think, anytime you add an offensive lineman or beefing up that offensive line helps him. That offense kind of goes through him. But they've got three good receivers now. We talked about Marshall, joining them. So targets are going to be at a premium, and they're not. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater targets weren't that great, but he supported top 25, 3 top 30 receivers.
He did.
It's a little bit.
They still don't have a tight end though.
Well, they have Ian Thomas. He just didn't throw to him.
And I'm not completely devoid of Dan Arnold stock on my best ball roster. I'm just saying.
I mean, if you put Ian Thomas,
if blocking counts, right? Sorry.
Well, you put Dan Arnold. Dan Arnold he went to UW Platteville, which is where I went to. So I have to comment on Dan Arnold whenever he comes up.
Nice.
If you put him and Ian Thomas together, you might have a fantasy tight end one. But
that's how
the numbers
stacking works, right? That's
yeah. The Carolina tight end is what you draft when you go to draft. The numbers with the top 25, top 30 receivers are a little deceiving because Curtis Samuel got quite a few of his fantasy points running the ball, and I don't know what they'll do. I don't think Terrace Marshall, fits into that sort of category at all.
Yeah, he has a profile there.
DJ Moore will carry the ball a little bit here and there, but Robbie Anderson, not really. So, I think you're going to end up with a lot of McCaffrey, and he's a solid pick in the top half of that first round, for sure. I think coming off the injury, I'm not too worried about it.
So Wyman talked about Matt Wallman as well. The overrated quarterback of Zach Wilson ranked 6th, underrated as Davis Mills. And Ryan Turner found as well, said something along the lines of Wilson threw what would be hospital balls in the NFL, and that his arm was good enough to compete in college, but would be broken up or picked in the NFL. That is bold. I love that. That's very interesting. I always love bold takes. That always makes me enjoy that. George, since we've got you and you're our dynasty guy, comments on Zach Wilson, his arm talent, where he is with the Jets. If that changes anything, I'm sure it doesn't, but where he's been going in both 1 quarterback and 2 quarterback leagues.
Yeah, I mean, I think most rankings I've seen and kind of where I've been sitting him has been kind of around the QB4. So he's going after Fields and Lance and Lawrence. He's going before Mac Jones in the quarterback positional rankings, as well as like Superflex and other rookie drafts. I do like what the Jets are doing overall. I think that they're building an interesting offense. It would be nice to see them kind of continue that. But I think, the additions at wide receiver, and they've been building the offensive line. And I think all that stuff is going to definitely help him. But I do agree. I think there's a bigger learning curve, I think, than people are really, anticipating for him. And I'm a little nervous that they don't seem to have a plan B over there if he does struggle early on. I think that's a little problematic for me. I feel like they should have looked somewhere, just given all these kind of veteran free agent quarterbacks and, all these other guys who are out there. I mean, trading for Teddy Bridgewater might not have been a bad idea. Tyrod Taylor, Jacoby Brissett, there were options out there, even if they were locked in on him. And that's the one thing I'm a little nervous about with him, is if he struggles, he's going to probably have to struggle the whole season. And you never know what that does to a young quarterback.
Absolutely. Anthony, I just wanted to offer the chance to retort to Waldman's comments on Zach Wilson. You had him 3rd among quarterbacks, I believe, after Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence. What do you think about his comments on his arm being great in college, but turns into picks and broken up passes at the NFL level?
I mean, I think his arm is great no matter the level. So I think that's taken out a little context. But the ball placement and choice of ball he chooses to throw is something that's also a little bit more out of place that needs to be worked on. And he does throw this ball that sort of just hangs right in the middle, and you can't do that in the NFL. So he's going to have to learn, like, Justin Fields is the best passer in this class at putting the ball on the outside shoulder of a receiver who's streaking downfield. Zach Wilson throws it on the inside shoulder. He's got to learn to push it a couple more yards to the sideline, because that's the difference between completions and incompletions at the NFL level. So some of these, easy throws he's not going to have, but he's still a very, very good athletic passer who needed to be drafted at the top of the draft, and I'm happy with the way it turned out.
Nice. Mike, since we've got you in this moment, I know your internet's been causing you problems. Any comments on the last 3 defensive tackles? We've had kind of a run, 3 defensive tackles in a row, including the Cowboys just taking Osa Idigazua from UCLA.
Nice, Brandon. Good.
I am defensive tackle. I am defensive tackle bias,
Okay.
which means I'm not anti, but I don't pay much attention just because they just are kind of stuffers. And they're if you're in a defensive tackle league, these guys are fine, but I don't really. They don't really, at least for me, they don't move the needle for me for IDP. But the one guy, the couple of guys I did like, Joseph Asai going to Cincinnati is going to be probably Carl Lawson's replacement. So I really like that pickup. He's going to be a real solid guy. He doesn't give up on plays, which is huge. And I like the Andre Sisco pick in Jacksonville. I think he's going to come in right away and be able to play and contribute for Jacksonville pretty quickly. So from those two guys, I definitely like those 2 picks. And I even like the Pete Werner pick in New Orleans. Really, Werner really fast. And I think he has a real good chance to be a 3-down guy. So I think he's going to get in on those nickel snaps. So I think he has the potential to be a 3-down linebacker. So those are kind of the couple of picks that have really stood out. And even Basham. I like the Basham pick too.
Nice. Jen, I know that you've been trying to leave and you've been politely waiting for us to to give you the opportunity to. So thank you so much for joining us. Any final parting thoughts before you leave?
No, I got nothing. This has been great. I know I was it's been a lot of fun. I'm interested to kind of see how the rest pans out, both for fantasy relevance and real relevance. I'm kind of bummed. I will say this. It's funny. I don't know. A lot of people probably don't know, but my maiden name was Fields. So that was my last name for 33 years. So just this whole, and so my name was Jay Fields for 33 years.
Yeah.
So it's so weird just seeing it everywhere. And if he would have come to Denver, that would have been pretty sweet.
Are you announcing here that you're going to be playing quarterback for the Bears next year? Is that where this is headed?
Yeah, I'd last about a half a play before I'd be on my ass and So no,
Like all the other get a much cheaper custom jersey. That's all.
Right? I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. It's fine.
You look on the bright side, you're probably going to get Aaron Rodgers, so that's not too bad.
I don't know about probably, but listen, there's still a chance, right? Until the season starts, there's still a chance. Honestly, I think he's probably going to retire more than anything. So I'm just kidding, but he did say that, right? I mean, he said, "I would rather retire than play for the Packers again."
He's got that sweet Jeopardy gig waiting for him.
I didn't see a direct quote of that. I just saw a bunch of second and third hands.
Correct. You're right. But the stuff that I did read seemed pretty sourced and pretty, but we'll look. I'm sure it's all smoke and mirrors. He'll be there. It'll be fine. All the Devontae shares and the Rodgers shares are going to be just fine.
And perhaps next year at this time, I'll be complaining about the fact that the Packers are not drafting a receiver in the early round of the 2022.
I'm sure we can pretty much book that. I'm gonna say yes. We can book that right now. That you will be bitching about that in round 1. No, not bitching like a bad thing. Just what? I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to say that word. Is that have bad implications?
No, it was a little harsh. I didn't know I was bitching. I thought I was just commenting.
Okay.
Providing my insights.
I'm canceled. I didn't listen. I don't think bitching's a bad word. I'm bitching about the fact that the Broncos didn't take Fields. I mean, I didn't mean it in a negative connotation at all. I meant it was just a synonym for complaining on the same level. Not
okay, Jen, just get off the stream. Let's go.
John, I'm going to give you an opportunity, John, real quick before Jen goes. So, where do you draft Allen Robinson if Jen is quarterback for the Bears next year?
It's a big quarterback downgrade, even from Mitch. Yeah, even from Mitch Trubisky, it's a huge downgrade. So I would say put him on the do not draft list.
Hey, listen, I'm 5'10", so I'm not exactly short for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Hey Jen, you're never gonna get over the Justin Fields thing, because even though the Browns have actually recovered and we've got a good quarterback, I'm still not over Deshaun Watson.
And this is the thing too, right? So aside from that, not only did that happen, but you guys don't forget, I went to University of Georgia where he was the quarterback and we let him go in order to have Fromm. So it's double, I'm just doubly screwed by Fields over and over. And they keep showing that stupid Baker Mayfield commercial where he's talking to Justin Fields about leaving Georgia.
Yep.
Every time that commercial, I just it's full cringe in my body, because the fact that they let him go to Ohio State and they let Eason go too in order to keep Fromm, who,
we know.
Great to see you, Jen. We'll let you get on with your evening, and then we'll talk
guys.
about take care, Jen. Have a good one.
Bye.
And let's talk about the Chargers taking wide receiver Josh Palmer from Tennessee. Let's start with you, George. Where did you have Josh Palmer amongst your wide receivers that you were looking at heading into this draft? And is this landing spot something you like for him?
I mean, the Chargers definitely had a need. I think there was opportunity, because I don't feel like they hit on those rookies last year enough to where they could feel comfortable with what they had on the roster. But I'm not really a big Josh Palmer fan. I had him outside my top 50 rookies. And part of that was, to be fair, Tennessee had terrible quarterbacking, and it really made it hard to evaluate him based on his college production and based on any of that college film. I mean, he does have some deep ability. He flashed, but this feels too early. I thought he was probably going to be a day 3 guy. I'm a little surprised with who else was on the board that this is where they went. But, it's interesting. I think the Chargers are not necessarily the best at picking, wide receivers outside of the first round. So I'm a little concerned, but I'm going to keep an eye on it and see kind of how he does this summer.
Yeah, Staggs, how did you have Palmer stacked up amongst the receivers?
I did not have him on my big board at all.
Okay.
But that's mostly because of 475 yards receiving.
Yep.
What we saw from Josh Palmer at the Senior Bowl was him getting open outside a lot. If you listen to PFF, they tracked every win rate in one-on-ones, and he had apparently the highest win rate during the Senior Bowl as an outside receiver, which gives you some hope. So the thing is, Josh Palmer was basically a vertical-only threat at Tennessee. And if all he does is run go routes like we talked about with Jalen Guyton, I think he converts more go routes than Jalen Guyton. So I'm perfectly fine with a small upgrade here, because the smallest upgrade, there was, 5 or 6 dropped touchdowns for Justin Herbert to Jalen Guyton. So converting 2 more of those is a major boon for this offense.
And I was kind of with you with Palmer. I didn't like that he didn't seem to try to separate, though. He seemed to like to fight the corner instead of trying to get away from him. That was something I didn't like about him. And then other than that, he just bored me. I was trying to watch his tape. I was like, oh, he's got adequate size and adequate speed, and he's an adequate route runner, and no production at all, like Anthony said. So I'm kind of there. John, any kind of upgrade at the wide receiver 3 position for the Chargers, does that change the way you view Justin Herbert, or was he such a good prospect anyway that it really doesn't move the needle?
Well, Brandon, first of all, I want to say I'm a little disappointed in you as host, because you're bearing the lead here that a cornerback for the Saints, whose first name is Paulsen, went off the board, which I had never seen this in my entire life as a Paulsen.
I'm sorry, John. It was very insensitive of me not to bring up your distant cousin.
Did you even notice that this person named Paulsen Adebo is now a Saint?
I had it up on the screen, but I definitely didn't address it, and I apologize, John.
Okay.
It should have been the first thing out of my mouth.
No, it's okay. I was sitting there waiting while Jen said I was bitching about things. I was sitting there waiting to make a comment about the cornerback. I was very interested. I can't believe I this guy's name is Paulsen. That's amazing.
That's the most action a Paulsen's gotten since what, Fight Club?
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
oh,
All right, Josh Palmer. I didn't recognize the name. I did some research prior to the draft, getting the top 20, 25 or so receivers, figured out that would cover us for the first 2 days of the draft. And I'm seeing that his score, his grade at ESPN is 55, which made him the 21st available receiver on Mel Kiper or whatever, whoever's board this is. So it sounds like he's just had a lot of problems with quarterback, but we don't really. That's the reason that you don't know how to evaluate him, huh? So
Tennessee was not a good passing offense. For him.
It does look like he has good speed, and that's what you're talking about, Anthony. Vertically, it's a pretty good spot. Like that 2 spot, if somebody can overtake Mike Williams, and I don't know that anybody will. He still has that something that's going to compel me to draft him in the 12th round or something next year, playing with a good quarterback. He can put his season together. But, as a 3rd or 4th or 5th receiver, not a lot of upside here for Palmer. I mean, I'm still interested to see if whoever can go to the Packers can, in 20 or 30 or 15, 20 picks, like the upside spots for some of these players, if they can hit the right team, is just a lot higher right now than, maybe a Josh Palmer going to the Chargers.
Yeah, I feel like Jared Cook is probably one of the big winners out of this. Yeah. Like, it seems like things are really working out for him. I mean, I think that one's kind of funny because I feel like everyone expected a day 2 tight end for the Chargers.
And Jared Cook is written off every year. Mm-hmm. And he was actually really good when Drew Brees was healthy.
Yeah.
So this is a good spot for him.
Yeah, I feel like he's the big winner out of this so far.
I mean, don't be shocked if he's like tight end 8, week 14 next year. He'll be there. He'll be in the mix.
And then he'll get you like 1 reception for 8 yards.
Oh yeah, I mean,
when you need him, yeah.
Right.
But that really is a lot of tight ends, and
right. Yeah, totally.
He gets the rap because it's like he was one of the first ones really to tantalize you with. And his most consistent stretch of play was with Rodgers towards the end of his tenure with the Packers. He was turning into a weapon for them, and surprisingly, they let him go or he walked one or the other. I think they signed Martellus Bennett or somebody.
Mm-hmm.
That did not work out, or maybe it was Jimmy Graham at that point. But yeah, Jared Cook, I think, because Donald Parham was supposedly going to break out this year. And now I think they've signed Cook to specifically be the starter. And he's still athletically top notch, or at least top 10 at his position. He's fast, he's big, he's smooth, he can catch a ball sometimes, and he's got a good quarterback. So,
yep. Yeah. And I mean, he's, he works a part of the field that, Mike Williams doesn't, that, Keenan Allen doesn't really, he can stretch the seam a little bit. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense why he's there. And I mean, all those mock drafts before, and Staggs, I'm sure too, like a lot of them had like Freiermuth or Brevin Jordan or one of those guys going to the Chargers, like round 2, round 3. And, now you have Palmer.
I don't know if we're going to see that, but there's still some interesting tight ends on the board for maybe that's going to fall up round or 2. To catch us up, we had Chaz Surratt go to Minnesota, linebacker. He's a former quarterback as well. He's athletic. He could do a lot of things. I mean, he was an altered productive quarterback who ended up switching positions. So I'm excited to see how he's deployed because I think there's a number of different ways they can get him on the field. But I think he's mostly going to be sort of an inside or a weak side linebacker for him. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, probably more of a weak side. He has the makeup of a 3-down backer. It may not be this year, maybe next year, because they still have Anthony Barr, and I think this is Barr's last year. And Minnesota does run a lot of 2 linebacker sets, so it's mostly Barr and Eric Kendricks. So I think for this year, though, I would draft Surratt maybe more as a guy you could deploy next year into your leagues. But I think he's good in coverage. He's going to be able to keep up with running backs and tight ends, and I mean, I like the spot for maybe next year, but in terms of maybe some IDP value, I think he may need an injury. Like last year, like Eric Wilson came in last season and was a stud for Kendricks and Barr. So I think that's probably going to need to happen for him to get some snaps this season, but he'll definitely be in the mix next year.
Hey, Brandon, I think I chased you off the stream. I want to apologize for. I was just teasing you about the.
I had to go cry for a minute. I tell you what. You know what? I stepped away for a moment to get some water, and I forgot to get another beer, and I'm just full of regret now. That's all.
If you want to go and get that beer, I can vamp for you as an apology.
I may do that at some point.
Okay.
Wyman just kind of stepped in and said he caught it, John, but noticed that the spelling was off, so he's got you back. And I just want to say that I'm guessing that it's the player's fault that the player had the wrong spelling of his name.
Yeah, well, it's only right for Paulsen's with S-E-N because the most common spelling is S-O-N. So I've learned that throughout my life, but we always say these people spell it the wrong way. But yeah. Wyman gets an extra point for saying that he spelled it the wrong way. So good job, Wyman.
Mike, Malcolm Kuntz, linebacker from Buffalo, just drafted by the Raiders. What do you think of Kuntz? He's really not on my radar, to be honest. I didn't have him as a day 2 guy.
I honestly didn't even look at him.
Okay.
So I mean,
he's not a day 2 guy. That's why. Like, if you,
so he's a perfect Raiders guy.
I mean, Kuntz is like the 200th best player in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 5th round pick, solidly 5th to 7th round pick. Depending on what you think, he can maybe he's probably more of an edge player than he is a true linebacker. I just don't. It's a Raiders pick. I got nothing for you.
So wait, did the Raiders now also take?
They had back-to-back babies.
Yeah. So they took Diablo and they also took Morig.
In the second round, they took Morig. Yeah.
So they took 2 safeties, huh?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna kill somebody's value.
I'm also surprised. I didn't think Mike Mayock watched Buffalo, so that surprises me. Like, I thought he only watched Alabama and Clemson, but here we have Buffalo, Virginia Tech. It's shocking to me. So,
kind of like my house. My wife's an Alabama alum, so we watch mostly Alabama. So that's the way that goes.
I really like Diablo.
I hope they play him at linebacker. That's he has, I think, the makeup to play a linebacker because I love Diablo and I just can't believe they went 2 safeties.
I will say world-class name for a defensive player, by the way. Like,
love the name.
Like, you don't want to mess with Diablo. Diablo's coming at you. I love it.
The Divine Devil.
I ain't fucking with that guy. I mean, he definitely gained weight since his last season. When he was playing at 210, 215, put on 15, 20 pounds for that combine. Now apparently weighing in at 230. So maybe they are thinking of him as a true linebacker because that's our only hope here with Abram, with now Morig and now Diablo. He's got to play linebacker or else something else has to give.
I mean, he's I saw him as a box safety, so he's someone that needs to play around the line of scrimmage. So he's a big, I kind of envisioned him as one of those big nickel dime linebackers. So that's kind of, I guess, what he's going to have to do. I mean, Nick Kwiatkowski got hurt. Corey Littleton was a bust. Nicholas Morrow, I think, might be a free agent. So I mean, they're just going to, Mayock and Gruden are just going to revolutionize the defenses and just play 3 safeties. I guess, is that what we're doing?
I mean, I don't hate it. If you actually played 3 safety, 3 corners, like, it's probably better than.
Well, it's probably better than playing Littleton and
this pick sort of surprises me. We've got the Miami Dolphins going Hunter Long. They've recently re-signed Adam Shaheen to a multi-year deal after acquiring him in a trade from the Chicago Bears last season. You've got Mike Gesicki, an uber athletic marvel at tight end. And we talk about all those other weapons in the pass catching game. So Hunter Long's going to have, a very, very minimal projection for fantasy this season, but maybe it means they're looking away from a guy like Mike Gesicki long term.
Yeah, he's a free agent after this year, so that might be their insurance option, right? If they don't come to some kind of extension. Because Long's not a good blocker. It's not like that's what they're bringing him in for. I mean, he's a receiving tight end.
Yeah.
So a little surprising, but I have to that's the only logical thing I could think they're doing is that they're covering their butts if Gesicki leaves. And they
I
don't
know, but
really
you've already got Shaheen that you've given up assets for.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think there's a few other picks you can make.
a lot of other picks you could have made there.
and even though we've talked about the strength of their offensive line, seemingly they could have gone White Davis. They could have added another corner because it's not like their free agent dollars have been well spent there. With Byron Jones, maybe another safety, but Miami also just has a ton of picks. So every now and again, one of these picks is just going to be like, well, that's a luxury pick.
Yeah, I mean, 6'5", ran a 4.63 at his pro day, so there's things to like about that. I don't like that he lets the ball into his body too much. Like, if you're a receiving tight end, I want you to pluck that ball out of the air, but Hunter Long, this is probably value for him. This is probably where he was projected, right? Sometime in day two. Yeah.
Yeah. He was like a late day two kind of guy. It felt like, maybe into day three, because there hasn't been that many tight ends drafted. Is what, the third tight end now?
Yep.
Which is shocking. Shocking that he went before Brevin Jordan. I really expected Brevin Jordan to be off the board by now.
Or Tremble was one that a lot of people liked. I'm a little surprised that he went ahead of Tremble.
My problem with Brevin Jordan is just too short. We're looking at tight ends. Like, these guys got to be at least 6'4", or else you're basically moving them to H-back right off the bat. And what's your best case as an H-back? Charles Clay? Like, your projection then isn't great once you're under sort of 6'3" as a tight end.
Yeah, I get that. I want to go back to a question we got a little while ago. Jose Hendel asked about Khalil Herbert. I actually love Khalil Herbert. He's a day 3 running back that I'm eyeing. I don't love him as in I would reach on him, but I think that if you're looking at day 3 running backs and guys that have a potential to actually do something and develop into something, transferred over from Kansas, had a really good last season. I'm always attracted to running backs that keep their legs churning. I really like his power through contact. I really like the way that just kind of his running instincts. Anthony, do you have Khalil Herbert thoughts for Jose?
Say again? Khalil Herbert?
Do you have any thoughts on him, was the question.
No. There's a lot of these guys. Like, Chris Sims came out and projected him as, a top 2 or 3 back in this class? And it's just...
See, that's a bit bold. I like him, but that's a bit bold.
Come on, no... I think we're still a day away from that, but
okay, because
maybe I'm wrong.
I like him. I'm still looking at Trey Sermon, Chuba Hubbard. I'm still looking at those guys above Herbert. But if we're talking at like Jermar Jefferson, Kylan Hill level, then I really like Khalil Herbert. That's the guy. I just think he has more upside as a complete back.
I don't think anybody has complete back upside that's left that we've talked about. So
I think with Herbert, he's going to probably stick on a roster at the very least, because he has special teams experience, kick return experience. That's going to help him, and that's an understated part of these like day 3 type of prospects, right? Is like, how do you find a way to differentiate yourself and stick on a NFL roster? That gives you a better chance than anything. So I think in that sense, he's going to be a guy who you have to at least keep an eye on. I do think that he's a little limited in terms of pass protection, receiving ability. He's mostly kind of a 2-down runner. So that's, as a day 3 guy, that is concerning for me, because I think you have to have some receiving ability, to be more likely to make a dent, as on an NFL roster and get that playing time, as opposed to, pretty much every running back can run the football, so to speak.
You're right. He didn't catch the ball in college. I think he can catch the ball. I think he can do it. They didn't use him that. I think he can do it. I saw him leak out enough. I think his hands are soft enough. I think he can do it.
Good pick just came through.
Yeah, before we get to Washington's pick of Diami Brown, deep threat. Did you guys talked about Hunter Long? It's a very strange pick with Mike Gesicki on the roster. Gesicki top 10 or 11 in yards per route run last year, and this is like turning out to be the Myles Gaskin draft. Like this guy is dodging bullets left and right.
Yeah,
like they're taking backup tight ends,
third tight ends
before maybe upgrading that running back position. So good on Myles Gaskin. Let's talk about Diami Brown.
Myles Gaskin is in charge of taking the card to the podium. I can confirm that.
I think Myles Gaskin has more power than Aaron Rodgers right now.
And honestly, Hunter Long, he's not like a great blocker, but he can run block. Like you don't want him in pass protection, but he can run block a little bit. He pulls pretty well. He can move his feet pretty good. So
and Gesicki plays in the slot like more than anyone, any tight end really. So maybe they're planning to use them together. I don't know.
That's true.
But their first round pick is probably going to be playing in the slot a decent bit. So it's
that's true.
To say.
True.
It's going to be this weird, probably, just a lot of snap sharing across.
It might just be all slots, right? Because Will Fuller's going to play 8 games. Devontae Parker's going to play 8 games. So,
it depends on how those games match up, whether or not they have 2 receivers on the outside.
That's right. The Washington football team, which it feels so weird to type football team as the team name, but that's my hang up and not anything wrong with the team itself. Draft wide receiver Diami Brown from UNC. We've talked about him a little bit here. I have him as like a kind of a straight line X receiver, big playmaker, but doesn't really do a whole lot else. George, do you have a different take on him, or is that how you see him?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a boomer bust type of guy. I think it's a good NFL draft pick, right? Because I think
I like him.
Yeah, it's exactly what Washington needs, right? They signed Curtis Samuel. He's a very different type of receiver, and they have McLaurin, and they needed another receiving option. And this one totally makes sense because he's arguably the best deep threat, you can get at this stage in the draft. A few guys might be faster, but I think Brown might be the best productivity-wise as a deep threat. But I had him as like a mid-second rookie pick. I think he probably stays there. I think he'll get opportunity, but again, it's going to be boom or bust for him every week.
0.6 targets available, vacated in Washington, but that's Cam Sims and Steven Sims and those guys. So not too worried about a role for him or snaps for Brown.
And I'm hoping they throw a little more with Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick, yeah.
I
think they have to. They have to.
I mean, McLaurin is going to get McLaurin, and then you like Curtis Samuel going there. I think this downgrades Samuel slightly because now they've invested capital now in another receiver when they might be running Cam Sims out there or whatever. But I still like Samuel to Washington.
Yeah.
It's just Brown's not going to be your fantasy relevant on a weekly basis. Maybe last round of a best ball or something, but I don't see him as a weekly starter.
John, I had Terry McLaurin as a top 10 receiver this season heading into the draft. Does this pick change that at all?
Well, I think you would like for them to go elsewhere. This is just kind of one that's like, why are they doing this? And maybe there's a fit for them. I mean, I have McLaurin at 12. Would I move him under Mike Evans or Allen Robinson? Maybe Robinson with Fields there now. I don't know. I don't think so. I really like McLaurin. And it seems like he's their one, and they're not going to go away from him. He's really good. So we have a tight end. Oh, I was going to say.
We do.
Okay, go ahead.
We do. This is pretty deep anyway. But in dynasty formats, George, all of us who have been stashing Kelvin Harmon on our taxi squads, should we cut him now?
I mean, yeah. I don't think there's any chance there.
No hope now.
I was looking at old rookie data, and I think at one point in one of the months before the draft, Harmon was either the 102 or the 103 in that class heading into the NFL draft and rookie drafts, which is absolutely terrifying as you look at it now and you see what the rest of the class has turned into.
Yeah, so sorry. And John, you mentioned a tight end. The Panthers took Tommy Tremble. We talked about the Panthers with Dan Arnold and Ian Thomas creating one tight end. Tremble known more as a blocker.
Is he a blocking? I'm not up on my tight ends other than Kyle Pitts. So he's an H-back. This sounds like a Joshua DeGara pick that the Packers made last year in the third round.
I think he's better than that. Because Tremble's like a legit blocker. Like he's going to get snaps as a blocker. Like that's something that's going to happen. But Anthony, can he catch the ball as well? I only think of him as a blocker.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who had Tommy Tremble as basically the exact same prospect as Cole Kmet last year to the Bears. He is a bit on the shorter side at 6'3", but he can play. He's more of a Drew Sample type. I don't think he sees the field much this season, but Ian Thomas's leash is now almost non-existent. Like they're just holding him by the collar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people saw Tremble with upside to become a better receiver, but I don't think he's there yet. So I think to Staggs' point, like that's not necessarily going to be his calling card early on. If he sees the field, it's because he's blocking primarily. And yeah, I would agree that like Ian Thomas's leash is short. I think, Dan Arnold, there's some
Packers took a receiver.
There we go. I'll stop talking.
We may need to do this. Yeah. Packers take Amari Rogers, the receiver from Clemson.
Ooh, our boy Patty got one. Our boy Patty got the.
Wait a second. They were not even. Were they on the clock, or were they even like this is their pick? Because it looked like they traded up.
It looks like they may have traded up.
It was Tennessee's pick before, so I think they traded up.
That's a double good thing. They traded up for a wide receiver. Staggs, tell John about his new fancy piece to his puzzle.
Amari Rogers might as well just be a running back in a wide receiver's body. Like, this dude is tough to tackle in the open field. He is going to be probably a pure slot, so he's not going to be a guy you line up on the outside. But in the slot, he caught a crap ton of passes last year. He ended up going from being a secondary receiver to really a featured piece in that offense. He won, sometimes vertically on some wheel routes, but he can definitely take that how we talked about the old Randall Cobb where he could take some handoffs, he can run bubble screens, he could take some jet sweeps. He can add that dimension to the Packers offense that they really haven't had the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I like his stiff arm. Like he's for a wide receiver, he's like this short, stocky dude who could just put a linebacker to the dirt.
He's thick, bro. Like he is thick.
5'9", 212 pounds. Player profiler primary comparison is Lynn Bowden, and he's got like 4.5 something speed.
Mm-hmm. But he's quick.
I've seen some Deebo Samuel comparisons, and I think that one's probably a little more on brand. I think for him than like a Lynn Bowden, because I think he's tough. Like I remember he tore his ACL and was back in like 5 or 6 months.
Yeah, it was wild,
kind of crazy. He is he's going to be one of those gritty guys, so even if he's not productive from a fantasy sense, at the very least, he's going to be an asset as an NFL player, I think.
Might be your new punt returner too. He can return punts.
Okay. Yeah. So Brandon, you mentioned Amari Rogers earlier tonight, and Pat Fitzmaurice, who's my fellow Packer fan who listens to me complain or bitch in Twitter DM, like on the regular, he also said I'd be really happy with Amari Rogers in the third round, but they actually traded up to get him, which shows like some intent, like some like gumption, like some maybe we should do something.
It shows something, that's for sure.
And the last name Rogers. It's like, dude.
Interesting.
Yeah.
A Rogers, nonetheless. A Rogers. So he could just take his jersey when he leaves.
Oh, fuck.
I will say, John, you're gonna be. I'm gonna ignore that comment by George just for the sake of sanity on this stream.
This is just John, a series of me kicking people off the stream.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. So A Rogers is guaranteed to be on the Packers next year.
There you go. Okay. Yeah, look, there's optimism.
Right. Yeah, George, our former dynasty ranker at 4.
Right.
So since we do have a receiver going to the Packers, and this is a prime spot for somebody to gobble up 70, 80, 90 targets. Is he somebody that can step in and do that?
Yeah, I think he can. I don't know if he will or not, but coming out of that slot, like I think he's capable of it. He was productive in college. He's like Anthony said, he's somebody that you're going to see him line up probably in the backfield and in the slot is probably where he's going to live. But he can catch those short balls, make something happen with it. He can move the chains. He can find spots in the zone. I really like Amari Rodgers, and I think it's a great fit there. I think they've been looking for someone to replace Randall Cobb since Randall Cobb left. And Amari Rodgers is the closest profile to Cobb that they've had since he left. So I love it. I think he can step in and gobble up those targets.
I think it's going to be. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
No, all I was going to say was because I'm always very interested in what the Packers are thinking, and maybe they really did have a shot on he who shall not be named in the first round. They only needed to move up 2 or 3 spots to get RB. They were only 3 or 4 spots away from Terrace Marshall. In the second, didn't move up to get him, but then now in the third round, they did move up to go get Amari Rodgers. So maybe this is a player they really like, and this is a guy that they were planning on the whole time in the third round because they figured it was a deep wide receiver draft, and that was his where he was going to go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I'd just like to say, I did say there'd be receivers in the third round, John, and it happened this time. And so I want to be led clear of my.
He wants to still have a job.
I do. Can I still do the article tomorrow?
I am unlike many people on Twitter or fantasy analysts. I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. And I gave you endless shit about telling me there's always going to be somebody available next round. Now, we don't know if he would have been available when they were supposed to pick. So that's
true. It's
and we don't. Point. I don't. What'd they give up for him? Do we know?
I haven't seen that yet. I'm watching Schefter's Twitter to see if he posts it, but usually him or Ian Rappaport will usually do that at some point.
I've got the Amari Rodgers highlights queued up on YouTube here. So if I just kind of zone out.
The thing I'm thinking about is
third and a fourth round pick to move up.
Well, they did have a spare 4th and a spare 5th and a spare 6th, I think, because of the compensatory picks or whatever the compensatory picks. So they could afford to give up a 4th, I guess.
The thing I'm thinking about with Rodgers from a dynasty perspective is going in kind of to like the third round. I think there were like 9 rookies that I felt confident were first round rookie picks. And then there's kind of like 3 open spots that I think there are a handful of guys that you could argue for one way or another. I have to say Rodgers probably is going to be at least in the argument for, just based on the landing spot. And I don't want to make the comparison to Keyshawn Vaughn because that's, very different, right? But I mean, from the sense of landing spot and opportunity, very similar, right? The difference is I think Rodgers much better prospect. I never had Keyshawn Vaughn that high. But I do think Rodgers probably in some circles is going to get some first round buzz for dynasty rookie drafts. I feel like he will be one of those picks at the end of the first round that certain people are going to really like because they see an opportunity for very immediate production, especially if Aaron Rodgers is there week 1.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, do the Vikings now have a good offensive line?
They've definitely been targeting it with Wyatt Davis, the guard from Ohio State, right off the board just now. How does he fit in with that offensive line, that new look line that they've got there, Anthony?
Dude, Wyatt Davis is an All-American. Like, Wyatt Davis is a dude. I had Wyatt Davis at like 47th on my big board. He goes, 86? He can move people in the run game. He's athletic. So all these weapons we're adding for Dalvin Cook, like Dalvin Cook's profile just keeps getting better and better and better. So, John, where did you have Dalvin Cook before? Because now it's strong, man.
Well, you can only go so high from number 2. So do you?
Yeah.
I love. Cook's phenomenal. I think my issue with him going into last year was possible re-injury of that shoulder, which happens pretty frequently. He made it through the year. I still probably have that same concern, but McCaffrey coming off an injury. So yeah, he's top 2 or 3, probably top 2. And Kamara is right there. So you debate those two. Well, what's going on with the quarterback in New Orleans? Is it going to be Taysom Hill? If so, Kamara's stock drops. It's not Drew Brees anymore. It might be Winston. So what does that mean for Kamara? So there's a little bit of uncertainty there. I think Cook's a solid second overall pick right now.
Yeah, I think John, like it's the idea, like not every draft pick that supports a player is going to raise their stock. Sometimes it just solidifies their place, right? And that's like, to me, like that's what it feels like with Dalvin Cook. It's like it's just solidifying him.
Yeah, and so that distance between 2 and 3 now is a little wider as opposed to him leapfrogging. But I could see you taking him one. I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to take him 101.
I just took Dalvin Cook first in a league a couple days ago.
No problem with that.
And the Steelers get an offensive lineman, so good. Now we're getting teams that need line help actually getting it.
Boy, they need an influx of that. What do we think of Kendrick Green from Illinois, the guard, Anthony?
He's talented. A lot of people were a lot higher on him than me. I actually haven't had a lot of extensive chance to watch him. He's somebody I'm going to have to go back and watch after the draft. But I like his talent. From everything I've read about him has been a major positive. So I'm excited to see him end up here with the Steelers. They lost a lot on that offensive line. I think he is going to slot in at probably right guard, with David DeCastro across from him. So that it doesn't hurt. I think adding mid-round guards is where I think teams can make a lot of money. It's my preferred spot to draft in the middle rounds of drafts.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw who San Francisco was taking.
Yeah, who are they taking?
Trey Sermon.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh. Why?
So that's
why?
Huge. Yeah, that's huge. John, Trey Sermon, he's somebody that has that every down back ability, at least 2 down back ability, and goes to I'll call it a murky running back situation in San Francisco. Anthony is so upset he is bailed. Anthony
is gone.
You
just have the 4-for-4 icon.
I thought he wanted the world to burn. I thought this is what he loves. He loves seeing backfields just go up in flames.
That's apparently we have lost Anthony in a sea of chaos. That's what happened. John, what do you think about Trey Sermon landing in San Francisco? What does that do to that backfield for you? And then George, I'm going to cue you next for the rookie draft implications.
Right, you guys know more about these rookies coming in than I do. I look at it from a fit opportunity standpoint. I personally was excited about Raheem Mostert again this year. Jeff Wilson as a 0 RB later round pick, and this is now. I mean, they did lose McKinnon. They lost Coleman. They probably were going to address the running back position at some point, but the 3rd round pick on the last guy on the board that has, workhorse ability is what you guys are saying. So this is certainly going to knock down. I think Mostert is a really good running back. He has not been able to stay healthy, but I think he's really talented. I don't know that Shanahan and his Shanahanigans. I think he goes into his season understanding that you can't. It's cheaper to have 3 running backs or 4 running backs that you pay $1 million to $3 million a year, and they're going to go down with injury, and you have a stable of guys that you can plug in to fit your system, and you don't miss a beat. So I think that's what his philosophy is now. I think he thinks that Mostert is his starter, and you could probably still draft him 6th, 7th round, but Sermon is now in the mix. And if he comes in and outplays Jeff Wilson, or maybe Mostert goes down for a couple of weeks, all of a sudden you have a guy who is, getting 15 touches and just prime touches in that 49er offense, which should be significantly better this year.
Mm-hmm.
With healthy quarterbacks, healthy receivers, and all that.
Healthy everything, really.
Healthy everything, yeah.
Yeah. Jeff Wilson, a prime our running back 0 strategy target late in best ball formats. Got to think that you'll be nervous about adding him to a roster with Trey Sermon. But I agree with you. I wouldn't. This really doesn't hurt Mostert as much as maybe you think it would. George, Where are you looking at Trey Sermon? Looking at rookie, you said he could be a big mover based on landing spot. What does this do for you?
Yeah, I think John hit it on the head with the philosophy of San Francisco, right? I think almost any back, with the exception of like if they had picked one in round one, I wouldn't have felt confident that they would have suddenly said, this is your backfield and you're going to get, the lead carries and everything. I do think that Sermon has that potential as a 3-down back. I think there's limitation. I mean, he's had a pretty rough injury history. He runs really upright, so he kind of is prone to it in the sense of, just always kind of taking those big hits, but he has great breakaway speed. He can catch the football. He's shown it at times. I mean, he had a pretty interesting, college career with Oklahoma and then with Ohio State. So, I think he's going to be in the mix, but to John's point, I think it's going to take, Mostert going down or him kind of just accelerating up the depth chart to really feel confident that something's going to happen there. I probably put him in my late second round of rookie drafts, I'd say right now, just thinking on it off the top of my head, but obviously we're still waiting for some other landing spots, but I think that's probably the range where I'd keep him. As much as I like the San Francisco offense and how much they run the ball, I just don't know if he's going to be the featured guy for an extended period of time.
And in Mostert in redraft and Underdog ADP, he's going in the middle of the 7th round. So I don't know that his stock's going to take too much of a hit. I think what's priced into that or baked into that is that they were expecting a running back to be drafted.
Yeah.
And I think the confidence level in Mostert staying healthy is pretty low.
Yeah.
So I think that's injuries also baked in. So if you're drafting him, you're going to get some starts, and you just, you might want to have him as your RB3, but you got to be prepared to be scrambling a little bit. I think you probably were looking at Mostert plus Wilson, and that would be pretty cheap because Wilson's really cheap. But now that's sort of up in the air, like whether or not Wilson's really the two there, or how long he's the two.
Yeah, Sermon a late 13th round pick right now on Underdog. You got to think that'll go up. I will say, Mostert, when you're doing those Underdog tournaments, which is where you can make some money and really, really have a good time, you are looking for those high volume weeks. And so in that format, you don't care if Mostert does it 5 times because you don't have to pick which weeks he does it. So if he takes any kind of dip, if he lands in that 9th round or something like that, he might be a target because of the Trey Sermon ad and because of any dip in value that you get. Anthony, your thoughts on Sermon as a prospect?
No, I really like Sermon. He's a decisive runner. He's one cut, get up north-south. It's a great fit for the system. Like, he fits right in. The only thing I didn't want is we finally sort of landed on a consensus RB4 in the class, and I didn't want him to go to a cloudy situation, and unfortunately it is. Like,
there he is.
I shouldn't make jokes like that, but
No, you shouldn't.
The Texans made a big move here. They had picks 109, 158, and a 2022 4th-round pick, and they moved up to the pick 89 here to get Nico Collins. And I think that's a really big thing when basically your wide receiver depth chart is Brandon Cooks, in questions.
Yeah, and Collins, he's that I'm not super familiar with him because he opted out last year, but he's that size speed combo guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a 6'4" guy who can run in the 4.4s. So he's one of the guys you could look at as being able to stretch the field vertically. Now, whether that's for Deshaun Watson or a guy like Tyrod Taylor, Davis Mills, his projection is going to end up a lot different. But his ability on the football field is big because his strengths lied in contested catch situations, and that's something he really excelled in. So, that's a very different type of receiver than what Houston still had on the roster. So it's a good ad.
He does keep with the theme of like that C last name as a Texans wide receiver, QT, Cooks, Cobb, Collins, right? They gotta keep that chain
We're
going.
Alliteration now. That's
Yeah.
what
I didn't think of that. That's absolutely a rule. That's
Yeah.
So Anthony, and answer this and think carefully before you answer. Did the Packers have drafted Nico Collins instead of Amari Rodgers?
No, because I like diversity in that offense. Like, I always thought they needed a guy who was a little gadgety like Randall Cobb, and that's when they were at their most successful, when Cobb was doing multiple different things, and you don't want to do multiple different things, as they get older into their career, and you can't do it with a 6'4" wide receiver, unfortunately.
Well, I worry a little bit. I mean, I'm going to be a bit of a downer on Collins for a second because I do like him overall, but I do think that he can struggle with separation. And that's where a lot of the contested catch situations come into play. Is like he's a build-up speed guy. He's not like a quickness guy because there are very few 6'4" guys who can just, hit 100 on the acceleration off the line. So I think there's some concerns there, but they needed an outside receiver to Anthony's point. Like you can't just keep getting these same little receivers and expect, to be able to make every kind of throw, with a guy like Watson, assuming he's there. Right. But I do think that, there were some people when it was Donovan Peoples-Jones and what was the other one? Tarek Black, when they were all at Michigan together, a lot of people saw that Nico Collins is the best of the bunch at the time, and they were all 4- and 5-star recruits. So, I mean, he's not some scrub who came out of nowhere. I mean, he's a guy who a lot of people regarded very highly early, and then obviously he opted out, and we didn't get to see the development last year. So I'd be curious to see kind of how he steps onto the field this year.
And from a redraft standpoint, it's with Deshaun Watson or no Deshaun Watson. Mm-hmm. If you're looking at him as a potential pick, right. Fantasy pick, because if you're now going to Davis Mills with a rookie receiver on top of it, it's a nightmare. But Watson maybe could turn him into something.
Mm-hmm. Which makes me interested in him in rookie drafts. It makes me, as a flyer, I'm not taking him over Amari Rodgers. I'm not taking him over somebody that I'm a little more confident in. I worry. The only thing with Nico Collins, I really only watched him against Ohio State and Alabama those last couple games in 2019 where he just really struggled. And that was when he faced really good corners. And so I just worry, to George's point, where George said he struggled to separate, like that's the tape you watch if you want to definitely prove George's point right there, is because he faced really good corners in those games and he really struggled. That was definitely a problem. Mike, I wanted to talk. The Vikings took Patrick Jones, the second from Pittsburgh, the defensive end. What do you think of him as a prospect? And is he? I know you're not a defensive tackle guy, but do you think Jones can be more of a pass rushing threat? Somebody that you do look at?
Well, I'm going to get to that. Anthony, talk to me about Anthony Schwartz, wide receiver, because the Browns just took him.
Ooh.
I mean, we talked about him trying to sell him to John for a minute.
I wasn't paying attention, obviously.
Well, you had internet issues, so that's good. So he's a straight-up speed guy. He's a 4.27. He's one of the fastest guys in all of college football last year. But it's not just straight line speed. He has more shake and bake to his game. If they want to throw him these underneath screens and let him make things happen after the catch, it's not necessarily a bad thing. He's got a little bit more shake than like a Marquise Goodwin, who's pure vertical. His route tree, though, is pure vertical. He needs to develop a little bit more in that route. Basically, it's screens and goes. Can he learn to run slants, outbreaking routes, and other things is going to be the major question with Anthony Schwartz. But, getting him as the 91st overall prospect in the third round after guys like Tutu Atwell and, Dwayne Eskridge, sign me up.
Yeah. So if we were in the schoolyard, I'd be telling Schwartz, all right, this is you just go.
You draw him the play.
Yeah.
You draw that, you don't do anything else. You just draw him the play.
Just go. Okay.
Just go.
I would say you might see him. You might actually see him do a few jet sweeps or bubble screens. But yeah, I think it's that or deep, and I think that's it. And with the thing the Browns are probably thinking is he'll take his safety with him when he runs downfield, which would open things up for those two slot receivers they have outside.
Yeah, I mean, he was the high school track and field athlete of the year, and he set world records at the under 18 age for the 100-meter dash. I mean, he's not just fast. I mean, he's otherworldly fast, probably one of the fastest people in the world type fast.
Yeah, unofficial pro day, 4.26 seconds to the 40. That's I think the record is 4.22. I think, if I remember right. I think John Ross set that a few years back. Mm-hmm. But yeah, 4.26 in the unofficial time at his pro day. Even if that's inflated, as we see with pro day numbers, it's still impressive.
I'd like to see. I'd like to go ahead.
I was just going to say, John Ross clearly panned out. So this is anytime
like
you get a John Ross comparison,
I
you're good
think
to
though,
go.
if he gets, to be fair, like he was at Auburn, and Auburn's not exactly a very creative offense. I think there's more to him than maybe what they gave him there. So I'd be interested to see if he gets more of like a, Paris Campbell or Curtis Samuel type role, if he could do a little more than what he's shown so far. I think there's something there, and they need to find out how much of that really is there.
The interesting thing that Anthony said that stuck out to me was that he has wiggle. Like, it's not just a straight line guy. He does have wiggle, and that indicates to me that he's able to potentially run routes, like good routes, if he can plant that foot and burst in or burst out. And
we haven't seen it yet, but yes, in the open field he can wiggle.
Yeah, and he wasn't really asked to do it at Auburn, so it's not really so much of a he can't run routes, more like we just haven't seen him do it.
Well, I think Auburn's probably like, this guy runs a sub 4.3, so we're just going to send him on as many fly routes as possible. Yeah, we're not going to worry about the route tree.
Yeah, I don't hate the pick. And really, the guy, like, I'm not looking at Anthony Schwartz really in any formats. Even Dynasty, I'm probably going to look at him as a late flyer. Would you agree with that, George? Kind of a late flyer?
Yeah, I think so.
But in redraft, this does make me look at Baker Mayfield a little bit more. If they add speed and deep speed to that offense, John, are you more interested in whether or not they might open it up based on the fact that they've been so run focused and Baker Mayfield's been more of like a streaming options? Do you think adding speed changes any kind of profile for Baker Mayfield?
It's a curious pick from a team standpoint, but I guess Landry is not a spring chicken. Beckham is no longer really a spring chicken and hasn't been able to stay healthy. Rashard Higgins is fine, but to add this sort of development to the team, or this dimension, being able to stretch a field like this is extremely interesting. It's Kevin Stefanski, so I think he's more of a pass guy than what he showed at the end of the season in Minnesota, because I think that was Mike Zimmer saying, "Stop throwing the ball." Run the ball.
Look, I just fired John DeFilippo.
Yeah.
You want to get fired? Like, Kevin, run the ball, run.
So he came in and was super run heavy, and that was a concern heading into the Browns. But he was pretty balanced. I mean, I don't think he was abnormally run heavy last year at all for the Browns. No. I mean, Chubb did well, Hunt did well, but I mean, they just had a good running game and a really good offensive line. But the passing attack was really effective and efficient, especially in the second half of the season when Baker Mayfield took off. And that was without Beckham. And he's saying, well, it doesn't have anything to do with Beckham being in or out. I would think that the team would be better with Beckham on the field. And it does sort of beg the question, are they sort of planning for life after Beckham or life after Landry? Landry's obviously been better than Beckham the last 2 years, at least in production, from a production standpoint. So I just don't know where he fits in terms of snaps right away. I think in a redraft standpoint, he's probably going to get 15, 25 routes a game, and he's going to be used to really screw up the defense, because every time he's on the field, imagine you're a 4-5 corner and you've got this guy running, straight at you. That would be a little harrowing, I think, from a defensive standpoint.
I think the Browns moving on. I think with the Browns moving on from either Landry or Beckham is more of a salary thing than really a talent thing, or maybe even an age thing. Now that they're spending a little bit more money, Baker's going to be getting paid. You got $30 million tied up into two receivers. Rashard Higgins is only there for one. There for this year. And even Donovan Peoples-Jones stepped up a bit. So I think this is probably more for the future, like you said. But yeah, I think it's moving on more for the sake of salary cap and tying up $30 million in two receivers.
Well, and Schwartz did run the ball a fair amount. He ran more his freshman year than he caught it. I mean, he had, I think, close to 30 rushes versus like 25, receptions. So, I mean, he did run the ball. So, I mean, I think that if they're willing to be creative, and then it's a question of, well, what does that do to Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt from a fantasy perspective? Could they lose a few pass targets? Could they lose a few, backfield snaps? Not that Schwartz going to suddenly get like 50% of snaps or anything, but those little things add up, and it's a question of, how they use him is less about maybe like what his fantasy production will be and more about who he takes from.
The Curtis Samuel comparison seems pretty apt. if that's what you're saying, because of the speed and then also being able to run the ball a little bit. But I think Samuel's a more polished route runner at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Way
I
more
think
polished.
Schwartz has a lot of work to do there. I think it's a question of, are they willing to develop him? What do they want to develop him into?
Mike, I want to go back to Patrick Jones, the second Pittsburgh defensive end, drafted by the Vikings. Vikings have had a hard time with health on the defensive line. They've had a little turnover there. What do you think about his role there and him as a prospect?
Good spot. I like he's going to fit in pretty nicely as a 43 edge rusher. So I definitely like the spot. Danielle Hunter, again, things are say they're looking up that he's ready to go, but who knows? Mike Zimmer just said he was dealing with kind of a tweak, a hamstring tweak, and it ended up being much more than that. So I didn't even know what's going on with him. Afidi and Nigbo really wasn't it. So Jones was part of a really good Pittsburgh defense. They're getting a lot of guys in the draft. Pittsburgh put out quite a few people in the draft, so really good defense. So I definitely like Patrick Jones's really good. Really like his landing spot.
Awesome. Anthony, any thoughts on Jones? And then I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Bills just taking tackle Spencer Brown from Northern Iowa, who I had a bit of a higher grade on, so I kind of liked Brown. I want to hear what you think.
Patrick Jones, I think, is an interesting prospect. We know that the Vikings needed to add pass rush. The depth at that position for them was just severely lacking. I thought they were going to make a move a little bit earlier for a pass rusher. But here we are. I think they're going to take multiple swipes. But, that team has had a lot of success in the middle rounds with pass rushers. So I like it. He's still got a lot to work on. It's sort of an unproven pick. But then, the Bills getting Spencer Brown here. When they do these, okay, so all for the last month, beat writers have been doing mock drafts for their teams. Like Spencer Brown is always a guy who's coming off in the third round for whatever specific team, whatever their needs are. Spencer Brown's coming off the board in the third round for a team. And he's a really athletic guy. He's got some things he can still sort of shore up, but he is sort of a great play here with the Bills who could use some tackle. The Bills are just hitting need after need after need, and it seems to be like it's going to be a productive draft for them. It's not going to be the sexiest because it's all guys in the trenches so far, but they're just hitting it again and again and again. I did think, what if Kenneth Gainwell came off the pick there because they had been saying they've been looking for a bit of a home run hitter, and people have been talking about replacing Cole Beasley on the show so he could play a little bit of slot as well. So I thought that might have been an interesting fit, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at Michael Carter, Kenneth Gainwell. I was kind of wondering if the Bills had pulled the trigger there too. We just saw guard Ben Cleveland from Georgia. Shout out to Jen Eakins, our Georgia Bulldog. Ben Cleveland from Georgia just went to the Ravens. Ravens also kind of stacking up the trenches and hitting some needs. What do you think of Ben Cleveland as a prospect?
I mean, he's a pretty good guard, man. Like, there's a lot of guards that are coming off the board right now that are good players. He played against some of the best competition. He's moved around the formation a little bit, so he's got some formation versatility. He was athletic at his pro day. People are expecting, there's some good things with Ben Cleveland that I think could happen here.
I'm curious with like 10 or 11. What do we have, like 10, 11 picks left?
11 picks left.
Right? Mm-hmm. Like, I'm thinking about like who are the guys who are kind of still on the board that I'm wondering if they're going to come off before the end of the round. Like, I know there are a few wide receivers still sitting there that I'm curious to see if they, land somewhere. I mean, you got Amon-Ra St. Brown, you got Tylan Wallace, you got a few others that are interesting. Obviously, we haven't seen too many running backs go. So
I got a pretty good list for you.
Yeah, I'd love to hear some of the names that you're thinking about.
So Davion Nixon out of Iowa, defensive tackle. Ifeatu Melanafu, cornerback from Syracuse. Jamar Johnson, safety out of Indiana. Jabril Cox, LSU, Dylan Moses, Alabama, couple linebackers.
Browning.
Yep,
Baron
Browning.
I'm actually surprised he's still around.
Ronnie Perkins, edge from Oklahoma.
Yeah, I like him.
Quinn Miners from Wisconsin Whitewater, center we talked about a little bit there in the second round for the Packers. Now getting to a little bit of the sexier names, the fantasy relevant names, guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown. Who else? There's not a lot, but we talked about Gainwell a little bit there. Kylon Wallace. And that's probably about it. Maybe Chuba. Chuba could go in the third round. Michael Carter, but I think they're both going to be fourth round picks. Personally.
I really thought we'd see Gainwell off the board by now. I'm really surprised that he's dropped this far. I thought maybe late second, early third we'd see Kenneth Gainwell go off the board, but yeah, the running back just not a position that's going this year, which really goes to what you were saying yesterday, Anthony, that this just isn't a good class.
The running back class is bad.
And there's just not a ton of need around the league right now. I mean, a lot of teams have built up some pretty good depth at the position, and they haven't, they're kind of pivoting to other positions to kind of save their cap money because running backs aren't that expensive anymore outside of the top few.
Yeah, that's true.
I will say that I've, on my other browser, I've got Amari Rogers highlights just looping.
Yeah,
and I'm feeling a lot better. I'm about a 7 out of 10 now.
Nice.
But yeah, as far as my whole mood, I got other people texting me like they love this guy.
I love Amari Rogers.
So I'm excited.
He's a guy I like a lot. So
there was a receiver available in the third round. You were right, Brandon.
They do exist.
I'm happy it's the guy I said I wanted them to take. That was good.
You're definitely like you're not on the clock, but you are. If he doesn't pan out,
it's true. It'll
Brandon.
be gone. Yeah, Brandon will be gone. Twitter account deleted, canceled completely.
You still have day 3 to go get more of them if you want.
Right.
Yeah, they definitely have other needs. So
they really are a ton of receivers in this draft, though. I mean, there's still guys I like, even when you're talking about guys who are, like developmental kind of hit or miss prospects, like our guests earlier, Pat and Ben, were talking about Seth Williams from Auburn. He's a big guy, big contested catch kind of player. I like him. You start looking at him in day 3. I think that's really good value, somebody who could develop. And I'm curious what Anthony and George think of Cade Johnson from South Dakota State. I can't decide where I land on him. He seems like lightning in a bottle, seems like he plays really hard, also seems like he might not know how to play the game, also plays at South Dakota State. So I'm torn on him, but he's somebody where if I'm looking in the 5th round and I need a playmaker, I might gamble on him. George, what do you think of Cade Johnson?
Yeah, I mean, he's not in my top 50 rookie ranks, but he's a guy that I'm keeping an eye on because I think I agree with you that, there's big play potential there. I'd be interested to see where he would land. I mean, we talked about like the Cooper Kupps and those kind of other small school receivers in the past. All it takes is a good landing spot and a team that's really bought in, to take advantage of those type of guys. So, you kind of always have to keep an eye on them, but you just can't rank them too high pre-draft because you just don't know how NFL teams are looking at them, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he's someone I bet comes to camp as like wide receiver 5 and maybe wins a return job and then like works his way up. Yeah, Anthony, what are your thoughts on Cade Johnson?
Do I need a Randy Jackson this pick right now? Like that's gonna be a no for me, dog. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to get drafted, and if he does, maybe 200 plus. I think he'd prefer. I was talking to somebody about this today. When you're getting to that 200 plus, you'd almost prefer not to be drafted. To go
pick where you go, yeah.
You pick where you go. You can look at the depth chart with your team and go from there.
I kind of think. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think of the NFL draft like house hunting, right? All it takes is like one person to like a house. It could be the biggest pile of junk house that you could ever see, but all it takes is one person to like that house.
Yeah, if Mike Mayock comes in,
right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, if Dave Gettleman's like, "Hey, I want this guy," It's missing a few bathrooms, and I'm pretty sure that the plumbing doesn't work, but I like the kitchen.
Patriots are about to make a pick here.
I would like
Mike?
to point out too that that the Titans traded down with the Packers, and then they drafted a linebacker.
Patriots took Perkins.
Oh, okay. That makes me mad as a Patriots hater. But
Anthony Ferkser and Josh Reynolds continue to have great drafts.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to catch passes other than AJ Brown, I guess. I mean, we were talking about a 40% target share for AJ Brown. I think that's definitely on the table at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie Perkins, what do you think?
Good. It should be a good fit. I think he's he'll fit into that system.
He can rush the passer. That's something
Mm-hmm.
he can do, and he can hold up at the point, which is something that I think will earn him snaps early. But I think he'll be a rotation guy, and might be someone who 5 weeks into the season he'll have 2 sacks, and you'll be like, "Who's Ronnie Perkins?" And then you'll hear from him again for 3 weeks. I feel like that's kind of who he might be.
He's got a
good dip move.
Mm-hmm.
He's got an 88 grade from ESPN too. That's pretty good for the third round.
Yeah, I like him.
I had a high grade on him. I had him as
loss.
I had a high grade on my second round pick for me. So I'm surprised he lasted this long. But the Patriots seem to just be, checking boxes here in the middle rounds for guys that I really like. Whoever's fallen, they just seem to be grabbing those dudes, and they're having a solid draft. The only question is Mac Jones going to be the guy?
Did you guys see the footage of after the Mac Jones pick?
You want to do this?
Uh-huh.
Do you want to do this?
Are you all right with this?
Where he looked really uncomfortable?
You good? Yeah,
No,
George, you good?
The draft room.
Yeah.
So it was Belichick basically going, what do you think of this? Are you all right with this? And they're all like, yeah, sure, yeah.
You like this?
George, we've already taken too much of your time. I appreciate you being here. I know that you're past where you were scheduled to leave us. So
No worries.
Do you have anything coming out to check out? I know you're doing our dynasty rankings, so everyone should definitely check those out. And you're at RotoHack on Twitter, correct?
That is right. Yeah, I'm going to have updated rankings posted by the end of the weekend, and we're going to do some rookie mocks right after, kind of show some quick results and kind of see where things are landing. So and George, I get a nice tight end pick on the way out here.
Before you leave,
Trey McKinney to the Chargers. Nice, out of Georgia.
Before you leave, I posed a question to the other guys at the start of this. Who is the 101 in rookie drafts right now? Is it Najee Harris?
It's Najee. It's Najee for me. Yeah, it's Najee for me. I think most people are probably going to lean that way, but I think there's still a lot of Jamar Chase love at the 101.
And what about Kyle Pitts?
I don't think he's going to land that high. I just don't think people buy into tight end, even with the positional scarcity and everything. I think even in, kind of tight end premium leagues, he's probably the third. I'd say second or third pick. Yeah, I think it's hard to push a tight end as the 101.
It seems like
I'm doing it.
It seems like we have at least a consensus top 3.
I think so. Yeah, I think so for the most part. I mean, I definitely think that most people are going to agree that Chase and Harris belong in the top 3. I think it's that third one that could be a little bit more flexible, but I think those two for sure. I doubt there are going to be many people who push.
And Pitts comes down to whether or not you are a tight end guy, because it seems like people either fall into early round tight end or they don't. They just are whatever. I'm going to fill it with whoever I can get. Maybe I get somebody that finishes top 5 if I'm lucky.
Yeah,
whatever.
And whether it's redraft, obviously you understand the redraft landscape better than most. Dynasty is very similar in that. I mean, there is a very clear cliff at the tight end position in terms of production, but also even up and comers, there just aren't very many. Even with some of these drafts we've had recently with pretty good talent coming in, they haven't really been hitting, other than maybe Hawkinson. Has been kind of the only one because Fant's still sitting there. He hasn't done anything. The OJ Howard class was just a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's where, again, it goes back to maybe Pitts is worth going.
It's that positional scarcity versus the onesie position where you don't actually have to start, a good one and survive. But it's nice having that Kelsey player. I mean, I've been drafting Kelsey a lot. in the last 3 years, and it's just every year it's working out fantastic. I look at my opponent who's got whoever.
Well, and they're just hoping to hit lightning in a bottle, right? Like they're hoping for whoever that guy is who breaks out.
Yeah, I only feel bad when I'm playing against like a Logan Thomas because I know the guy's got him in like the 16th round or something.
Right. And of course, like that's the league like where you drafted Kelsey and you just happen to get Logan Thomas in like the second to last round, so you can never start him anyway, so it doesn't matter. Well, all right, guys.
Trey McKitty, thanks a lot, George.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
See you, George.
Have a good
Thanks,
one.
George.
Bye.
Tell me about Trey McKitty.
The Broncos just took guard Quinn Meinertz from Wisconsin Whitewater, which we'll talk about here in a minute. But yeah, Chargers take tight end Trey McKitty from Georgia. Anthony, what do you think of McKitty?
The guy had 6 catches in 4 games. Like, I don't know what you want with me with Trey McKitty. Like, I don't know why he's being drafted in the top 100 of the NFL draft. It's just not something I would do. He's got gigantic hands. Like, he's got 11-inch hands, and that's all I can really say is a pro about him. He had, basically horrific quarterback play his entire career, playing between Florida State and then Georgia last year. So it's just a real big unknown for McKitty.
Yeah, just a project. Just no production, just a project. I mean, he did a little production at Florida State, but same thing, just really good athlete and pure production. I kind of think this is a good spot for him, John, because Jared Cook is there and will be there, and so McKitty won't have to play. McKitty doesn't offer anything as a blocker. Would you agree with that, Anthony?
Nothing that I've seen. Like, I think he's probably a average blocker.
Okay.
A below average blocker.
Okay. He's got those hands, right?
Yeah, he's got mitts. Like,
but give him a chance to sit behind Cook for 2 years and develop. Like, that's actually a good spot for him long term. But he doesn't seem to me or Anthony, it sounds, anywhere near ready to play.
Well,
like I think George say he was not in his top 50. This is what George would tell us.
So when Anthony says that I don't know why he's being drafted now, I like to look at the ESPN write-up on him just to see what the counterpoint is, if there's a counterpoint. And basically they just said he had a good Senior Bowl. He had a higher ceiling at the Senior Bowl.
He did.
Yeah.
He won a lot of one-on-one drills. Jeff Hicks noted that in his Senior Bowl write-up.
Cool.
So, I mean, Donald Parham owners must be just despondent at this point.
Yeah, look at that. Jeff brought in there, probably drafted too high, best tight end at the Senior Bowl. There's Jeff's notes. I read his Senior Bowl article, and that's what it said. One dominated those one-on-one drills. How about guard Quinn Meinertz from Wisconsin Whitewater? He was somebody, Anthony, it sounds like you weren't expecting to see his name go today either. What do you think?
No, I thought he was definitely going to go. I thought he was going to go earlier in the round.
Okay.
I thought he had a chance to be the highest Division III player ever, but he fell a little bit from that. But my question is for the Broncos. I love it. Just because I think he's a good player. But you've got Dalton Reisner, who you drafted in the second round at left guard. You've got Lloyd Cushenberry, who you drafted in the third round with the 83rd pick overall, last year in the draft. And then on the other side, you've got Graham Glasgow, who you drafted at the 95th pick. So all these guys on the interior have been drafted in very similar rounds. There's a lot of draft capital invested on this offensive line. So I just don't know how it's going to shake out in terms of positions, especially between Cushenberry and Quinn Meinertz, as they're both really true centers from LSU. One's from LSU and one's from Wisconsin Whitewater, but like true centers. So figuring out who's going to play where is going to be the interesting dynamic here for that team.
And the Dallas Cowboys just took Nashawn Wright, the cornerback from Oregon State. My Oregon State Beavers, thank you very much. I didn't go there, but I grew up there, so that's my team. Jeff Hicks thinks that's a bit of a reach. Mike, do you have anything on Nashawn Wright from Oregon State?
I will be honest, not too much, no.
He has a 34 grade at ESPN, so that's not great.
How dare any of you? How dare you? That's all I have to say.
He's
The Oregon
he's
State
tall. He's tall. That's about it.
I'm a Beavers fan. I don't have any analysis on him either.
Did you go to Oregon State, Brandon?
No, but I grew up there. My dad
Oh.
worked there, and I grew up there. So that's kind of where I went to Maryland, but that's kind of my Oregon State's what I kind of identify with. So
Your stomping grounds.
yeah,
Using the consensus top big board from Arif Hassan, which we talked about yesterday, that basically aggregates 60 big boards into the top 300 players in the draft. If I just search Oregon and do the search, Oregon State comes up twice. The names are Jamar Jefferson and Hamilcar Rashid Jr. There's no right on there, so it's gonna be a not good pick for me.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have the Titans on the clock, or the pick is in. Is there a receiver here that would be a good fit with them? They keep reluctantly passing on the receiver. They're just like, no thanks, we don't need a receiver.
Yeah, which has to be. I mean, we continue to talk about the players that are winners off this, and continue to see that. I think this would be a nice spot if they wanted to go receiver. I think this would be a good spot for Amon-Ra St. Brown, the guy from USC. He's just got good hands, runs well after the catch. I like that about him. A move the chains kind of player. So I think he could play outside or the slot. Would fit well in the slot in that Adam Humphries role, and maybe even be better at it. So that would be my favorite fit in this spot.
My thing is, I don't know if they want an outside receiver or a slot receiver, because if you want the slot receiver, I think you go with Amon-Ra St. Brown. If you want the outside receiver, I think you take Tylan Wallace, even with his history of ACL injuries. But AJ Brown, when they put him in the slot, he's an absolute nightmare matchup. So just like Devontae Adams,
it's looking like a corner. Titans look like they took a corner.
Okay. So Josh Reynolds' season continues.
Josh Reynolds, Anthony Ferkser. Drafts him.
It's looking like Elijah Molden from Washington.
Oh, I like him. I kind of like Molden.
No, Molden is not going to play corner in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's a 4-6 guy. He's immediate. Like if he doesn't immediately move to safety, it's gross negligence. I think he profiles better as a safety, and if you look at him as just a safety, Mike talks about good football players. That's Elijah Molden. Like he can make plays from the overhang, but he's just not an outside corner, and I don't think he could survive as an inside corner.
So we also so now we have the Lions on the clock.
I see their pick.
Is it what is it?
It's a corner.
Lots of corners going here.
Afidi Melifanu.
That I love. Ifitu Melifanafu is a athlete. We know the history of Melifanafu at the Raiders and how that didn't work out, but Ifitu is crazy athletic. We talk about that big board with the top 300 players consensus. He's number 56. So that's he's an athlete. Like
if Okudah improves and develops, then that's a solid pairing in Detroit on the outside.
I really like this pick, but my problem is what the hell were the Lions doing in the other two rounds where they're just taking defensive tackle after defensive tackle when maybe the best position on your team heading into the draft is defensive tackle. Like I get wanting to stop the run, but I don't get what some of these people are doing, man.
And we're still looking at Tyrell Williams and Brashad Perryman as the top two receivers for the Lions at this point. That's flying under the radar here. What in the world's going to happen with that?
I mean, just basically put Amon-Ra St. Brown in the slot for Detroit right now, and he puts up a Steve Smith 112 catches or something, there's no efficiency at all, but he put up numbers.
And, Tyrell Williams available in the 16th round of Underdog best ball drafts right now. And, I'll be honest with you, even if the Lions don't add anyone, Rashad Perryman also 16th round, even if the Lions don't add anyone, I bet they don't rise that much. They might rise a little. Quintez Cephas might rise a little, but I bet people still don't believe in these targets. These might be good late round best ball gems. I mean, bottom of your roster, somebody who could get triple-digit targets just based on attrition. You got to consider that as value, right, John?
And I would say that I'm looking at the depth chart right now. Tyrell Williams, Brashad Perryman, Quintez Cephas, Geronimo Allison still around. Khalif Raymond.
Raymond's just a kick returner.
Okay, Damian Ratley, Victor Bolden, Tom Kennedy are the ones that I have on the depth chart right now. So normally in this situation, it's a little dicey to be counting on anybody, right? With this group,
sure.
But they did go out and get Tyrell. They went out and got Brashad. So there was intent there, and I would think that those two are the top two receivers. They're going to have them on the outside. Jared Goff is more of a middle field thrower, so it's scary. It's really scary. But you're looking at a team that they're going to have 400 or 500, 550 pass attempts. They got to go to somebody. So
can we get Cephas with 100 targets?
I would love that.
Is that a thing that could happen in the real world?
I think this is all a TJ Hawkinson tweet.
Okay.
At this point. Maybe a DeAndre Swift tweet.
I liked Cephas coming out. He was a mid-round pick last year, had off-field concerns. People worried about his speed a little bit as well. But, Cephas had 10 targets filling in for as an outside receiver 1 week last year. I think he only caught 2 balls. But I think they see him as an outside receiver. And I wouldn't be shocked if he has a good camp, if he could kind of rise up that depth chart. I think that would be I think he's an interesting stab. Now, as long as Williams and Perryman are also going at the end of drafts, I'm going to draft them ahead of them. But if they start rising at all, like Cephas in the last round of drafts, I'm probably going to take a stab.
I think also in best ball, it's a whole nother, you're just looking at these guys, Tyrell Williams, Brashad Perryman, they scream best ball. You're also in a regular redraft league where you're forced to start one of these guys. You're not going to do it. But on a best ball, yeah, I get you. They each give you 5 good games. Definitely more I'm definitely more interested in them in best ball than I am in a standard redraft league. Because I think I'd be kind of embarrassed to have one of these two in my lineup.
Now, but maybe week 6, when Tyrell Williams is averaging 8 targets a game, maybe he's your wide receiver 3.
It looks a lot cooler in best ball where he just your 16th and 17th round picks are popping up in your starting lineup.
Sure.
Right? And you don't have to decide when to start them. Because they're going to get 5 to 6 targets each. Well, maybe Tyrell will get your 8 that you were talking about, but they get their 5 to 6 targets each, but not every week. And so one of them pops up this week, one of them pops up the next week.
I did want to say, point out, Dallas obviously identified a need. We can talk about the value of the picks that they've used, but Micah Parsons, they got early. They drafted a defensive end, defensive tackle, the linebacker Parsons, and 2 corners. That's 5 picks and 5 defensive players. That team was a complete sieve on defense last year. John, do you think this kind of rededication, we saw Miami do this last year, really focused on the defensive side of the ball in free agency, and they took a big turn. Do you think Dallas could take a similar turn, going from one of the worst defenses in the league into a possible streamer option? Would you be looking at Dallas based on the moves they've made? Yeah,
they took 5 defensive players so far. So they obviously identify their weakness and are going after it. Looks like the Parsons pick was good. Kelvin Joseph, you can obviously contradict me anytime, Anthony. Solid pick, 79. I'm not even going to try. Osa, defensive tackle, 73. Chauncey Golston. The last 2 seem a little dicey. 56 for Golston and 34 for Wright. So I don't know how much these last 2 picks are going to end up helping them. But their offense is set. I don't know. Their offensive line is as good as it once was. Maybe they should shore up that a little bit. But they're obviously stacked at receiver and quarterback and running back. So they have the luxury of just loading up on defense and maybe offensive line.
Yeah, I would have added some more depth at offensive line. Even Tyron Smith, who was drafted as a 20-year-old offensive tackle, is getting a little bit longer into the tooth on the line himself. But, these guys, a lot of them have expiring deals on the offensive line, so I would have spent some assets there. I also think a couple of these tight ends that have come off the board, like Hunter Long, like Tommy Tremble, could have potentially been, picks over a guy like Jarwin, and could have been, slight improvements, albeit, probably down the line. But spending all your assets on defense probably isn't a bad thing. I'm not going to agree with the value of some of these picks, but the first 2 rounds look strong. I just don't know if I would attack the positions in the order that they attacked them, but they're at least, when a team dedicates all their assets to something that makes sense, I can't hate them too much.
Sure. I want to talk a little bit as we're winding down here. We just have three picks left. I want to talk a couple about day 3 prospects that we're looking at that we might like. Mike, any defensive players on the board right now that you think might have some IDP fantasy implications that you're looking to see where they land tomorrow?
Browning for sure from Ohio State. I'm surprised he's still on the board. Jabril Cox, LSU. Pretty familiar with the 4-2-5 scheme, so he's someone who will probably depending on his landing spot, you'll definitely want to keep an eye on him. I mentioned Baron Browning, someone who I'm not really targeting, but someone who I think could provide some value is Dylan Moses. So I don't know. He's not on my list. I'm not drafting him in any rookie drafts or anything like that. But if you like him, certainly take him. But definitely keep an eye on his landing spot heading into tomorrow. And safety, Hamza Nizri-Dean, another guy I really liked. So he's looking like he's going to be a day 3 guy.
Okay, excellent. Anthony, anyone you're eyeing at really any position?
I'm still waiting on Davion Nixon to come off the board. Jamar Johnson, safety out of Indiana. There's a lot of defensive tackles. The interior offensive line or defensive line class we've talked about, there hasn't been a lot of guys that have come off the board. But guys like Jay Tufeli from USC, Jalen Twyman from Pittsburgh still need to come off the board. There's still some solid value at guard I think we can see come off the board. Everybody also picked Stone Forsythe. He's a little bit older for the offensive line. He was everybody's pick in like the 4th round for an offensive tackle for teams that needed offensive line helps. So I'm interested to see where he goes. In terms of like physical fantasy prospects, I mean, it's got to be those 2 guys in Amon-Ra St. Brown and Tylan Wallace, in addition to like the 2 backs and Chuba Hubbard and Michael Carter.
Okay. Last 2 picks, and I haven't been updating the chat in this situation since we're kind of winding down, but Brandon Stevens, the SMU corner, went to the Ravens. Ernest Jones from South Carolina, the linebacker. Mike, any comments on Ernest Jones landing in a linebacker needy situation with the Rams?
Yeah, I thought Jabril Cox probably would have been a good pick, but Ernest Jones, it was kind of funny. I didn't really look at him much, but I as soon as I saw that he was going to the Rams, I looked him up and just kind of looked at a real quick player comp, and it's like they just drafted Micah Kaiser 2.0 and 1.0 wasn't very good. So I don't really know what they're doing, but you know what? With linebacker, it's not necessarily about talent. It's about the snaps and the opportunity, and it looks like you might get the snaps in LA, so you got to take a look at them.
Sure.
So I have a question for Anthony on his the consensus big board that he's been looking at. Where does Jabril Cox show up there?
58.
So somebody should be.
Oh, there goes Baron Browning going to Denver. That's a good
Denver
spot.
grabs Baron Browning.
No, I love that spot.
It's a really good spot. Really good spot.
Vic Fangio, no matter where he has gotten linebackers, has always had production with these linebackers. Like some of the best production has come from Vic Fangio linebackers, whether it's just going back years and years and years, you could find great linebackers tied to Vic Fangio.
And Josie Jewell really hasn't been what they wanted him to be there. So there's an opportunity there, Mike. Do you think Browning could start early?
Yeah, they've got AJ Johnson and Josie Jewell, who stinks, and that's really about it. Josie Jewell stinks. If he's watching, I'm sorry, you do. So there's definitely an opportunity for Browning to really come in right away.
Mm-hmm.
So Brandon, I was just going to say, Brandon, tomorrow morning when you guys when you're getting on to write your 4 rounds of fantasy analysis on Saturday, which I hope 4 for 4 is paying you handsomely to do. The 2 of the first 3 picks, we've got the Jets and the Falcons. So look at running backs there.
Yeah, I'll be eager to see what they do there.
At 407, the Lions, maybe a receiver. Falcons again at 409. And then the Titans, where are you guys? 21st pick in the 4th round. I wonder if some of this little, these guys that we're thinking top 100, top 150, or top 130 are going to be in that, slip into those teams that are needy, and they're going to finally address those positions.
Yeah, we knew some of these receivers would drop, so there's going to be some bargains. Tomorrow, 4th and 5th round receivers and running backs. I wanted to throw a shout out. I'm going to get to write about him tomorrow because I think he will be drafted at some point. But I just want to put out there, I talked about Khalil Herbert as a running back I really like tomorrow. I talked about Amon-Ra St. Brown. We've talked about a lot. I think at this point he's value. I really like Kenny Yeboah at tight end. So and obviously my Kellen Mond love has shown. But at tight end tomorrow, Kenny Yeboah from Ole Miss. He's another guy kind of like Trey McKitty in that he's much more prospect and athlete than he is production. But, last year in only 7 games, he had 27 catches, 524 yards, 6 touchdowns, averaged 19.4 yards per catch. Big games against Florida and Alabama, so I like what he did in that situation. He looks like a receiving talent to me, so if he lands in a good spot, Kenny Yeboah is probably my favorite tight end left on the board and somebody who I think could develop 2-3 years down the line into a solid receiving prospect. So I wanted to throw that out there. Another one of my favorite guys. Anthony, you've been fantastic with your analysis through 2 days of this. Any final thoughts before I let you depart?
What happened to the last 2 picks? They just shipped them?
Yeah, Jacksonville just said, we don't need to know who Jacksonville picked. Whatever.
I was looking at the screen. I look away for a minute, and there was like 2 or 3 picks still on there, and they're just gone now. What I miss? No.
The draft's over. It says so.
Okay. Well, yeah. I think right now Jacksonville could have been drafting their 3rd down back in Kenneth Gainwell, and they could have drafted a player of value over a guy that just stood behind his quarterback a lot in college. But I'm mad that I don't know what these last 2 picks are. I gotta tell you.
Well, wasn't Browning 105, and then we were waiting on 106, and they just pieced out?
Well, 106 is the 4th round.
Is that what happened here?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Jags have the first.
Yeah, it's showing. Maybe maybe it showed us the first couple picks in the 4th round.
Yeah, it always does that. Whoever's up next, every year it'll do that on that ticker.
I got no volume, and they just pieced out, and I was very confused.
We're done. We're done.
Yeah, it'll show who's next. Yeah, the Jags start 4th round tomorrow. Pick 106. That's the start of the 4th round. Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, well, looking at this consensus big board and the guys who are still left, we've talked about Davion Nixon from Iowa. We talked about Jabril Cox. Those guys are all interesting. Michael Carter, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tylan Wallace.
Mhm.
I think Trey Smith from Tennessee, a guard, is still available. There's still a lot of depth left for the fourth round here. I think teams are going to get some good picks in the fourth round. There's guys with injury history. There's guys with who sat out 2020 that are interesting, like prospects still. And overall, this draft class is just a little bit different just because of that.
Sure. Yeah.
And Rashad Weaver's another edge rusher that I don't think heard his name tonight, right? I don't think Rashad Weaver, and that's kind of a surprise. So I think he's going to get. I think he should. I mean, he's going to be a steal. I think he had a pretty solid season for Pittsburgh. Another one of those Pittsburgh edge rushers.
Yep. Pittsburgh had a lot of edge rushers and defensive linemen not get drafted, but there's a lot of value still to come off the board here. But it's been an interesting draft, to say the least. We've got a guy who's out here now dressed like a fake Macho Man, and that's always a good way.
That's Cleveland, and that's annoying. We have the fake Macho Man. We have a guy dressed as a pumpkin.
How you doing?
Those are our guys.
Well, thank you, Anthony. I appreciate you hanging the last couple of days. Your analysis was fantastic. Everyone read Anthony's work online. Mike, thank you for your defensive analysis. Mike is my number one IDP go-to and is just a very nice guy. Follow him on Twitter, interact with him, listen to his podcast, read the stuff at 4for4.com. John, any final thoughts before you go? I appreciate you for 2 days hanging with me. I'm sure you're going to enjoy another beer at the end of this and the chance to go,
I'm actually going to switch to bourbon
Nice.
Friday night, and we're done. I don't have to not slur my words, so I can switch to the harder stuff. I want to thank you, Brandon, because you were the host of this, and we were able to piece out here and there. Mike had his internet issues. I took off to eat some pokey. Anthony took off for a minute or two, took a phone call. He's getting calls from analytics people all over the NFL, I think. But you pretty much hung tight and handled this whole thing like a champ. And just want to say thank you. And I think this was a success. Like we normally on for drafts, I am sitting here writing up all the skill position picks for Thursday and Friday, doing the fantasy analysis, and then Brandon takes over on Saturday. But this was a lot more fun to interact with you guys, and it's not just me sitting here praying for more guards or defensive tackles or linebackers to be drafted so that I don't have to write them up every time they happen. So I think this is a lot of fun, and I appreciate all of you coming on and doing this.
Thanks, guys. And anyone who's still listening and hanging with us, thank you for being there. Thank you for being active in the comments section. Good night to everybody. Don't forget to go and to 4for4.com/underdog. Use promo code 4for4 to receive $25 with your first deposit at Underdog. Play in all their awesome tournaments going on. I love Underdog. I'm going to wear this shirt all summer. It's going to be nice. It's going to get ranked. My wife is going to want me to wash it, and I'm going to decline. It's going to be that way. But until then, enjoy tomorrow. Follow me along. I'll be updating on 4for4.com. At that website, I'll be updating all day long the fantasy relevant skill position players. And guys, have a great night and just enjoy the peace now. Take care.
See you guys.